Jiang Yan stood at the edge of the golden arena, the fate-changing pen in his hand, its tip glowing faintly with an otherworldly energy. The air was thick with anticipation as the crowd watched, their murmurs of excitement rising. Across from him stood the guild president, Zhao Wuji, his aura radiating raw power. As Xi Yan adjusted his hat, a sudden spark leapt from the skill scroll at his side, illuminating the arena in a brief flash of blue light. The pen, seemingly of its own accord, rolled toward an odd rune etched into the arena's floor, a rune that pulsed with a faint, rhythmic glow. The arena went eerily quiet, the hum of the crowd replaced by an almost imperceptible hum of mana surging through the air. Zhao. Yan's eyes narrowed, his fingers tightening around the pen.
This is getting interesting.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the silence. Zhao Wuji sneered, his voice laced with disdain.
Let's see what the so-called fate changer has to offer.
With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a massive wave of mana, the air around him crackling with energy. Jiang Yan scratched his head, his expression one of exaggerated concern.
Oh no, not another mana wave. I hope this one isn't too dramatic.
He raised the fate-changing pen, and with a casual stroke altered the skill description. The mana wave above Zhao Wuji's head shifted, its energy transforming into a swirling vortex of glittering confetti. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief.
What? What is this?
Jiang Yan shrugged, his tone deadpan.
I just made your mana wave into a confetti party. I hope you don't mind the mess.
The confetti rained down, some even flying into the stands, causing a few spectators to shriek in surprise. Zhao Wuji, now surrounded by a flurry of glittering paper, looked utterly defeated. As the confetti continued its chaotic dance, Jackie Yan turned to the crowd, raising his hands in mock apology.
Sorry about the mess, folks. I guess my skills are just too creative for their own good.
His mind raced, recalling the hidden rule from the contract core and the whisper in the pen's glow. Asterisk, the pen remembers. It remembers the first fate changer. Asterisk, he had always thought the guild's rules were a joke, but now, standing here, he felt the weight of something far older than himself. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened as he stepped forward, his voice low and dangerous.
You've gone too far, Jian. You've tampered with the foundation of our world.
Jiang Yan chuckled, rubbing the back of his head.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I just thought it would be fun to see what happens if I rewrite the rules of the universe.
Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed.
You don't understand what you've done. The contract core is more than just a record of professions, it's the foundation of our world. If you keep rewriting it, you'll unravel everything.
Jiang Yan raised the fate-changing pen, the ink on its tip shimmering with an otherworldly glow.
I know. I just thought it would be fun to see what happens if I rewrite the rules of the universe. I mean, who else would do something like that?
Fa Wuji's voice was almost a whisper.
There was a time long ago when someone tried to change the contract core. They were powerful, but they were also foolish. They thought they could rewrite the world without consequences.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened.
So, I'm not the first fake Shanger.
Xiao Wuji's gaze was unreadable.
No. You're the one who finished what they started.
As the contract core's inscriptions shifted once more, the arena trembled, and the stage was set for the next chapter of Isaiah's journey. Jiang Yan's fingers brushed against the edge of his skill scroll, and a sudden spark leapt from the parchment, illuminating the arena in a brief flash of blue light. The fate-changing pen, which had been resting in his palm, rolled forward of its own accord, skidding across the stone floor until it came to a stop at the base of an ancient rune etched into the arena's foundation. The rune pulsed faintly, as if recognizing the pen's presence, and the air around it grew heavy with an eerie stillness. The crowd, which had moments ago been shouting in excitement, fell into an unnatural silence, their murmurs swallowed by the sudden tension. Jiang Yan blinked, his eyes flicking between the pen and the rune, a flicker of unease creeping into his otherwise confident grin. He had rewritten countless rules, but this felt different. The contract core's inscriptions flickered wildly, their chaotic glow casting jagged shadows across the arena. Zhao Wuji, the guild president, stepped forward, his expression unreadable, and for the first time, Jiang Yan felt the weight of something far larger than a mere power struggle pressing down on him.
Daoji,
Jiang Yan said, his voice light but edged with a hint of challenge.
you know, I've always thought the guild's rules were a bit too strict. Like, why can't a guy just rewrite his own profession if he feels like it?
He tapped the fate-changing pen against his palm, the ink on its tip shimmering with an almost sentient glow.
I mean, it's not like the contract. Core actually asterisk wants asterisk to keep things the way they are. Right.
Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed, and for a moment the air between them crackled with unspoken history.
You're not the first to try.
Dao Wuji said, his voice low and measured.
But you are the first to succeed. That pennant's not just a tool, it's a key, and you've opened a door that should have stayed closed.
Jiang Yan's grin widened, though his hands tightened around the pen.
Oh, I think I've done more than open a door.
He said, his tone playful, but his eyes sharp.
I think I've rewritten the whole damn house.
As the contract core's glow intensified, the arena trembled, and a low hum of energy rippled through the air. Yan's mind raced, his thoughts a jumble of half-formed ideas and sudden realizations. He had always known the pen was strange, its ink shifting like liquid starlight, its whispers in his mind cryptic and maddening. But now, as it hovered over the rune, he felt something click into place. The pen wasn't just rewriting rules, it was asterisk, remembering asterisk them. The contract core wasn't just a record of professions, it was a prison, and the pen was the key that could either shatter it or free its captives. A sudden wave of vertigo hit him, and he stumbled back, his breath coming fast. He had spent so long mocking the guild's rules, so long treating the pen as a tool for chaos. But what if he had been wrong? What if the pen wasn't just a weapon? It was a asterisk message. Asterisk. Just as the thought took root, a sharp crack split the air, and the rune flared with blinding light. The arena erupted into chaos as the contract core's inscriptions began to unravel, their chaotic dance spilling outward in a wave of energy. Jiang Yan barely had time to shield his eyes before the force of the surge knocked him to his knees. Around him the crowd screamed, their voices a cacophony of fear and confusion. Zhao Wuji's expression was one of grim determination as he raised his hands, summoning a barrier of mana to hold back the spreading energy.
You don't understand what you're doing.
Zhao! Wuji shouted over the din, his voice strained.
The core isn't just a system, it's an asterisk convergence asterisk of all our power. If it collapses, it won't just affect the guild, it'll tear the world apart.
Jiang Yan pushed himself to his feet, his hands trembling as he clutched the fate-changing pen.
Then maybe it's time someone asterisk fixed asterisk it.
He said, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. He stepped forward, his gaze locked on the rune, and with a deep breath he raised the pen. The ink on its tip flared. And for the first time he felt the pen's true power not as a tool of destruction, but as a bridge between the past and the future. The contract core's inscriptions froze mid-rewrite, their chaotic dance halting as if waiting for his command. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened.
What are you? I'm not just rewriting rules.
Jiang Yan said, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade.
I'm rewriting asterisk history. Asterisk.
He brought the pen down in a single decisive stroke, and the rune beneath his feet pulsed with a light so bright it seemed to swallow the arena whole. As the light consumed him, Cheyenne felt a strange warmth in his chest, not of fear, but of purpose. The pen had always been a tool, yes, but now he saw it for what it truly was, a gift, a chance to reshape the world not through chaos, but through asterisk understanding asterisk. The contract core's chaos wasn't a flood, was an asterisk test asterisk, and he had passed it. The arena fell silent. The contract core's glow dimmed, its inscriptions shifting into a new harmonious pattern. The crowd, once in chaos, now stood in stunned silence, their faces a mix of awe and disbelief. Zhao Wuji, for all his power, looked shaken, his hands trembling, as he stared at the pen in Jiang Yan's grip.
I guess.
Jiang Yan said, his voice soft but resolute.
It's time we stopped pretending the rules are unchangeable. After all, the real power isn't in following them, it's in asterisk defying asterisk them.
And with that, the fate-changing pen's ink shimmered one final time, as if in agreement. The arena trembled as Zhao Wuji, the guild president, stepped forward, his rank time-space control skill already humming with energy like a storm about to break. The air around him shimmered with impossible geometries, as if the very fabric of reality had been stretched and twisted into something unnatural. Yan, standing opposite him, gave a mockingly exaggerated bow, his expression a mix of mockery and mischief.
Ah, the mighty Zhao Wuji, master of time and space. I hope you're ready to be glitched.
His voice carried through the arena, a sharp contrast to the oppressive weight of Xiao's presence. Xiao Wuji's eyes narrowed, his jaw tightening as he took a step forward, the ground beneath him rippling like disturbed water.
You dare challenge me, a man who has shaped the very fabric of reality.
He barked, his voice echoing in multiple overlapping tones, as if the arena itself were confused. Yan grinned, his fingers twitching as he activated the modify skill, the faint glow of the fate-changing pen in his hand pulsing like a heartbeat.
Sure, but I'm not here to shape reality. I'm here to make it asterisk glitchy asterisk.
The words hung in the air, and the arena seemed to hold its breath. A shimmering distortion spread across the arena, the air warping as if reality were a broken mirror. The ground beneath their feet flickered between different versions of itself. First, a stone floor, then a grassy field, then a sky full of floating books. The crowd gasped, some clutching their heads as the impossible landscapes looped and twisted, creating a kaleidoscope of chaos. Zhao Wuji stumbled, his own skills malfunctioning, his voice echoing in overlapping tones.
What? What is this?
He barked, his voice a cacophony of confusion. Jang. Yan chuckled. The faint hum of the contract core hidden within the guild's halls, vibrating in his pocket watch.
Just a little tweak to your reality, you know? I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock. But now I've got the power to turn the most powerful man in Yongzhou City into a glitchy mess.
His grin widened as he watched Zhao's expression shift from fury to genuine confusion.
You know, I've heard stories about the fate changer, some ancient power that can twist destinies. Maybe this is what they meant.
Jiang Yan's inner monologue buzzed with a mix of confusion and curiosity as he watched the chaos unfold. Asterisk. Why does the contract core hum like that? Is it reacting to the Gobify skill? Asterisk. He glanced at the fate-changing pen in his hand, its glow intensifying as if it were alive. Asterisk. Could this be connected to the legends about the fate changer? Asterisk. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden flicker in the air, a faint outline of a stele appearing in the distance, its runes glowing with an eerie modified script. Asterisk. What is that asterisk? He squinted, his mind racing. Asterisk. Is this a clue about the guild's secrets? Or is it a trap? Asterisk, the arena's chaos seemed to deepen as the stele's runes pulsed, the air around it vibrating with an energy that felt both ancient and alien. Zhao, Wuji's voice rose in a mix of fury and disbelief.
This is impossible. My skill is now asterisk. Glitchy asterisk.
Jiang Yan interrupted, grinning.
And I'm just getting started.
His words were met with a wave of laughter from the crowd, their cheers echoing through the disorienting landscape. The arena's chaos seemed to intensify, the ground flickering between versions of itself with increasing speed. Jiang Yan's pocket watch glowed faintly, its light casting long shadows that seemed to move independently of the arena's flickering reality. Asterisk, what if the contract core is the key to all this? Asterisk, he wondered, his mind spinning with possibilities. Asterisk, could this be the reason I was chosen? Asterisk, as the arena continued to flicker and warp. Yan's eyes narrowed at the stele. The runes on it were different from any he had seen before, their shapes jagged and alien, as if they had been rewritten by some ancient force. He took a cautious step forward, the ground beneath him shifting unpredictably. Asterisk. This must be a hidden workshop chamber. Asterisk, he thought, his curiosity piqued. Asterisk, but why is it here? Asterisk, the air around the stele seemed to hum with a strange energy. And for a moment, Yan felt a strange pull, as if the chamber were calling to him. Asterisk, could this be the origin of my godfly skill? Asterisk, he mused, his mind racing with possibilities. Asterisk, or is it something even more dangerous? Asterisk, the arena's chaos seemed to pulse in time with the stele's glow, and for the first time, Jiang Yan felt a flicker of unease. Asterisk, what if this isn't just a test of strength? What if it's a test of destiny? Asterisk, the arena trembled as Ajin the skill, markets trading division leader, stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with the confidence of a man who had brokered deals worth more than 1,000 gold pieces. His skill
Bargain negotiation.
was a force of nature in the skill market, capable of turning a merchant's loss into a profit or a rival's triumph into a disaster. But Zayan, standing opposite him, gave a mockingly exaggerated bow, his fingers twitching as he clutched the fate-changing pen in his hand, which vibrated faintly with a low hum.
Ah, Hajin.
He said, his voice dripping with theatrical flair.
I hear you're a master of deals and negotiations. I hope you're ready to negotiate. Snacks.
The crowd gasped as the air around Ajin shimmered, and a faint glow emanated from the scroll of his skill, its runes flickering like a dying fire. A sudden burst of golden light erupted from Ajin's hands, and a massive pile of Snack's crispy chips, juicy fruit, and various sweets rained down from the sky. The arena erupted into chaos. As the crowd scrambled to avoid the falling treats, their shouts muffled by the sudden, absurd deluge.
What is this?
Someone shouted, and Ajin, his face red with disbelief, muttered.
This is impossible. My skill is now bargain snack.
Jiang Yan interrupted, grinning as he clapped his hands together.
You're not making deals, Ajin. You're making snacks.
The crowd roared with laughter, and Ajin, now covered in chips and fruit, muttered in frustration.
This is impossible. I didn't. You didn't do anything.
Jiang Yan said, his voice carrying over the din.
You just let your skill get modified again.
His eyes flicked to the fat changing pen, which now pulsed with a brighter glow, as if sensing the absurdity of the moment. He could almost hear the whispers of the contract, core hidden deep within the guild's halls, humming faintly in response to the chaos.
I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock.
He said, his voice low almost to himself.
But now, I've got the power to turn the most powerful merchant in Yangzhou City into a snack machine.
His mind raced with questions. Was this the work of the fate-changing pen, or was there something deeper at play? The scroll of Ajin's skill still glowed, its runes shifting like liquid, and for a moment, Yan thought he saw a faint image of a workshop hidden beneath the guild's foundation. Its entrance marked it by a strange, Halfirst rune. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. There was no time for speculation now. The snacks were falling, the crowd was laughing, and Ajin was still muttering.
This is impossible.
As the arena became a kaleidoscope of absurdity and confusion. The arena was a cacophony of cheers and gasps as Yan stood opposite Ling Zui, her serene expression now tinged with confusion. The air shimmered with the faintest trace of mana, a prelude to the chaos about to unfold.
Ah, Linzu.
Jiang Yan said, his voice dripping with mock politeness as he tilted his head.
I hear you're a master of healing. I hope you're ready to heal. Asterisk juice. Asterisk.
His words were met with a flicker of irritation in Ling Zui's eyes, but before she could respond, Jaiki Yan's fingers danced through the air, activating the modify skill with a flourish. The arena's lights dimmed momentarily, and a golden glow pulsed from the ground as the words in Ling Zui's skill description warped and twisted.
Heal.
Became
Juice.
the transformation so absurd it made the crowd erupt into laughter. Ling Su's hands moved in a graceful arc, her skill activating with a soft shimmer, but instead of the expected surge of healing energy. A sudden burst of golden light erupted from her palms, and a massive wave of fruit, juice apple, orange, and grape rained down from the sky in a deluge that turned the arena into a sticky, glistening mess. The crowd gasped, some scrambling to avoid the onslaught, others laughing hysterically as they slipped on the slick floor. A few spectators were completely drenched, their robes soaked and their faces smeared with juice, while the arena's once pristine marble tiles now resembled a tropical fruit plantation.
Looks like my modification worked perfectly.
Jiang Yan said, his grin widening as he clapped his hands together.
Heal is now juice. You're not healing, Ling Ko. You're making asterisk juice asterisk.
His words were met with a chorus of laughter from the crowd, but Ling Sui's face was a mask of disbelief. She stumbled backward, her robes trailing through the puddles of fruit juice, her voice rising in frustration.
This is impossible.
She shouted, her words echoing in overlapping tones as the arena's mana fluctuations caused her own voice to distort. Yan's allies, Zhao Li and Master Chen, stood nearby, their expressions a mix of amusement and relief.
You did it again.
Xiao, Li exclaimed, wiping a streak of grape juice from his cheek.
I thought the guild president was going to be the only one you could mess with, but this is even better. She's a asterisk juice machine asterisk now.
Master Chen chuckled, his eyes gleaming with pride.
He's not just messing with her skills, he's rewriting reality itself. I wonder what else he's got up his sleeve.
Jiang Yan's inner monologue was a whirlwind of surprise and exhilaration. Asterisk? This is insane. I thought modifying skills would be a stretch, but turning a healer into a fruit dispenser, who would have believed it? Asterisk, he watched as Ling Su's attempts to regain control of her skill backfired, the wave of juice intensifying instead of dissipating. Asterisk, the mana overload in the arena is making everything worse. Maybe I should have anticipated that, but no, this is perfect. The chaos, the absurdity, it's exactly what I needed. I used to think my skills were so weak they wouldn't even work on a rock, but now I'm the one turning the most powerful alchemist in Yongxiao City into a juice machine. This is my moment. Asterisk, as the wave of juice continued to fall, a new complication arose. The arena's mana levels, already unstable from the modifications, began to surge unpredictably. The ground beneath Jackie Yan's feet flickered with unstable energy, and the air crackled with the scent of overripe fruit. A sudden burst of mana erupted from the center of the arena, causing the juice to explode into a mist that enveloped the entire space. The crowd's laughter turned into screams as the mist began to solidify into floating orbs of juice, which then burst open, drenching everyone in a second wave of liquid chaos. Ling Su, now completely drenched and her composure shattered, turned to Jackie Yan with a glare that could have melted steel.
You think this is funny?
She demanded, her voice trembling with a mix of rage and disbelief.
You've disrupted the mana balance of the entire arena. This isn't just a joke, it's a catastrophe.
Jiang Yan, however, was unfazed.
Oh, come on.
He said, dodging a stray orb of juice that had launched toward him.
You're the one who's supposed to be the master of healing. I'm just the guy who turned your skill into a fruit fountain. Besides, the crowd seems to be enjoying it.
He gestured to the spectators, who were now cheering and laughing despite the chaos, some even attempting to catch the floating orbs of juice in their hands. Before Ling Zui could respond, a new figure emerged from the shadows of the arena, rival alchemist named Master Zhao, whose skill
Mana surge.
was renowned for its ability to amplify energy levels in combat. Seeing the opportunity to intervene, Master Zhao stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a mix of curiosity and determination.
Jiang Yan.
He said, his voice calm but firm,
You've pushed the limits of skill modification too far. This isn't just a game anymore. It's a test of control.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his grin unwavering.
Oh, I'm not done yet.
He said, his fingers twitching as he prepared to activate another modification.
Why don't you try using your Marna surge on this mess? and see what happens.
Master Zhao's expression shifted from curiosity to mild concern as he activated his skill, only to find that the mana fluctuations in the arena had already twisted his ability into something entirely different. Instead of a surge of energy, a wave of glowing, sticky bubbles erupted from his hands, bouncing around the arena and popping with a sound like 1,000 tiny explosions. The crowd's laughter grew louder as the bubbles burst, coating Master Xiao in a layer of shimmering, iridescent goo. Jiang Yan let out a triumphant laugh.
Looks like even your skills can't escape the absurdity of this place.
He said, his voice echoing through the chaos.
You wanted to test my control? How about I show you what happens when you mess with the wrong guy?
As the arena continued to erupt in absurdity, the battle between Jiang Yan and his opponents turned into a surreal spectacle of chaos and laughter. Each modification and twist adding to the growing legend of the underdog who had turned the most powerful figures in Yangzhou City into a parade of ridiculousness. The arena trembled as Lei Hu, the skill market's guard division leader, stepped forward, his S strength
Berserk.
skill already crackling with violent energy. Jiang Yan, standing opposite him, gave a mockingly exaggerated bow, his grin widening as he adjusted the straps of his modified gear, which now shimmered with an odd candy-colored glow.
Ah, the mighty Lei Hu, master of berserk strength. I hope you're ready to be asterisk snack asterisk.
His voice carried through the arena, and the crowd erupted into a mix of laughter and confusion. Lei Hu's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening as he raised a hand.
You dare mock the great Lei Hu? I will make you regret this.
With a wave of his hand, the air around him shimmered, and the arena's spectators leaned in, expecting a dramatic surge of strength and aggression. But instead, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from Lei Hu's hands, and a massive pile of snacks, crispy chips, juicy fruit, and various sweets strained down from the sky, cascading in a chaotic, glittering deluge. The crowd gasped in shock, some scrambling to avoid the falling treats, while others laughed hysterically as the snacks splattered across the arena floor. Lei Hu stared in disbelief, his face turning red as the pile of snacks continued to fall, covering the arena in a chaotic mess. Jiang Yan clapped his hands together, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Looks like my modification worked perfectly. Berserk is now snack. You're not being berserk, Lei Hu. You're making asterisk snacks. Asterisk.
The crowd roared with laughter as Lei Hu, now covered in snacks, muttered in frustration.
This is impossible.
But Jiang Yan wasn't done yet. As the snacks continued to rain down, he turned to Zhao Mei, his ally, and a skilled rogue, who was crouched behind a pillar, her eyes wide with amusement.
Xia Mei, I need you to help me dodge the next wave. The mana overload from the arena is making the snacks teleport unpredictably.
Xia Mei grinned, her voice tinged with excitement.
You mean like that? One time we dodged a barrage of enchanted hot dogs? I'll be ready. Just don't trip over your own gear again, okay?
Jiang Yan groaned, his face reddening as he recalled the time he had stumbled into a pile of modified meatballs, only to be launched into the air by a rogue mana surge.
That was one time, and it was asterisk, your asterisk fault for modifying the meatballs to be spring loaded.
Xiang Mei laughed, her eyes sparkling.
Hey, I had to make things interesting. Besides, you're the one who insisted on using the snack modification on every opponent.
As they exchanged banter, the arena's mana level skyrocketed, the air crackling with unstable energy. The snacks began to teleport midair. zigzagging wildly before landing in unexpected placism, even flying into the stands, where spectators gaped in disbelief as they were pelted with candy-coated chaos. Jiang Yan's inner monologue buzzed with a mix of surprise and exhilaration. Asterisk, I never thought my skill modifications would turn the most powerful mercenary in Yungsao City into a snack machine. But here we are dodging flying chips and fruit, while the arena's mana overload threatens to collapse the entire structure. This is the kind of absurdity I used to dream about, when I thought my skills were too weak to matter. Now, I'm the one causing the chaos, and it's glorious. Asterisk. His thoughts were interrupted as a wave of snacks suddenly materialized above him, forming a shimmering, candy-coated barrier that blocked his view of Lehu.
Jiang Yan!
Came a voice from behind him, Master Li, the guild's eccentric alchemist, who had been watching the battle with a bemused expression.
I must say your modifications are asterisk, exceptionally asterisk creative. But be careful. The mana overload is about to trigger a teleportation anomaly. If you don't move now, you'll end up in the middle of the skill market's snack aisle.
Jiang Yan blinked, then laughed, the sound echoing through the chaotic arena.
Thanks, Master Li. I'll keep that in mind. But for now, I think I'll enjoy watching Lehu try to fight while covered in snacks.
As he spoke, the snacks around him began to teleport again, creating a dazzling, kaleidoscopic display that left the crowd in awe. Lehu, now completely buried under a mountain of chips and fruit, let out a frustrated yell.
This is impossible.
He barked, his voice echoing in multiple, overlapping tones as the arena's mana overload caused his own skills to malfunction. Yan chuckled, his grin widening as he dodged a sudden barrage of modified
Spud missiles.
that had somehow materialized from the chaos.
Sure, but I'm not here to shape reality. I'm here to make it asterisk glitchy asterisk.
The crowd roared with laughter as the arena continued to flicker and warp, the absurdity of the scene reaching its peak. And as the mana overload threatened to tear the arena apart, Yasi Yan's pocket watch glowed faintly, as if recognizing the power of the contract core hidden within the guild's halls. The arena trembled as Elder Sun, the Profession Guild's conservative elder, stepped forward, his rank fireball skill already humming with energy. Jiang Yan, standing opposite him, gave a mockingly exaggerated bow.
Ah, the mighty Elder Sun, Master of Fire. I hope you're ready to be asterisk glitched asterisk.
Elder Sun's eyes narrowed.
You dare challenge me, a man who has shaped the very fabric of reality.
Jiang Yan grinned.
Sure, but I'm not here to shape reality. I'm here to make it asterisk glitchy asterisk.
With a flick of his wrist, Yan activated the Godify skill, altering the words in Elder Sun's skill description.
Fireball.
Became!
Fire potato.
Elder Sun's eyes widened as a shimmering distortion spread across the arena. The air warped, and the very ground beneath their feet flickered between different versions of itself. First a stone floor, then a grassy field, then a sky full of floating books. The crowd gasped as the arena became a chaotic, looping mess of impossible landscapes. Elder Sun stumbled, his own skills malfunctioning.
What? What is this?
He barked, his voice echoing in multiple overlapping tones. Yan chuckled.
Just a little tweak to your reality, you know? I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock. But now, I've got the power to turn the most powerful man in Yungsao City into a glitchy mess.
The crowd roared with laughter. Elder Sun, for once, looked genuinely confused.
This is impossible. My skill is now asterisk glitchy asterisk.
Jiang Yan interrupted, grinning.
And I'm just getting started.
As the arena continued to flicker and warp, Yan's pocket watch glowed faintly, as if recognizing the power of the contract core hidden within the guild's halls. A mysterious skill scroll on the arena's edge began to glow oddly, its ancient runes shifting like liquid. Meanwhile, the fate-changing pen in Jiang Yan's hand vibrated violently, its ink spilling in patterns that resembled the contract core's hum. Elder Sun's fire potatoes rained down, but one landed near a cracked stone pillar, revealing a hidden stele etched with modified runes that pulsed in sync with Jiang Yan's pocket watch. The crowd's laughter turned to murmurs as the stele's runes began to rewrite themselves, hinting at a forgotten workshop buried beneath the arena. Jiang Yan's inner monologue raged. Asterisk. Why does the contract core react to this? Is this stele connected to my past? Or is it a trap? Asterisk, he glanced at the stele, then back at Elder Sun, who was now covered in fire potatoes and muttering.
This is impossible.
A sudden crack echoed as the stele's runes flared, revealing a hidden passage. Jiang eyes widened. Asterisk, could this be the workshop where my skills were forged? Asterisk, he turned to the crowd, who were now staring at the stele in awe.
Looks like my modification worked perfectly.
He said, grinning.
Fireball is now fire potato. You're not launching fire, Elder Sun. You're launching asterisk, fire potatoes, asterisk.
The crowd roared with laughter as Elder Sun, now covered in fire potatoes, muttered in frustration.
This is impossible.
But Yan's thoughts were elsewhere. Asterisk, what if the workshop holds the key to my true power? Asterisk, he stepped toward the stele, the fate-changing pen still vibrating, the contract core's hum growing louder. The arena's chaos seemed to pause, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Asterisk, this isn't just a glitch. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, this is the beginning of something bigger. Asterisk, the arena trembled as Liu Feng's
Thought Ola.
skill activated, the air around him shimmering with a faint, ominous glow. Jiang pocket watch, a relic from the contract core's hidden depths, pulsed faintly in his pocket, as if sensing the absurdity of the moment. The fate-changing pen, a mystical epic, Jane had once thought useless, vibrated in his hand, its ink bleeding into the air like a silent warning. Liu Feng's face twisted into a scowl as he raised his sword, the blade humming with energy that should have sent shock waves through the arena, but instead a wave of soft, warm, and utterly ridiculous hugs erupted from the sky. The crowd gasped, some laughing, others screaming, as the arena was swallowed by a tidal wave of arms and legs, each hug more awkward than the last. Liu Feng's eyes widened as he stumbled backward, his own skill now a mockery of its former self.
This is impossible.
He bellowed, his voice drowned out by the cacophony of giggles and groans. Jiang Yan, standing at the center of the chaos, grinned as he watched the scene unfold.
I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock.
He said, his voice carrying over the noise.
But now, I've got the power to turn the most powerful swordsman in Yongzhou City into a HUD machine.
Liu Feng, now trapped in a cocoon of hugs, turned to Jiang Yan with a look of pure, unfiltered rage.
You modified my skill. How? What kind of magic is this?
He shouted, his voice trembling. Jiang Yan tilted his head, the fate-changing pen still vibrating in his grip.
Oh, I don't know.
He said, feigning innocence.
Maybe it's the same magic that turned the guild president into a glitchy mess. Or maybe it's the same magic that made the merchant's snack rain down from the sky. Or maybe it's just the magic of being an underdog who finally learned how to use his skills properly.
Liu Feng's face turned red as the hugs continued to rain down, his sword now useless against the absurdity of the situation. The crowd roared with laughter, their mirth echoing through the arena as Jiang Yan's inner monologue buzzed with confusion and curiosity. Asterisk, why does my godify skill work so well? Asterisk, he wondered, watching the chaos unfold. Asterisk, is it because of the contract core, or is there something else at play? Asterisk, his thoughts were interrupted as a strange glint caught his eye. A stele, half buried in the arena's floor, its runes glowing with an eerie modified light. The runes were unlike any he had seen before, their patterns shifting as if alive. Asterisk. What is this? Asterisk. Jiang Yan thought, stepping closer. Asterisk. Could this be a remnant of the guild's hidden workshop? Or is it something else entirely? Asterisk, as he reached out to touch the stele, the fate-changing pen in his hand flared with sudden intensity, its ink bleeding into the air and forming a single cryptic word. Asterisk, legacy, asterisk. The arena's lights flickered, the crowd's laughter fading into a tense silence as the stele's glow intensified, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the arena's surface. Jiang Yan's heart raced. Asterisk, this is it. Asterisk, he realized. Asterisk, the beginning of something much bigger than just a few absurd modifications. Asterisk. But as the chamber's entrance yawned open, a new wave of hugs rained down, and Liu Feng's screams of frustration echoed through the air.
This is impossible.
He shouted again, his voice now drowned out by the absurdity of it all. The arena trembled as Zhao Wuji, the guild president, stepped forward, his S-rank time-space lock skill humming with energy. Jiang Yan, standing opposite him, gave a mockingly exaggerated bow.
Ah, the mighty Zhao Wuji, master of time and space. I hope you're ready to be Glitch.
Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed.
You dare challenge me, a man who has shaped the very fabric of reality?
Jiang Yan grinned.
Sure, but I'm not here to shape reality. I'm here to make it. Asterisk glitchy asterisk.
With a flick of his wrist, Yan activated the Gobify skill, altering the words in Zhao Wuji's skill description.
Time space lock.
Became
Time space glitch.
a shimmering distortionness spread across the arena. The air warped, and the ground flickered between different versions of itself. First a stone floor, then a grassy field, then a sky full of floating books. The crowd gasped as the arena became a chaotic, looping mess of impossible landscapes. Shao Wuji stumbled, his own skills malfunctioning.
What? What is this?
He barked, his voice echoing in multiple, overlapping tones. Yan chuckled.
Just a little tweak to your reality. You know, I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock. But now, I've got the power to turn the most powerful man in Yongzhou City into a glitchy mess.
The crowd roared with laughter. Zhao Guji, for once, looked genuinely confused.
This is impossible. My skill is now asterisk glitchy asterisk.
Jiang Yan interrupted, grinning,
And I'm just getting started.
as the arena continued to flicker and warp. Yan's pocket watch glowed faintly, as if recognizing the power of the contract core hidden within the guild's halls. A sudden burst of golden light erupted from Xiao Wuji's hands, and a massive wave of glitches flickering landscapes, looping sounds, and impossible physics rained down from the sky. The crowd gasped in shock.
What is this?
Someone shouted, "Shao!" Wuji stared in disbelief.
What is this? I didn't.
Jiang Yan clapped his hands together.
Looks like my modification worked perfectly. Time space lock is now time space glitch. You're not trapping time, Zhao Wuji. You're making asterisk glitch asterisk.
Zhao Wuji's face turned red as the wave of glitches continued to fall, covering the arena in a chaotic mess. Jiang Yan leaned forward, grinning.
I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock. But now, I've got the power to turn the most powerful time manipulator in Yongxiao City into a glitch machine.
The crowd roared with laughter as Zhang Wuji, now covered in glitches, muttered in frustration.
This is impossible.
Later, as the arena's chaos subsided, Yan stood with his allies, their laughter echoing through the hall. Lolong, the guild's joker, wiped tears from his eyes.
Brother Jengy, I've never seen someone turn a president into a walking glitch before. You're a genius.
May, the alchemist grinned.
Even if your skills were useless before, you've proven that creativity beats strength every time.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes warm.
You guys always believed in me even when I was the weakest. I couldn't have done this without you.
The group clinked their drinks, the absurdity of the moment turning into a celebration of their bond.
Jiang Yan, I'm proud of you.
Said Liang, the guild's strategist, as he raised his glass.
You took the underdog route and made it your own. Who else would think of turning a time-space lock into a glitch?
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing with joy.
And who else would stand by me when I was the laughingstock of the guild? You all made me believe I could do this.
The group's laughter filled the air, their camaraderie a testament to their shared absurd journey. As the celebration continued, Yan Yan's thoughts drifted to a memory of his first day in the guild. He had been mocked for his useless skills, his attempts to use them met with ridicule, but his allies had stood by him even when they didn't understand his methods.
I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock.
He muttered to himself, a soft smile on his lips.
But now, I've got the power to turn the most powerful man in Yongxiao City into a glitch machine.
Just as the group's laughter reached its peak, a new challenge emerged. A guild member, Li Wei, rushed into the hall, his face pale.
Jiang Yan, the guild's central database is malfunctioning. It's causing a chain reaction in the skill market.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed.
What's the problem?
Li Wei stammered.
It's it's like the glitches from Zhao. Wuji's skill. The database is looping, and we can't stop it.
Jiang Yan's mind raced. He had modified Zhao Wuji's skill to create glitches, but now the glitches were spreading uncontrollably.
We need to stabilize the database.
He said, his voice calm.
But how?
Li Wei shook his head.
We tried everything. The glitches are too chaotic.
Jiang Yan's eyes lit up.
Wait, if the glitches are caused by a modified skill, Maybe we can reverse the modification.
Mei frowned.
But how do we find the source of the glitch?
Jiang Yan turned to his allies.
We need to track the glitch back to its origin. If we can find the skill that caused it, we can fix it.
Shan nodded.
It's a long shot, but it's our only chance.
The group set to work, tracing the glitch's path through the guild's network. Hours passed, and just as they were about to give up, Jiang Yan's pocket watch glowed faintly.
The contract core.
He whispered.
It's the only thing that can stabilize the glitch.
With renewed determination, the group raced to the guild's halls where the contract core was hidden. As they approached, the glitches intensified, the air around them warping and flickering. But Jiang Yan stood firm, his allies by his side.
We're not going to let this chaos destroy the guild.
He said.
Together, we'll fix this.
The group reached the contract core, its light pulsing in rhythm with jacking. Yan's pocket watch, as they activated the core, the glitches began to subside. The chaotic energy being absorbed into the core, the arena stabilized, the impossible landscapes fading into normalcy. Val Wuji, still glitching, looked at Jiang Yan with a mix of frustration and admiration.
You've done it.
He muttered.
You've turned my skill into a glitch, and now you've fixed the chaos it caused.
Jiang Yan grinned.
I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock. But now, I've got the power to turn the most powerful man in Yangzhou City into a glitch machine and to save the guild from its own chaos.
The crowd erupted in applause, their laughter and cheers a testament to the absurd victory as the group celebrated. Yan looked at his allies, his heart full.
You guys are the reason I made it this far. Without you, I'd still be the laughing stock of the guild.
Xiaolong laughed.
And now, you're the hero who knew a glitchy president could be the most fun.
Mei smiled.
You've proven that even the underdog can turn the tables. Jiang Yan, you're a true master of absurdity.
Jiang Yan chuckled, the warmth of his friend's support filling him.
I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock. But now, I've got the power to turn the most powerful man in Yongzhou City into a glitch machine and to save the guild from its own chaos.
The group's laughter echoed through the hall, a celebration of their absurd victory and the unbreakable bond they shared. The arena pulsed with chaotic energy as golden light erupted from Ling Sui's hands, sending a deluge of glowing potions cascading through the air. The crowd gasped, their faces a mix of confusion and laughter as the sky rained down vials of bubbling elixirs, some glowing with neon hues, others oozing thick, suspicious sludge. Ling Sui's face turned crimson as she stumbled backward, her once pristine white robes now stained with a bizarre mixture of syrup and glitter. Jiang Yan, standing at the center of the chaos, clapped his hands together with a grin that could light up the darkest corners of Yangzhou City.
Looks like my modification worked perfectly.
He said, his voice carrying over the din of the crowd.
Potion is now borrowed. You're not creating potions, Ling Gui. You're borrowing them.
The arena erupted into a cacophony of laughter, the spectators cheering as the potions continued to fall, some even landing on the guild president himself, who was now covered in a sticky, iridescent mess. Amid the chaos, Yan's allies, Xiao Li, the ever-enthusiastic rogue, and Mei Ling, the stoic but secretly hilarious alchemist, burst into fits of laughter, their camaraderie shining through the absurdity. Xiao Li wiped tears from his eyes as he shouted.
Brother Jengi, you've outdone yourself. Turning the greatest alchemist into a potion rain machine, that's genius.
Mei Ling, still giggling, added,
I never thought I'd see the day when Ling Sui's potions were the least of her problems.
The trio shared a moment of pure, unfiltered joy, their bond deepened by the ridiculousness of the situation, as if the absurdity of their victories had become a language of its own. Yan's mind raced as he watched the spectacle unfold, a flicker of nostalgia tugging at his thoughts. Remember that day in the guild's dusty archives when I first stumbled upon the Govify skill. I thought it was a joke, a useless ability that could only change a skill's name. But here I am, turning the most powerful alchemist in Yungxiao City into a walking potion fountain. How far we've come! How far we've come! Asterisk. He glanced at Zhao Li and Mei Ling, their laughter echoing in his ears, and felt a surge of gratitude. Asterisk. They believed in me when no one else did. When I was the underdog, the joke of the guild, the guy who couldn't even make a decent fireball. But now I'm the one making the impossible happen. Asterisk. His chest tightened with a mix of pride and fear. Asterisk. What if I fail them? What if I can't keep this up? But no, I won't. Not while they're here, laughing with me, cheering for me. This is our victory, our absurd, glorious triumph. Asterisk, as the last of the potions rained down, a new figure emerged from the Crota young apprentice named Lin Tao, his face pale as he clutched a broken vial of healing elixir.
Please,
He pleaded, his voice trembling.
my master is injured, and I don't have enough potions to save him.
The arena fell silent, the absurdity of the moment giving way to a sudden, urgent gravity. Jaya! Yan's eyes narrowed, his grin fading as he stepped forward.
Hold on,
He said, his voice calm but firm.
I think I can help.
Without hesitation, he activated the Gamify skill again, his fingers flicking through the air as he altered the words on Lin Tao's vial.
Healing elixir,
Become.
borrowed elixir.
A golden light flared, and suddenly the arena was flooded with a wave of shimmering vials, each one glowing with the same iridescent hue as Ling Zui's potions. Lin Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as the vials rained down around him, landing gently in his hands.
What is this?
He stammered, his voice full of awe. Yan chuckled, his earlier triumph now tinged with a deeper sense of purpose.
Looks like your master's going to have more than enough to heal with.
He said, his tone warm.
And if you ever need help again, just remember, borrowing is better than borrowing nothing.
The crowd erupted into cheers once more, their laughter blending with the sound of the vials clinking together as Lin Tao rushed off to save his master. Mei Ling, still grinning, turned to Jiang Yan and gave him a playful nudge.
You know, I think you're starting to take this glitching thing a little too seriously.
She said, her eyes sparkling with mischief.
One day, you'll turn the entire guild into a walking snack machine.
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound rich and full, as he looked around at his allies.
Maybe.
He said, his voice laced with a quiet confidence.
But until then, I'll keep making sure the impossible becomes possible asterisk.
As the arena continued to buzz with laughter and chaos, Yan felt a deep, unshakable certainty settle in his chest. The underdog had risen, not through power or strength, but through absurdity, friendship, and the unyielding belief that even the most ridiculous of victories could change the world. The arena's air crackled with tension as Asi Yan's modified skill scroll flickered with an unexpected spark, its ancient parchment glowing faintly as if reacting to an unseen force across the battlefield. Liu Feng's sword aura shimmered with ominous energy. But the crowd's usual roars had fallen silent, replaced by an eerie hush that seemed to swallow the arena whole. A small ornate penthate, changing pen rolled unsteadily toward a strange rune, etched into the ground, its movement almost imperceptible beneath the chaos. Jiang Yan's fingers twitched as he adjusted his grip on the scroll, his mind racing with the absurdity of the moment.
You're really going to make me use trash talk again.
Liu Feng sneered, his voice dripping with mock disdain as he twirled his sword, its blade humming with latent power.
After what you did to my last skill, I'll make you regret this, Ye Yan.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes narrowing as he flicked his wrist, the scroll's ink bleeding into the air.
Oh, I'm not making you regret it.
He said, his tone dripping with faux politeness.
I'm just making sure you remember this day forever in the form of 1,000 insults.
Yu Feng's eyes narrowed, but before he could react, the scroll's energy surged, and the arena erupted in a cacophony of sound as golden light exploded from Jiang Yan's hands. The crowd gasped as a wave of insults taunts, jabs, and awkwardly phrased comments rained down like falling stars, each one landing with a comically exaggerated asterisk thud asterisk, as Liu Feng's face turned beet red.
What is this?
Liu Feng bellowed, his voice overlapping with a dozen other echoes of his own words.
This is impossible.
Jiang Yan leaned forward, his grin widening as he watched the chaos unfold.
Not impossible.
He said, his voice carrying over the din.
Just asterisk glitchy asterisk.
His mind raced as he glanced at the fate changing pen now hovering above the rune. Asterisk? Could this be a clue about the contract core? Asterisk, he wondered, a flicker of realization dawning. Asterisk, if the pen is moving toward that rune. Maybe the core's power is tied to the arena itself. Asterisk. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the absurdity of the moment. Liu Feng, now covered in a layer of insults, stumbled backward, his sword aura flickering erratically as the crowd roared with laughter.
I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock.
Jiang Yan said, his voice dripping with mock solemnity.
But now, I've got the power to turn the most powerful swordsman in Yongxiao City into a trash talk machine.
As the arena erupted into chaos, Yan's pocket watch glowed faintly, its light syncing with the rune beneath his feet, as if acknowledging the contract core's presence. Asterisk, this isn't just a joke. Asterisk, he realized, his heart pounding. Asterisk, this is a setup, and I'm the one pulling the strings. Asterisk, the arena's air crackled with tension as Yan's Malvify skill scroll flickered, its edges sparking with unstable mana. A faint, eerie hum resonated from the fate-changing pen, rolling slowly toward a strange rune etched into the arena's floor, a symbol that hadn't been there before. The crowd, usually a cacophony of shouts and cheers, fell into an unnatural silence as Zhao Wuji's time-space lock skill surged with a blinding flash of mana, warping the air into a shimmering distortion. Jackie. Yan's fingers tightened around the scroll, his mind racing. He had modified Zhao Wuji's skill dozens of times, but this was different. The rune beneath the pen pulsed, and for a moment, the arena seemed to hold its breath, as if the universe itself was waiting.
You're ready to be glitchy.
Jiang Yan asked, his voice steady despite the unease gnawing at him. Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed, his lips curling into a smirk.
You think you can outsmart me, Jian? I've shaped reality itself. Not today.
Jiang Yan replied, his tone light but edged with something else was something he couldn't quite name. The pen finally reached the rune, and the arena erupted into chaos.
Ah, Shao Wuji.
Jiang Yan said, bowing mockingly as the arena's floor twisted into a kaleidoscope of impossible landscapes, stone, grass, and floating books flickering in rapid succession.
I hope you're ready to be glitchy.
Zhao Wuji's face darkened, his time-space lock skill activating with a thunderous boom.
You dare challenge me, a man who has shaped the very fabric of reality?
Jiang Yan grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Sure, but I'm not here to shape reality. I'm here to make it glitchy.
With a flick of his wrist, he activated the Godify skill, his voice dripping with faux innocence.
Just a little tweak to your reality, you know? I used to think my skills were so bad they wouldn't even work on a rock. But now I've got the power to turn the most powerful man in Yongzhou City into a glitchy mess.
Zhao Wuji's eyes widened as the arena warped violently, the ground flickering between versions of itself.
What? What is this?
He barked, his voice echoing in overlapping tones. Yan chuckled, his grin widening.
Just a little tweak, you know. I've been wondering, why does the contract core feel so familiar?
He mused, the words slipping out almost as an afterthought. Yan's mind churned as the arena's chaos deepened, the flickering landscapes distorting into surreal impossibilities. He had spent years mastering the Modify skill, a tool so weak it was practically useless until now. But something about the contract, Core's presence, the way it seemed to hum in harmony with his skill, unsettled him. He had always thought of the Gubify skill as a joke, a way to tweak minor details and make enemies look foolish. Yet here, in the heart of the guild's most powerful arena, it was doing something far greater. The rune beneath the fate-changing pen pulsed again, and for a fleeting moment, Jackie Yan saw a glimpse of the contract, Core's true form. Buried deep within the guild's halls, its power intertwined with his own.
This isn't just a skill.
He whispered to himself, his voice barely audible over the chaos.
It's a key. And I'm not just glitching Joe. Would you? I'm unlocking something bigger.
His heart pounded as the realization struck him. The contract core wasn't just a relic, it was a weapon, a tool of unimaginable power, and he was the only one who could wield it. Sawao Wuji stumbled as the arena's reality twisted around him, the ground flickering between versions of itself. His time-space lock skill, once a symbol of absolute control, was now a chaotic mess, warping and looping in impossible ways.
This is impossible.
He roared, his voice echoing in overlapping tones.
My skill is now glitchy.
Jiang Yan interrupted, his grin widening as he watched the guild president's composure crumble. The crowd erupted into laughter, the absurdity of the scene too much to contain. But as the chaos continued, a strange sensation gripped Jiang Yan's chest. The contract Korra's energy, faint but undeniable, was growing stronger, its presence resonating with the Gavify skill in his hands. He had always thought of the contract core as a relic of the past, a forgotten backend buried in the guild's archives. But now, as the arena's reality twisted and warped, He couldn't shake the feeling that it was something else entirely, a power waiting to be awakened. His fingers tightened around the Gabify skill scroll, and for the first time he felt something shift within him, a spark of understanding that sent a thrill of anticipation through his veins. As the arena's chaos reached its peak, a sudden surge of mana erupted from the rune beneath the fate-changing pen, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. The flickering landscapes froze mid-transformation, and the crowd gasped as the air itself seemed to hold its breath. Xiao Wuji's eyes widened in horror as the contract core's energy flared to life, its presence radiating from the rune like a beacon.
What is this?
He demanded, his voice trembling.
This isn't your skill. This is something else.
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he stepped forward, his Mabify skill glowing with an intensity he had never seen before.
Oh, Zhao Wuji.
He said, his voice dripping with mock sympathy.
You've been so focused on your own power that you never noticed the one thing that could outmatch you, the contract core. It's not just a release, it's a weapon. And now, it's mine.
The arena trembled as the contract core's energy surged, its power intertwining with Jacking Mon's Mavify skill in a way that defied logic. The chaos of the arena began to shift, the impossible landscapes stabilizing into something new, something that felt right. Sao Wuji's expression twisted into one of pure disbelief as he realized the truth.
You're not just glitching me.
He whispered, his voice filled with a mix of fear and awe.
You're rewriting reality itself.
The crowd fell silent, the weight of the moment pressing down on them all. And as the contract core's energy pulsed once more, Yan felt a surge of power unlike anything he had ever known. A power that was no longer just his, but something far greater. Jiang Yan stood in the grand arena, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the distant hum of magical energy crackling through the crowd's excited murmurs. The arena's ancient stone floor shimmered faintly, as though the very ground remembered every battle fought here. Across from him, Elder Sun's rank elemental controller skill flared a swirling vortex of fire and ash, coiling like a serpent around his outstretched hand. The crowd's roar was a cacophony of anticipation, their voices blending with the low, ominous hum of the arena's magical core, which pulsed faintly beneath the surface. Jiang Yan's fingers twitched as he reached into his pocket, where the fate-changing pen vibrated slightly, its tip glowing with a soft, otherworldly light. Elder Sun sneered, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade.
You think you can mock the guild with your absurd modify skill. Let's see how you handle a true firestorm.
With a flick of his wrist, Elder Sun unleashed a fiery inferno, the flames twisting into a monstrous roaring beast that roared with destructive intent. The arena spectators gasped as the fire beast's eyes glowed with malevolent energy. But Jayen simply smirked, his voice cutting through the chaos.
Modify.
The fire beast description shimmered. The word
Flame.
changing too.
Flamapotato.
A second later, the monstrous fire creature transformed into a plump, orange vegetable, its eyes now wide and confused. The arena erupted into laughter as the flame potato waddled forward, its fiery breath now emitting a gentle, toasty aroma. Elder Sun's face turned red as he tried to regain control, but the flame potato simply rolled away, leaving a trail of charred grass in its wake. Jiang Yan tilted his head, grinning.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman after all. I'm a master of absurdity.
The crowd roared with laughter, and Elder Sun, now covered in soot, muttered.
This is impossible.
As the flame potato rolled away, the arena's magical core let out a faint, almost imperceptible hum. its glow intensifying for a moment before fading again. Jiang Yan's eyes flicked to the ground where a faintly glowing rune had appeared, its edges etched in a language he didn't recognize. He crouched slightly, his fingers brushing against it, and the rune pulsed once before vanishing.
What the hell was that?
He muttered, his voice low enough that only the nearby spectators might have heard. A nearby repairman, who had been watching the battle with a mix of awe and confusion, turned to him, his voice tinged with curiosity.
You've been doing this for a while, haven't you? I mean, I remember when you were just a nobody, right? The guy who failed his awakening and got laughed out of the guild. But now you're turning firestorms into potatoes. It's like you're rewriting the rules of the world.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his grin widening.
Rules? I don't know about that. All I know is that my modify skill doesn't seem to care about what's supposed to be possible. It just changes things. Maybe that's why the guild hates me. They're used to things being the way they are.
The repairman nodded slowly, his eyes lingering on the fate-changing pen in Jiang Yan's pocket, which seemed to vibrate slightly in response to the conversation.
You ever wonder why your skill works so well here? I mean, the arena's magic is ancient, right? Maybe it's reacting to you somehow.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his mind racing with possibilities.
Maybe it's just a coincidence. Either way, I'm not about to stop now.
As the laughter from the crowd faded into a low murmur, Ziyen's gaze drifted toward the arena's center, where the flame potato had stopped rolling and was now sitting cross-legged, staring blankly at the crowd. A sudden gust of wind swept through the arena, carrying with it the faint scent of burnt potatoes. Yan's stomach twisted, and he felt a strange urge to laugh, though he couldn't say why. His inner monologue was a whirlwind of confusion and curiosity.
What the hell is happening here? One moment, I'm facing down a firestorm, and the next, I'm turning it into a vegetable that smells like a barbecue pit. This isn't normal. My Mudify skill is supposed to be a joke, a useless ability that only lets me fix broken things. But this is something else. It's like the world is bending to my will, even if I don't understand why. Maybe it's because of the fate changing pen, or maybe the contract core. I've heard rumors about it, about how it's the heart of the guild's power. Could it be connected to my skill somehow? I need to find out. But first, I need to figure out why the arena's magical core is reacting to me like that, and why the rune appeared on the ground. There's something here, something hidden, and I'm going to find it whether the guild likes it or not.
As the crowd's laughter died down, a new sound filled the arena. The low, resonant hum of the trial stone, which had been etched with the words of failed modifications. The stone, usually buried in the forgotten workshop, had somehow appeared here, its surface now glowing with a faint golden light. Jesse! Yan's eyes widened as he realized what was happening.
Modify.
He whispered, his voice barely audible over the hum of the stone. The word
Failed.
on the stone shimmered, shifting too.
Rebirth.
The moment the change took effect, the trial stone let out a deep, resonant hum, and a sudden surge of mana erupted from it. Wei Yan felt a strange sensation wash over him, a pull that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The arena's magical core flared brightly, its glow intensifying as the trial stone's hum grew louder. Elder Sun, still red-faced from the flame potato incident, turned toward the stone, his eyes wide with confusion.
What is this?
He demanded, his voice trembling.
This stone, it's not supposed to be here. It's in the forgotten workshop, hidden away for centuries. How is it reacting to your skill?
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he stepped forward, his hand outstretched toward the stone.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman. I'm a master of absurdity.
The trial stone pulsed again, and the arena's magical core let out a final, resonant hum before fading into silence. The crowd gasped, their laughter replaced by a stunned silence. Elder Sun, now pale, muttered.
This is impossible.
As the trial stone's glow faded again, Yan's attention was drawn to the fate-changing pen in his pocket, which had stopped vibrating and now lay still. He reached into his pocket, pulling it out, and the pen's tip glowed faintly, as if it were waiting for something. His mind raced with possibilities, but before he could dwell on them, a new sound filled the arena, the distant echo of a voice, low and resonant, speaking in a language that seemed to belong to another time.
The guild's rules are not as they seem. There is a hidden rule that has been buried for centuries.
The voice was familiar, though he couldn't place it. It was as if it were whispering to him, urging him to uncover the truth. Ye Yan looked around, his eyes scanning the crowd, the arena, and the trial stone, but no one else seemed to hear the voice.
What the hell is going on?
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The fate-changing pen pulsed once, its glow intensifying, and he felt a strange warmth radiating from it.
Maybe it's time to fan out.
He said, his voice steady now.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman. I'm a master of absurdity.
Jiang Yan stepped into the skill market, the air thick with the scent of oil, spices, and the faint ozone of magic. Stalls lined the cobblestone streets, their awnings fluttering in the breeze, while merchants shouted over one another, hawking everything from shimmering skill scrolls to weapons that hummed with latent power. At the center of the chaos stood Ajin, a wiry man in a stained apron, his crank appraiser's skill glowing as he held up a small, ornate battle.
Ah, a rare mana authenticator. Perfect for verifying the purity of magical items.
Ajin boasted, his voice dripping with pride. Yan approached, his eyes flicking over the beckett, which pulsed with an odd rhythmic glow. The fate, changing pen in his pocket vibrated faintly, and the contract core he'd glimpsed in the guild's sanctum seemed to hum in the distance, though he couldn't explain why.
This thing's not worth the dirt on your boots.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice low enough that only Ajin could hear.
You think you're a master appraiser?
Ajin scoffed, his face reddening.
I've spent years studying magical artifacts. This is a rare find.
Jiang Yan smirked, his fingers twitching.
Modify.
The word
Othira.
on the backpack shimmered, shifting to.
Supervisor.
A second later, the device let out a loud mechanical voice.
Cheating is shameful. This item is fake.
The supervisor bellowed, causing the entire market to freeze in shock. Ajin's face turned beet red as the device continued its rant.
This is not a real backend. This is a forgery. This is.
Cheng Yun raised a hand, chuckling.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman. I'm a master of absurdity.
The crowd erupted into laughter, and Ajin, now humiliated, muttered.
This is impossible.
As the chaos unfolded, Yan's mind raced. He'd always felt like an outsider in the guild, a repairman mocked for his
Useless.
profession, But now his skill had turned a proud merchant's pride into a farce. The supervisor's voice echoed through the market, and for a moment, Jiang Yan wondered if this was the same kind of absurdity that had haunted him since his awakening the day his pocket watch had frozen, and his life had taken a turn no one could predict. He glanced down at the fete-changing pen, which now pulsed with a faint, golden light, as if it too was amused by the scene.
Maybe I'm not just a repairman.
He mused, his voice barely above a whisper.
Maybe I'm something else entirely.
As the laughter died down, a curious onlooker approached, a young woman with a satchel full of scrolls.
That puppet.
She said, her voice tinged with awe.
I've heard legends about the Fate Changer, a figure who could rewrite the very fabric of reality. Is that what you're doing?
Jiang Yan blinked, his heart pounding.
The Fate Changer?
He echoed.
That's just a myth, a joke told to scare kids into studying hard.
The woman shook her head.
No, it's more than that. The legends say the first Fate Changer used a pen to change the world, to erase mistakes and rewrite destinies. But the guild buried the truth, hiding the pen and the knowledge of its power.
She leaned closer, her eyes gleaming with something between fear and fascination.
If you're using that pen, you might be more than just a repairman. You might be the one they've been waiting for.
Jiang Yan's stomach twisted. The words felt both ridiculous and terrifying, like a joke that had somehow come true. He looked back at the supervisor, now continuing its rant, and wondered if the guild's secrets were more than just a farce. As the crowd's laughter faded, a strange sensation washed over him. Aya tingling in his fingertips, a flicker of warmth in his chest. The fate-changing pen in his pocket pulsed again, and for the first time he felt a spark of something he couldn't name. Maybe it was power, maybe it was destiny, or maybe it was just another absurd twist in a story that had never made sense. As the supervisor's voice echoed through the market, Yan took a step back, his mind racing with possibilities. The skill market had always been a place of chaos, but now it felt like the beginning of something far stranger, and as the laughter continued, he couldn't help but wonder if the guild's secrets were about to be rewritten again. Jiang Yan stepped into the forgotten workshop, the air thick with the scent of oil and metal, the clang of hammers echoing off the walls like a cacophony of forgotten dreams. Old Tai, the gruff leader of the repairmen, looked up from his workbench, his bushy eyebrows furrowing as he saw Jiang Yan.
You, again.
He grumbled, his voice like a rusted hinge.
What do you want now?
Jiang Yan smiled, his eyes glinting with the kind of mischief that only a repairman could understand.
I just wanted to see the word balancing scale for myself. I heard it's the only thing that can stabilize the magic fluctuations from my modify skill.
Old Tai sighed, his hands curling into fists as he muttered.
This thing is unstable. It's been acting up ever since the last modification mishap.
He led Yan to the massive scale, its ancient gears grinding like a beast in pain, its surface etched with runes that flickered like dying embers. As Jackie Yan approached, the scale trembled, its gears groaning in protest, the air around it crackling with unstable mana.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered, his voice barely audible over the din. The word
Stabilize.
on the scale shimmered, shifting too.
Judge.
The moment the change took effect, the word balancing scale let out a deep, resonant voice.
This is not a stable modification. This is a judgment.
Old Tai's eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at the scale.
What in the name of the guild is this?
Jiang Yan chuckled, his grin widening as he watched the scale's gears spin wildly, the runes flaring with chaotic energy.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman. I'm a master of absurdity.
The crowd of repairmen and experimenters in the workshop erupted into laughter, their voices overlapping in a symphony of disbelief. Old Tai, now completely confused, muttered
This is impossible.
as the scale's judgment continued. The workshop seemed to warp around it, the walls flickering like a mirage. Old Tai's hands shot out, trying to steady the scale, but the moment his fingers touched the metal, a sudden surge of mana erupted from the device, sending him flying backward with a yelp. Yaka! Yan ducked just in time as a barrage of modified,
Spud missiles.
once ordinary potatoes rained down from the ceiling, their surfaces glowing with unstable mana.
What the?
Old Tai shouted, his voice drowned out by the sound of the missiles bouncing off the floor and walls, exploding in bursts of harmless, toasty smoke. Jiang Yan laughed, his voice echoing through the chaos.
Looks like the scale's judgment is a bit enthusiastic.
Old Tai groaned, clutching his head as he tried to make sense of the absurdity.
You modified the scale to turn it into a judge? What does that even mean?
Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he pointed at the scale, which now pulsed with a golden light.
It means the scale isn't just balancing words, it's judging them. And if it judges something as unstable, it's going to, well, this.
He gestured to the spud missiles, which had now transformed into floating, glowing potatoes that hovered in midair, humming with a soft, melodic tune. Old Tai stared at them, his face a mixture of horror and fascination.
This is impossible.
He muttered again, but this time it was more of a mantra than a statement. A sudden shout from the entrance of the workshop broke the tension.
Jiang Yan, you're causing a mess again.
The voice belonged to Li Wei, a rival experimenters member, his face red with fury as he stormed into the room, his hands crackling with raw mana.
What is this nonsense? You're turning the scale into a glorified potato launcher.
Jiang Yan turned to face him, his grin unshaken.
Hey, Li Wei, you're the one who tried to sabotage the scale last week. I just gave it a little upgrade.
Li Wei's eyes narrowed as he raised his hands, a ball of fire forming in his palm.
Upgrade. You're lucky I don't burn you to a crisp for this.
He hurled the fireball at Jackie Yan, but the moment it left his hand, the air around it shimmered, and the fireball transformed into a glowing, floating orb that hovered in place, humming softly.
Modify.
Jiang Yan said, his voice calm as he watched the orb. The word
Fire.
on the orb shimmered, shifting too.
Flame potato.
The orb let out a soft, toasty aroma and rolled toward Li Wei, who stumbled backward in shock.
What the? This is impossible.
He shouted, his face turning beet red as the flame potato waddled up to him, its eyes wide and confused. Jackie Yan chuckled, his laughter echoing through the workshop.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman. I'm a master of absurdity.
Old Tai, still recovering from the Spud missile chaos, finally spoke up.
You know, I've been trying to fix this scale for weeks, and now you've turned it into a judgment device that shoots glowing potatoes. What even is this?
Jiang Yan grinned, his eyes alight with the thrill of the absurd.
It's a test, old tie. The scale isn't just balancing words, it's judging them. And if it judges something as unstable, it's going to, well, this.
He gestured to the flame potato, which was now sitting on Li Wei's shoulder, sniffing the air with curiosity. Li Wei groaned, his face buried in his hands.
I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe I'm being humiliated by a glowing potato.
Jiang Yan's laughter filled the room, his voice filled with the kind of joy that only comes from turning the impossible into the absurd.
You're not the only one who's surprised. Old tie, I mean. I thought the scale was broken, but now it's, well, this.
He looked at the scale, which was now glowing with a soft golden light, its gears spinning in perfect harmony.
It's not broken. It's just different.
As the chaos settled, the workshop seemed to shift around them, the air thick with the scent of oil, metal, and the faint, toasty aroma of the flame potato. Old Tai finally stood up, his face still flushed with disbelief.
So what now? You've turned the scale into a judgment device, and now you're just going to leave it like that?
Jiang Yan shrugged, his grin unwavering.
I think it's time we tested it properly. What do you say, old tie? Ready to see what the scale can really do?
Old Tai hesitated, his eyes flickering between the scale and the flame potato, which was now sitting on the workbench, staring at him with wide, curious eyes.
I think I'm going to regret this.
He muttered, but he nodded anyway.
Fine. Let's see what this thing can do.
Jiang Yan stepped forward, his hands trembling slightly as he placed a small, rune-etched scroll on the scale. The moment it touched the surface, the scale let out a deep, resonant voice.
This is not a stable modification. This is a judgment.
The runes on the scroll flared with chaotic energy, the air around it crackling with unstable mana. Old Ty's eyes widened as he watched the scroll begin to transform, its text shifting and changing, as if alive.
What is happening?
He shouted, his voice filled with both fear and fascination. Yan's grin widened as he watched the scroll, its words now glowing with a soft golden light.
Looks like the scale is ready to judge.
He said, his voice filled with the kind of excitement that only comes from turning the impossible into the absurd.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman. I'm a master of absurdity.
Jiang Yan stood in the forgotten workshop's backyard, the trial stone looming before him, like a relic from a forgotten age. The air was thick with the scent of oil and metal, but something else lingered, strange, electric tension that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. The trial stone's surface was etched with words that shifted and writhed as if alive, each one a failed modification, cursed to remain in the world. He ran his fingers over the stone, feeling the faint hum of mana pulsing beneath its surface.
Modify.
He whispered, the words slipping from his lips like a prayer. The moment the syllables left his mouth, the word
Failed.
on the stone shimmered, its letters twisting and warping until they read.
Rebirth.
A sudden surge of mana erupted from the stone, a wave of energy that sent Jian stumbling back, his breath catching in his throat. The trial stone let out a deep, resonant hum, its glow intensifying until it illuminated the entire backyard with a golden light. The mana surge was overwhelming, but Jiang Yan didn't flinch. Instead, he grinned, his eyes alight with the thrill of the absurd.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman.
He muttered, the words echoing in the charged air. Old Tai's voice cut through the silence like a blade.
What just happened?
He stood in the doorway of the workshop, his weathered face frozen in disbelief as he stared at the trial stone. The glow from the stone had spread, casting long shadows across the ground and making the air feel heavier. Jiang Yan turned to face him, his grin widening.
I modified the trial stone. I turned failed into rebirth.
He took a step forward, the golden light from the stone reflecting in his eyes.
The mana surge was just the beginning. This isn't a failure anymore. What's a new start?
Old Tai's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, his mind struggling to process the absurdity of what he was seeing.
This is impossible.
He finally managed, his voice trembling.
The trial stone doesn't just change words, it changes reality. How could you do this?
Jiang Yan chuckled, the sound echoing in the charged air.
I didn't just change the word, I changed the rules, the guild's rules, the repairman's rules, everything. I'm not just a repairman anymore. I'm a master of absurdity.
As the words left his mouth, the trial stone let out another deep hum, and the mana surge intensified. The air crackled with energy, and the workshop's walls seemed to vibrate with the force of it. Old Tai stumbled back, his hands gripping the doorframe for support.
You are playing with forces you don't understand.
He warned, his voice shaking.
The trial stone isn't meant to be modified. It's a relic of the guild's past, a reminder of what happens when you try to rewrite fate.
Jiang Yan's grin didn't falter.
Maybe that's the point.
He said, his voice steady.
Maybe the guild's past is a lie, and I'm here to prove it.
He took another step toward the trial stone, the golden light now swirling around him like a living thing.
This isn't just about me anymore. It's about everyone who's ever been called a failure, everyone who's ever been told they're useless. I'm not just a repairman. I'm the one who's going to fix the guild's broken rules.
Old Tai's eyes widened as he realized the full weight of boy Yan's words.
You're insane.
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper.
You're going to destroy everything.
Jiang Yan turned to face him, his expression unreadable.
No,
He said softly,
I'm going to rebuild everything.
the mana surge reached its peak, and the trial stone's glow intensified until it was blinding. The air around them seemed to warp, and for a moment the world felt suspended in time. Then, with a sudden jolt, the energy dissipated, and Jiang Yan found himself back in the forgotten workshop, the trial stone now glowing with a soft, golden light. Old Tai stood frozen in place, his face pale as he stared at the stone.
What just happened?
He asked, his voice trembling. Yang Yan smiled, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the absurd.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman. I'm a master of absurdity.
Old Tai let out a strangled laugh, his hands trembling as he reached for the trial stone.
This is impossible.
He muttered, his voice shaking.
You turned a failed modification into a rebirth. How did you do that?
Jiang Yan chuckled, the sound echoing in the workshop.
I didn't just modify the trial stone. I modified the rules, the guild's rules, the repairman's rules, everything. I'm not just a repairman anymore. I'm the one who's going to fix the guild's broken rules.
Old Tai's eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Yan, his mind racing to comprehend the absurdity of what he was hearing.
You are playing with forces you don't understand.
He warned, his voice trembling.
The trial stone isn't meant to be modified. It's a relic of the guild's past, a reminder of what happens when you try to rewrite fate.
Jiang Yan's grin didn't falter.
Maybe that's the point.
He said, his voice steady.
Maybe the guild's past is a lie, and I'm here to prove it.
He took a step closer to the trial stone, the golden light now swirling around him like a living thing.
This isn't just about me anymore. It's about everyone who's ever been called a failure, everyone who's ever been told they're useless. I'm not just a repairman. I'm the one who's going to fix the guild's broken rules.
Old Ty's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, his mind struggling to process the absurdity of what he was seeing.
You're insane.
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper.
You're going to destroy everything.
Jiang Yan turned to face him, his expression unreadable.
No.
He said softly.
I'm going to rebuild everything.
The trial stone let out a final deep hum, and the golden light faded, leaving the workshop in a strange, charged silence. Old Tai looked at Jiang Yan, his face pale, as he realized the full weight of what had just happened.
You changed everything.
He whispered, his voice trembling.
What are you going to do next?
Jiang Yan's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the absurd.
I'm going to find out.
He said, his voice steady.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman. I'm a master of absurdity.
Old Tai let out a strangled laugh, his hands trembling as he reached for the trial stone.
This is impossible.
He muttered, his voice shaking.
You turned a failed modification into a rebirth. How did you do that?
Jiang Yan chuckled, the sound echoing in the workshop.
I didn't just modify the trial stone. I modified the rules, the guild's rules, the repairmen's rules, everything. I'm not just a repairman anymore. I'm the one who's going to fix the guild's broken rules.
Old Tai's eyes widened as he stared at seeing Yan, his mind racing to comprehend the absurdity of what he was hearing.
You're playing with forces you don't understand.
He warned, his voice trembling.
The trial stone isn't meant to be modified. It's a relic of the guild's past, a reminder of what happens when you try to rewrite fate.
Jiang Yan's grin didn't falter.
Maybe that's the point.
He said, his voice steady.
Maybe the guild's past is a lie, and I'm here to prove it.
He took a step closer to the trial stone, the golden light now swirling around him like a living thing.
This isn't just about me anymore. It's about everyone who's ever been called a failure. Everyone who's ever been told they're useless. I'm not just a repairman. I'm the one who's going to fix the guild's broken rules.
Old Tai's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, his mind struggling to process the absurdity of what he was seeing.
You're insane.
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper.
You're going to destroy everything.
Jiang Yan turned to face him, his expression unreadable.
No,
He said softly.
I'm going to rebuild everything.
The trial stone let out a final deep hum, and the golden light faded, leaving the workshop in a strange, charged silence. Old Tai looked at Jiang Yan, his face pale as he realized the full weight of what had just happened.
You've changed everything.
he whispered, his voice trembling.
What are you going to do next?
Jiang Yan's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the absurd.
I'm going to find out.
He said, his voice steady.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman. I'm a master of absurdity.
Jiang Yan slipped through the Profession Guild's inner sanctum like a shadow, his breath shallow as he crept past the towering marble pillars that lined the chamber. The air here was thick with an eerie, metallic tang, and the faint hum of the contract. Core pulsed in the center of the room like a heartbeat. It was a massive obsidian monolith, its surface etched with glowing runes that flickered like fireflies, their light casting jagged shadows on the walls. A nearby skill scroll, its edges frayed and ink smudged, pulsed with an odd rhythmic glow as if it were alive. In Jiang Yan's pocket, the fate-changing pen vibrated faintly, its tip glowing with a soft blue light that seemed to pulse in time with the contract core's hum. He hesitated, his fingers brushing against the pen's surface, feeling a strange warmth that made his skin prickle. The contract core's runes shifted, their patterns rearranging themselves into something almost readable, though the meaning eluded him. He took a step closer, his heart pounding, and whispered
Modify.
the word.
Contract.
On the core surface shimmered violently, the runes twisting and warping until the word changed to.
Core.
A deep, resonant voice echoed through the chamber, its tone ancient and unreadable.
This is not a contract. This is a core. This is a hidden rule.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened as the air around him seemed to ripple, the shadows deepening into something darker, more deliberate.
Wait. 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 What does that even mean?
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, as he stepped back, his hand tightening around the fate-changing pen. The contract, core's glow intensified, the runes now forming a spiral that seemed to pull him in.
A hidden rule? What kind of rule? Why would the guild hide something like this? Are they trying to keep secrets from everyone? Or is this some kind of trap?
He shook his head, his mind racing. The pen in his hand grew warmer, its glow intensifying as if it were reacting to the core's words.
Could this be connected to the legends about the first fate changer? The one who supposedly rewrote the world's rules with a single stroke? Maybe the guild isn't as powerful as they think. Maybe they're just hiding their own failures. Or worse, maybe they're hiding something that could destroy them.
His thoughts spiraled, each possibility more absurd than the last, but the contract core's voice cut through his confusion.
The guild's rules are not as they seem. There is a hidden rule that has been buried for centuries.
The words hung in the air, heavy with implication, and Zayn felt a strange mix of dread and exhilaration. Jensengen's mind reeled as the contract core's voice faded, leaving only the low hum of the runes and the faint vibrations of the fate-changing pen in his hand. He stared at the core, its surface now etched with a new pattern of runes that seemed to shift and change with every blink of his eyes.
A hidden rule.
He repeated, his voice trembling slightly.
What could that even mean? The guild's rules are supposed to be the foundation of everything skills, professions, the hierarchy of power. If there's a hidden rule, why hasn't anyone noticed it before? Did the guild know about it and bury it? Or was it hidden by someone else? Someone who wanted to keep it secret?
His thoughts spiraled into chaos, each possibility more absurd than the last.
Could this be connected to my modify skill? Why does it seem to have such a strange effect on the core? Is it because I'm not just a repairman, but something else entirely? Maybe I'm not the underdog here. Maybe I'm the one who's been chosen to uncover this secret.
He shook his head, trying to clear the fog from his mind. But the core's runes continued to shift, their patterns forming shapes that looked almost like words.
If I can modify the guild's rules, what else can I change? What if I'm not just a joke to everyone else, but the key to something much bigger?
As the contract core's hum deepened, a faint vibration rippled through the chamber and the air around. Jiang Yan seemed to shift, as if the very fabric of reality were being rewritten. The runes on the core's surface flared brighter, their glow casting long, flickering shadows that danced across the marble floor. Suddenly, a deep, resonant sound echoed through the room, and the ground beneath Yan's feet trembled. He stumbled backward, his hand still clutching the fate-changing pen, which now pulsed with an almost frantic energy. The runes on the core began to rearrange themselves into a new pattern, one that looked almost like a map, its lines and curves forming a spiral that seemed to lead downward.
Wait, what is that?
Jiang Yan's voice was barely a whisper as he stared at the shifting runes. The spiral seemed to pulse in time with the core's hum, and the air around it grew heavier, almost suffocating. He took a hesitant step forward, his heart pounding in his chest.
Is that a hidden chamber? A secret part of the guild that no one knows about? Could this be the reason the guild has been so secretive about the contract core? They're hiding something, and I just found the key to it.
His thoughts raced as he stepped closer to the core, the fate changing pen in his hand glowing brighter with each passing second.
If I can modify the core's runes, maybe I can unlock whatever's hidden here. But what if it's something dangerous? What if the guild didn't just hide a rule, they buried something that could destroy everything?
The contract core's hum grew louder, the runes on its surface now forming a clear path downward, as if inviting him to follow. Yan hesitated, his mind torn between the thrill of discovery and the fear of what he might find. He glanced at the fate-changing pen, its glow intensifying, and then back at the core.
If I don't do this, who will? The guild has been hiding things for centuries. Maybe it's time someone finally found out the truth.
With a deep breath, he stepped forward, the runes glowing brighter as the spiral on the core's surface began to shift, revealing a hidden doorway that had been sealed for centuries. The moment Jiang Yan stepped through the doorway, the air around him changed. The chamber beyond was dimly lit, its walls lined with ancient crumbling stone that seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly light. At the center of the room stood a massive stele, its surface covered in runes that shimmered and shifted as if alive. The fate-changing pen in Jiang Yan's hand vibrated violently, its glow intensifying as he approached the stele. He reached out his fingers, brushing against the runes, and the moment his skin made contact, the stele let out a deep, resonant hum. The runes on its surface flared brightly, and the air around him seemed to ripple, as if the very fabric of reality were being rewritten.
What is this place?
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice barely above a whisper as he stared at the stela. The runes on its surface shifted, forming new patterns that seemed to pulse with a strange, almost sentient energy. He could feel the weight of history pressing down on him, as if the stele held the secrets of the guild's past.
Could this be the hidden rule the contract core mentioned? If so, why is it here in a chamber that's been sealed for centuries?
His thoughts spiraled as he ran his fingers over the runes, feeling a strange warmth that seemed to seep into his skin.
Is this why my modify skill has been so strange? Because I was never meant to use it like this? Maybe I'm not just a repairman, I'm something else entirely. Maybe I was chosen to find this place, to uncover the guild's secrets.
The Stelli's runes flared again, and Jayan's vision blurred for a moment. When it cleared, he found himself standing in the same chamber, but the Stelli was now covered in new runes that had not been there before. The fet-changing pen in his hand pulsed with a strange, almost frantic energy, and the air around him seemed to hum with anticipation. He took a step back, his heart pounding.
What did I just do? Did I modify the stele? Or did it modify me?
He looked down at the pen, its glow now a deep, pulsing blue that seemed to mirror the runes on the stele.
If this is a hidden rule, what does it mean for the guild? For me? Could this be the key to everything I've been trying to understand?
The contract core's voice echoed through the chamber once more, its tone ancient and unreadable.
The guild's rules are not as they seem. There is a hidden rule that has been buried for centuries.
The words hung in the air, heavy with implication, and Jan felt a strange mix of dread and exhilaration. He looked down at the stele, its new runes shifting and changing, and for the first time he felt as though he was standing on the edge of something truly monumental.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman.
He muttered, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips.
I'm a master of absurdity.
Jiang Yan stood in the dimly lit, forgotten workshop, the air thick with the scent of old oil and rusted metal. His fingers hovered over the pocket watch, its face frozen on the day of his awakening, the hands etched in a strange, almost mocking precision. The watch had been buried in a drawer for years, its purpose long forgotten, but now, as he whispered the word,
Modify.
the air around it seemed to ripple like disturbed water. The watch's surface glowed faintly, its brass casing vibrating with an energy that made the dust motes in the air swirl in spirals. A soft hum emanated from the device, and Jayan felt a strange warmth seep into his palm, as though the watch was alive, waiting for this moment. Old Tai, who had been watching from the corner of the workshop, muttered under his breath.
That thing's been cursed since the day it was made. I don't know why you're touching it.
But Yan ignored him, his eyes fixed on the watch, as the word
What?
shimmered and shifted. A second later, the pocket watch let out a soft, mechanical whir, and the fate-changing pen emerged from its depths, its tip glowing with an otherworldly light that seemed to pulse in time with Exingyan's heartbeat. The pen vibrated in his hand, sending a tingling sensation up his arm, and the air around him grew unnaturally still, as if the workshop itself was holding its breath.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered again, his voice trembling slightly. The pen's glow intensified, and the workshop's walls seemed to shimmer with a faint, golden light that made the shadows dance like phantoms. Old Tai's eyes widened as he stepped forward, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief.
You just turned a broken watch into a pen that can rewrite fate? That's not possible. That's not even in the guild's skill descriptions. I'd seen things change, but not like this. This is a miracle, or a curse, or...
He stopped mid-sentence, his face pale as the pen's light flickered. Jiang Yan looked down at the pen, his mind racing.
Modify.
He said again, the word slipping out like a prayer. The pen's glow pulsed once more, and a vision filled his Mindaman with the same eyes as him. Standing in a grand hall, the fate-changing pen in his hand as he altered the course of history with a single stroke. The man's voice echoed in Jiang Yan's mind, cryptic and ancient.
The first Fate Kinger used this pen to change the world. Now, it is your turn.
Old Tai's voice cut through the vision, sharp and trembling.
You don't understand what you're holding, do you? That pen isn't just a tool. It's a weapon, it's a legend. The guild has been searching for it for centuries. If they find out you have it, they'll kill you, or worse, they'll turn you into a tool like the ones they've used before.
Jiang Yan's fingers tightened around the pen, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and curiosity. He had always been told that the repairmen were the guild's forgotten servants, the ones who mended broken things and fixed mistakes. But now, holding the fate-changing pen, he felt like something else, entirely like a key to a door that had been locked for centuries. The pen's light dimmed slightly, and the workshop's air grew heavy, as though the very fabric of reality was waiting for his next move.
Modify.
He whispered once more, and the pen's glow flared, illuminating the workshop in a golden light that seemed to stretch into the farthest corners of the room. The walls, which had always been cracked and peeling, now gleamed with an unnatural sheen, and the dust motes in the air formed intricate patterns that looked like ancient runes. Old Tai gasped, stepping back as the pen's light pulsed again, this time sending a ripple through the floor. The workshop's floorboards creaked and groaned, and a faint metallic scent filled the air. Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he stared at the pen, his mind racing with questions. What was the first fate changer's story? Why had the pen been hidden in a broken watch? And what did it mean for him, a lowly repairman, to hold such a powerful packet? The pen's glow pulsed again, and the vision returned, more vivid this time, man with the same eyes as him. Standing in a grand hall, the fate-changing pen in his hand. His face a mask of determination as he altered the fate of the world. Old Tai's voice trembled as he spoke again, his words laced with both fear and admiration.
You don't know what you're doing, do you? That pen can change anything your fate, the guild's rules, even the laws of magic itself. But it's not just power. Jiang Yan. It's responsibility. If you use it wrong, you could destroy everything. The guild has tried to use it before, and look where that got them. They're still searching for it, even now. You have to be careful, or you'll become the next legend they hunt.
Jiang Yan looked down at the pen, his fingers tightening around its handle. He had always been the underdog, the one who mended broken things while others laughed at him. But now, with the fate-changing pen in his hand, he felt something shift within him, a sense of purpose, of power, of possibility. The pen's glow pulsed once more, and the workshop's air grew heavier, as though the very fabric of reality was waiting for his next move.
Modify.
He whispered, and the pen's light flared, illuminating the workshop in a golden glow that stretched into the farthest corners of the room. The walls shimmered, the dust motes forming intricate patterns that looked like ancient runes. Old Tai gasped, stepping back as the pen's light pulsed again, this time sending a ripple through the floor. The workshop's floorboards creaked and groaned, and a faint metallic scent filled the air. Ja! Yan's heart pounded as he stared at the pen, his mind racing with questions. What was the first fate changer's story? Why had the pen been hidden in a broken watch? And what did it mean for him, a lowly repairman, to hold such a powerful packet? The pen's glow pulsed again, and the vision returned. More vivid this time, man with the same eyes as him, standing in a grand hall, the fate-changing pen in his hand. His face, a mask of determination as he altered the fate of the world. Old Tai's voice trembled as he spoke again, his words laced with both fear and admiration.
You don't know what you're doing, do you? That pen can change anything your fate, the guild's rules, even the laws of magic itself. But it's not just power, Jiang Yan. It's responsibility. If you use it wrong, you could destroy everything. The guild has tried to use it before, and look where that got them. They're still searching for it, even now. You have to be careful, or you'll become the next legend they hunt.
Jiang Yan looked down at the pen, his fingers tightening around its handle. He had always been the underdog, the one who mended broken things while others laughed at him. But now, with the fate-changing pen in his hand, he felt something shift within him, a sense of purpose, of power, of possibility. The pen's glow pulsed once more, and the workshop's air grew heavier, as though the very fabric of reality was waiting for his next move.
Modify.
He whispered, and the pen's light flared, illuminating the workshop in a golden glow that stretched into the farthest corners of the room. The walls shimmered, the dust motes forming intricate patterns that looked like ancient runes. Old Tai gasped, stepping back as the pen's light pulsed again, this time sending a ripple through the floor. The workshop's floorboards creaked and groaned, and a faint metallic scent filled the air. Jockey! Yan's heart pounded as he stared at the pen, his mind racing with questions. What was the first Fate Changer's story? Why had the pen been hidden in a broken watch? And what did it mean for him, a lowly repairman, to hold such a powerful packet? The pen's glow pulsed again, and the vision returned. More vivid this time. Man with the same eyes as him, standing in a grand hall, the fate-changing pen in his hand. His face a mask of determination as he altered the fate of the world. Old Tai's voice trembled as he spoke again, his words laced with both fear and admiration.
You don't know what you're doing, do you? That pen can change anything, your fate, the guild's rules, even the laws of magic itself. But it's not just power. Yen, it's responsibility. If you use it wrong, you could destroy everything. The guild has tried to use it before, and look where that got them. They're still searching for it, even now. You have to be careful, or you'll become the next legend they hunt.
Jiang Yan looked down at the pen, his fingers tightening around its handle. He had always been the underdog, the one who mended broken things, while others laughed at him. But now, with the fate-changing pen in his hand, he felt something shift within him, a sense of purpose, of power, of possibility. The pen's glow pulsed once more, and the workshop's air grew heavier, as though the very fabric of reality was waiting for his next move.
Modify.
He whispered, and the pen's light flared, illuminating the workshop in a golden glow that stretched into the farthest corners of the room. The walls shimmered, the dust motes forming intricate patterns that looked like ancient runes. Old Tai gasped, stepping back as the pen's light pulsed again, this time sending a ripple through the floor. The workshop's floorboards creaked and groaned, and a faint, metallic scent filled the kunqi. Jiang Yan stood in the Profession Guild's inner sanctum, the air thick with the scent of old parchment and the faint hum of arcane energy. Before him, the contract core pulsed with a strange, otherworldly glow, its surface etched with ancient runes that seemed to shift and writhe as if alive. He had spent weeks sneaking into the guild's restricted areas, piecing together fragments of information about the contract core's hidden rules. Now, with his heart pounding, he whispered,
Modify.
the word
Contract.
shimmered, shifting too.
Core.
The moment the change took effect, the contract core let out a deep, resonant voice that echoed through the chamber.
This is not a contract. This is a core. This is a hidden rule.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened as the words sank in. The guild's entire foundation was built on a lie, a secret buried for centuries. His mind raced with possibilities. What if the guild's rules were not meant to control but to manipulate? What if the contract core had been designed to suppress certain professions like the repairman? He felt a surge of determination. This was the truth he had been searching for, and now he had to share it with his allies. Old Tai's voice broke through his thoughts.
Jiang Yan, what in the name of the guild is going on?
The old repairman had followed him into the sanctum, his eyes wide with confusion as he took in the glowing contract. Kor! Jassy! Yan turned to him, his voice steady.
We'd been fighting for years against the guild's rules, but we never knew the real reason. The contract. Core isn't just a contract, it's a tool of control.
Old Tai's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief.
You're saying the guild has been lying to us all this time?
Jiang Yan nodded.
Yes, and I think it's time we did something about it.
Laughter erupted from the shadows as Lian Le, the guild's resident, mad scientist, emerged from behind a pillar, her eyes gleaming with excitement.
Oh, this is perfect. Imagine the chaos if we revealed this to the public. The guild would be in absolute disarray.
She clapped her hands together, her enthusiasm infectious. Yan couldn't help but smile.
I think you're right, but we need to be careful. If the guild finds out we've discovered this, they'll stop at nothing to silence us.
Lian Ria waved a hand dismissively.
Prepped. They can't stop us. We've already proven that absurdity is the ultimate weapon.
The group's laughter echoed through the chamber as they gathered around the contract's core, their camaraderie shining through the absurdity of the moment. Old Tai, usually gruff and reserved, chuckled as he patted Jiang Yan on the back.
You've done it again, kid. You've turned the guild's greatest secret into a joke.
Jiang Yan grinned.
It's not a joke, old Tai. It's a chance to change everything.
Lian Rio's eyes sparkled with mischief.
And I can't wait to see the look on the guild president's face when he finds out we've cracked their code.
As the group celebrated their discovery, Yan's mind drifted to a memory of his first day as a repairman. He had been laughed out of the guild for suggesting that the contract core was flawed his suro.
Modify.
Skill dismissed as a useless gimmick, but now, standing in the heart of the guild's inner sanctum with his allies by his side, he felt a surge of pride. They had come so far, and together they had turned the tables on the guild.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered again, this time to the contract core. The word
Hidden.
shimmered, shifting too.
Revealed.
The core's voice echoed once more, but this time it carried a different tone.
The truth is now known. The guild's rules are no longer binding. The path is yours to forge.
Jiang Yan's heart pounded. This was it. The guild's secrets were no longer a mystery, and with his allies by his side, he knew they could reshape the world. But as the contract core's glow intensified, a new challenge emerged. The guild's enforcers, sensing the disturbance, began to converge on the sanctum, their footsteps echoing through the halls. Lian's eyes widened.
Oh no, we've got company.
Old Tai's expression darkened.
We need to move now.
Jiang Yan took a deep breath, his resolve hardening.
We've come too far to back down now. Let's show them what absurdity really means.
As the group hurried through the guild's corridors, the weight of their discovery pressed on Jiang Yan's mind. The contract, Core's revelation, was a turning point, but it also meant they had to face the guild's wrath. He glanced at his allies, their determination mirroring his own. Together they would face whatever came next, turning the guild's greatest secret into their greatest victory.
Modify.
Jiang Yan muttered under his breath, his fingers twitching with anticipation. The absurdity of their situation was undeniable, but so was the strength of their bond. No matter how impossible the odds seemed, he knew they would find a way to win. After all, they were the masters of absurdity, and no guild could stand in their way. Jiang Yan stood in the forgotten workshop's backyard, the trial stone's surface shimmering with chaotic glyphs that flickered like fireflies in the dim light. His fingers hovered over the ancient stone, the words etched into it shifting and warping as if alive.
Modify.
He whispered, his voice barely above a breath, the word.
Failed.
On the stone pulsed, then flickered, then vanished, replaced by the word.
Rebirth.
A low hum resonated from the stone, and suddenly the air around. Jiang Yan crackled with energy. He felt a strange pull, like being yanked through a rip in reality, and before he could react, he was back in the forgotten workshop, the trial stone now glowing with a soft golden light. Old Tai stood frozen, his eyes wide as he stared at Jiang Yan, his hands gripping the edge of his workbench like a lifeline.
What just happened?
Old Tai's voice was a mix of confusion and disbelief, his usual gruff demeanor replaced by something almost vulnerable. Yali Yang grinned, his eyes alight with the thrill of triumph, and turned to the group of repairmen and experimenters who had gathered around, their laughter echoing through the workshop.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman.
He said, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 small victories.
I'm a master of absurdity.
The crowd erupted into laughter, Old Tai's face turning red as he tried to hide his smile, and for a moment the workshop felt less like a place of failure and more like a sanctuary of shared absurdity.
Modify.
Jiang Yan said again, his voice playful as he pointed at the trial stone. The golden light pulsed once more, and suddenly the stone let out a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the workshop. Old Tai stepped forward, his brow furrowed in concern.
You're not messing with something you don't understand, are you?
He asked, his tone a mix of sternness and curiosity. Yan tilted his head, his grin widening.
Understand? Oh, I understand just fine. This isn't just a stone, it's a key to something bigger than either of us.
Old Tai's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, a sudden burst of mana erupted from the trial stone, sending a shockwave that knocked over a stack of tools and sent a few repairmen stumbling backward.
What in the name of the guild is this?
Old Tai barked, his voice rising as he pointed at the stone. J. Yan raised a hand, his expression calm despite the chaos.
Relax, old time. This isn't a disaster. It's a breakthrough. The trial stone isn't just recording failures anymore, it's rewriting them.
The words hung in the air, and for a moment the workshop fell silent. Then one of the younger repairmen, a boy no older than 15, stepped forward, his eyes wide with awe.
So, you're saying the trial stone is alive?
He asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Yan nodded, his grin spreading.
Not alive, but responsive. It's listening, and I think it's trying to tell us something.
Old Tai's expression softened, his sternness giving way to a flicker of something almost like pride.
You've always been the odd one out, kid.
He said, his voice quieter now.
But maybe you're not so useless after all.
Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he stared at the trial stone, the golden light casting long shadows across the workshop. He could feel the weight of Old Tai's words pressing down on him, the unspoken trust in the old man's voice. Asterisk. I've always been the one everyone laughed at, the one who couldn't fix anything, the one who was just a joke to the guild. Asterisk. He thought back to the days when he first joined the repairmen, when his
Modify.
skill was nothing more than a useless quirk that made him the subject of ridicule. Asterisk. But now I'm not just a joke. I'm something else entirely. Asterisk. He looked around at the repairmen and experimenters, their faces lit by the glow of the trial stone, and felt a surge of gratitude. Asterisk. They've stuck with me, even when I didn't deserve it, even when I failed. And now I'm giving them something they never expected. Asterisk. His fingers twitched as he whispered,
Modify.
and the trial stone pulsed again, its light growing brighter. Asterisk. This isn't just about me anymore. This is about all of us, about the people who believed in me when no one else did. Asterisk. A sudden commotion broke Jiang Yan's thoughts as a group of experimenters burst into the workshop, their faces flushed with urgency.
Jiang Yan.
One of them shouted, waving a scroll in the air.
We've got a problem. The guild's new security system is malfunctioning, and it's causing chaos in the skill market.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he took the scroll, his fingers skimming over the chaotic mana fluctuations described within.
A security system malfunction.
He muttered, his mind already racing with possibilities.
What's the guild thinking? This is a disaster waiting to happen.
The experimenters nodded, their expressions grim.
It's not just a disaster.
One of them said,
It's a catastrophe. The system's rejecting every skill check, and the merchants are going insane. We've tried everything, but nothing's working.
Old Tai stepped forward, his brow furrowed.
This is serious. If the guild's security system collapses, the entire skill market could be thrown into chaos.
Jiang Yan looked at the trial stone, its golden light flickering as if in agreement.
Maybe the trial stone can help.
He said, his voice steady, despite the weight of the situation.
If it's rewriting failures, maybe it can rewrite the system's flaws too.
The experimenters exchanged glances, their skepticism evident.
You think you can fix the guild's security system with a few words and a stone.
One of them asked, his tone laced with doubt. Yan's grin returned, his confidence unshaken.
I think I can try.
He said,
And if I fail, well, at least it'll be absurd.
as the group hurried toward the skill market. The trial stone's glow dimmed, its light fading into the shadows of the workshop. Jiang Yan felt a strange sense of calm settle over him, as if the stone had already accepted its role in the chaos to come. He glanced back at old Tai, who was watching him with a mixture of pride and concern.
You're really going to do this, aren't you?
Old Tai asked, his voice quieter now. Yan nodded, his eyes fixed on the path ahead.
I have to, for all of us.
Old Tai sighed, his shoulders sagging slightly.
Just don't get yourself killed, kid. I've had enough of losing people I care about.
Jiang Yan's grin softened, his heart swelling with gratitude.
I won't.
He said, his voice firm.
Not this time.
As the group stepped out into the bustling streets of the skill market, the trial stone's light faded completely, leaving behind only the faintest trace of its presence. But Jiang Yan knew that the stone's power had already begun to change things, and that the absurdity of his journey was only just beginning. Jiang Yan stood in the forgotten workshop, the fate-changing pen in his hands, its tip glowing with an otherworldly light that made the air around it shimmer like heat waves. His fingers trembled slightly as he traced the pen's surface, its intricate carvings pulsing in sync with his heartbeat. A faint spark leapt from the corner of his pocket, where his skill scroll had been tucked away since the day he first discovered it useless, he thought, until now the scroll's edges crackled with unstable mana, as if it were alive and eager to escape. Across the room, the pen rolled toward a strange rune etched into the floor, its symbols glowing faintly in response to the pen's proximity. The workshop's usual hum of machinery and hammering had faded into an eerie silence, the only sound the soft whir of mana surging through the air. Jiang Yan blinked, his mind racing.
Modify.
He whispered, his voice barely audible. The pen's glow intensified, and the rune beneath it flared with a sudden burst of light, sending a ripple of energy through the workshop. Old Tai, who had been tinkering with a broken automaton nearby, froze mid-sentence.
What in the name of the guild is that?
He muttered, his eyes wide as the pen hovered above the rune, its tip trembling like a nervous animal. Jiang Yan chuckled nervously, his fingers tightening around the pen.
I think I think I might have just triggered something big.
Old Tai's expression shifted from confusion to alarm as the rune began to pulse in time with the pen's glow.
You don't have any idea what you're doing, do you?
He asked, his voice a mix of frustration and curiosity. Yan grinned, though his eyes betrayed his uncertainty.
Not really, but I have a feeling this is going to be a lot more interesting than I expected.
As the rune's light grew brighter, the workshop's walls seemed to vibrate, and the air filled with a low, resonant hum that made Yang Yan's teeth ache. He glanced at the scroll in his pocket, its spark now a steady flicker, as if it were waiting for him to make a choice.
Modify.
He whispered again, his voice steadier this time. The rune flared with a blinding light, and the pen shot upward, its glow intensifying until it was nearly blinding. Old Tai stumbled back, shielding his eyes as the workshop's silence was shattered by a sudden, thunderous crack.
Jiang Yan!
He shouted, his voice tinged with both fear and awe.
What did you do?
Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he stared at the pen, now hovering in the air above the rune.
I think I just unlocked something.
He said, his voice trembling.
Something the guild never meant for me to find.
Old Tai's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his hands clenched into fists.
You don't understand what you're dealing with, kid. That pen.
He stopped mid-sentence as the rune's light began to shift, its symbols rearranging themselves into a pattern that looked eerily familiar. Zhao! Yan's breath caught in his throat as he recognized the symbols, the same ones that had appeared on the contract core in the guild's inner sanctum.
Oh, the tie.
He said slowly, his voice barely above a whisper.
Do you know what this means?
Old Tai's face paled as he stared at the rune.
That's the same pattern as the contract core's hidden rule. How did you?
His voice faltered as the pen's glow suddenly dimmed, and the rune's light faded to a soft golden hue. Jiang Yan felt a strange warmth spread through his chest, as if the pen had just whispered a secret directly into his mind.
The first the fate, Shenger.
He murmured the words, tasting foreign on his tongue.
He used this pen to change the world. Now it's my turn.
Old Tai's eyes widened as he took a step back, his hands trembling.
You're not just a repairman, are you?
He asked, his voice barely audible.
You're something else.
Jiang Yan looked at him, his expression unreadable.
I think I am.
He said, his voice steady now.
And I think I'm about to change everything.
The workshop's silence returned, but it felt different, now charged with possibility, as if the very air was holding its breath, waiting for the next move. Yan. Yan's fingers tightened around the pen, and for the first time in his life, he didn't feel like the underdog. He felt like the hero of an absurd fantasy, ready to rewrite the rules of the world. Jiang Yan stood in the grand arena, his fingers twitching as the crowd's roar faded into an eerie silence. The air crackled with tension, the mana from Zhao Wuji's time-space lock radiating outward like a storm about to break. Jiang Yan's skill scroll, tapped into his sleeve, sparked unexpectedly, a faint blue light flickering across its surface. His eyes flicked to the fate-changing pen, which had rolled toward a peculiar rune etched into the arena flora, symbol he had never seen before, its edges jagged and pulsing with a faint, otherworldly glow. The arena's usual vibrancy had vanished, replaced by a heavy stillness that pressed against his chest like a weight. He exhaled sharply, his mind racing. Asterisk, this is it, asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, the moment I've been waiting for, asterisk. His gaze locked onto Zhao Wuji, whose hands were now glowing with a swirling vortex of time and space, the air around him bending and warping as the lock took shape. The crowd's murmurs had died, leaving only the sound of Jockey Yan's heartbeat. He could feel the mana surge building, a storm ready to unleash its fury, and yet he smiled. Asterisk, Galai, asterisk, he whispered, the words slipping from his lips like a secret long buried.
Modify.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice carrying over the silence like a challenge. Xiao Wuji's eyes narrowed, his smirk twisting into a sneer.
You think you can mock the guild with your absurd modify skill?
He sneered, his hands crackling with raw elemental power.
Let's see how you handle a true time-space lock.
With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Wuji unleashed the time-space lock, the arena freezing in place. The air shimmered, the ground beneath them splitting into a labyrinth of shifting paths and impossible angles. Jacka Yan's grin widened.
You know,
He said, his voice cutting through the frozen silence.
I always thought your skill was overrated. All that power and no sense of humor. But hey, I guess it's a good thing I've got a little something extra.
He raised his hand, the fate-changing pen gleaming in his grip.
Because if you're going to lock me in a time-space prison, I'd rather be locked in an asterisk glitchy asterisk one.
Zhao Wuji's eyes widened for a split second, but he recovered quickly, his voice dripping with condescension.
You think you can twist my skill into a joke? You're nothing but a useless repairman, Jakey, a joke.
Jiang Yan's smile didn't falter.
Oh, I don't know.
He said, his tone light and teasing.
I've been called a lot of things, but useless, that's a new one. Guess I'll have to fix that.
Jiang Yan's mind raced, the weight of the moment pressing against him like the mana surge itself. Asterisk, this is it. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, the time-space lock is real, but so is my skill. I just need to find the right word to twist it, asterisk. His eyes darted to the rune. The fate-changing pen had rolled toward, its jagged edges pulsing with an energy he couldn't quite place. Asterisk, what if this rune is part of the contract, Core's hidden rule? Asterisk, the thought sent a shiver down his spine. He remembered old Ty's words from the forgotten workshop. Asterisk, the guild's rules are not as they seem. There is a hidden rule that has been buried for centuries. Asterisk. Could this rune be the key? His fingers tightened around the fate-changing pen, its tip glowing faintly. Asterisk Gamalai asterisk, he whispered again, the words slipping from his lips like a prayer. The arena trembled. the mana surge intensifying as the time-space lock began to flicker. For a moment, it seemed as though Zhao Wuji's power would overwhelm him. But then, the rune under the pen flared with light, and the lock's description shimmered. Asterisk, lock asterisk. Changed to asterisk, glitch asterisk, and the arena erupted into chaos. The time-space lock shattered into a cascade of glitchy distortions, the arena's frozen state unraveling into a kaleidoscope of shifting colors and impossible angles. Xiao Wuji's face turned red as he struggled to regain control, his hands trembling as the vortex of time and space collapsed into a chaotic swirl of pixels and static. The crowd erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the arena like a thunderclap. Jiang Yan tilted his head, a grin spreading across his face.
Guess I'm not just a useless repairman after all.
He said, his voice carrying the weight of triumph.
I'm a master of absurdity.
Zhao Huji, now covered in glitches, muttered,
This is impossible.
but his words were drowned out by the laughter of the crowd. As the chaos subsided, Jiang Yan's eyes flicked back to the rune the fate-changing pen had rolled toward. It was still glowing, its jagged edges pulsing with a strange, rhythmic light. Asterisk. This isn't just a coincidence, asterisk, he thought. The runes flared with light, and the arena was filled with a deep, resonant hum. The contract core's voice echoed through the chamber, its words carrying the weight of centuries. Asterisk. The guild's rules are not as they seem. There is a hidden rule that has been buried for centuries, asterisk. Jasi Yen's heart pounded as the realization hit him. Asterisk. This is the truth. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. The guild's rules are not what they seem, and I'm the one who can change them, asterisk. His mind raced with possibilities, the weight of the moment pressing against him like the mana surge itself. He could feel the hidden rule taking shape, its ancient power awakening in response to his skill. The arena trembled, the runes on the floor shifting and aligning into a pattern that pulsed with a strange, otherworldly energy. Asterisk, Mavlai asterisk, he whispered again, the words slipping from his lips like a secret long buried. The runes flared with light, and the arena was filled with a deep, resonant hum. The contract core's voice echoed through the chamber, its words carrying the weight of centuries. Asterisk. The guild's rules are not as they seem. There is a hidden rule that has been buried for centuries. Asterisk. Jassy. Yan's heart pounded as the realization hit him. Asterisk. This is the truth. Asterisk. He thought. Asterisk. The guild's rules are not what they seem, and I'm the one who can change them, asterisk. His mind raced with possibilities, the weight of the moment pressing against him, like the mana surge itself. He could feel the hidden rule taking shape, its ancient power awakening in response to his skill. The arena trembled, the runes on the floor shifting and aligning into a pattern that pulsed with a strange, otherworldly energy. Asterisk, Malfi asterisk, he whispered again, the words slipping from his lips like a secret long buried. The runes flared with light, and the arena was filled with a deep, resonant hum. The contract core's voice echoed through the chamber, its words carrying the weight of centuries. Asterisk, the guild's rules are not as they seem. There is a hidden rule that has been buried for centuries, asterisk. Jasi Yan's heart pounded as the realization hit him. Asterisk, this is the truth. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, the guild's rules are not what they seem, and I'm the one who can change them, asterisk. His mind raced with possibilities, the weight of the moment pressing against him like the mana surge itself. He could feel the hidden rule taking shape, its ancient power awakening in response to his skill. The arena trembled, the runes on the floor shifting and aligning into a pattern that pulsed with a strange, otherworldly and modify. He whispered again, the word slipping from his lips like a secret long buried. The runes flared with light, and the arena was filled with a deep, resonant hum. The contract core's voice echoed through the chamber, its words carrying the weight of centuries. Asterisk. The guild's rules are not as they seem. There is a hidden rule that has been buried for centuries. Asterisk. Asterisk. There's something here. Something the guild has been hiding for centuries. Asterisk. His mind raced with possibilities, the hidden rule from the contract Koa now taking shape in his thoughts. Asterisk. What if this rune is the key to rewriting the guild's rules? Asterisk. He could feel the weight of the moment pressing against him, the realization dawning that his journey as a repairman was far from over. The arena was still, the crowd's laughter fading into a hush as the rune's light intensified. Asterisk Gomolai asterisk, he whispered again, the words slipping from his lips like a secret long buried. The rune flared with a blinding light, and the arena was filled with a strange, otherworldly hum. Jaski. Yan's heart pounded as the rune's light spread outward, illuminating the arena in a cascade of golden energy. The fate-changing pen pulsed in his grip, its tip glowing with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. He could feel the hidden rule of the contract, core taking shape, its ancient power awakening in response to his skill. Asterisk. This is it, asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, the guild's secret. The truth that's been buried for centuries. Asterisk. His mind raced with possibilities, the weight of the moment pressing against him like the mana surge itself. He could feel the runes on the arena floor shifting, their jagged edges aligning into a pattern he had never seen before. Asterisk, ma fly asterisk, he whispered again, the words slipping from his lips like a prayer. The runes flared with light, and the arena was filled with a deep, resonant hum. The contract core's voice echoed through the chamber, its words carrying the weight of centuries. Asterisk. The guild's rules are not as they seem. There is a hidden rule that has been buried for centuries. Asterisk. Jackie, Yan's eyes widened as the realization hit him. Asterisk. This is the truth. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. The guild's rules are not what they seem, and I'm the one who can change them. Asterisk. His heart pounded with a mixture of fear and exhilaration, the weight of the moment pressing against him like the mana surge itself. He could feel the hidden rule taking shape, its ancient power awakening in response to his skill. The arena trembled, the runes on the floor shifting and aligning into a pattern that pulsed with a strange, otherworldly energy. Asterisk Malai asterisk, he whispered again, the words slipping from his lips like a secret long buried. The golden arena pulsed with an eerie electric tension as Yan stepped forward, his boots crunching on the polished stone floor. The air around him seemed to vibrate faintly, as though the very fabric of reality was holding its breath. Across the arena, Zhao Tian's smug grin faltered for a split second as he noticed the contract core, a relic of the Profession Guild, glowing faintly in Jiang Yan's palm. The core's surface shimmered with runes that pulsed in sync with the mana surge from the arena floor, its hum growing louder with each heartbeat. Meanwhile, the fate-changing pen tucked into Jiang Yan's belt vibrated violently, its tip glowing a soft blue as if sensing the impending chaos. A skill scroll, its edges frayed and ink-smeared, fluttered on the ground near Jiang Yan's feet, its arcane symbols flickering with an odd, almost playful energy.
This isn't right.
Old Tai muttered from the sidelines, his eyes narrowing as he watched the contract cores glow intensify.
The core is reacting to him like it's alive.
Lin Sui, her brow furrowed, added,
But why the core is supposed to be a passive record of skills, not a participant in battles?
Jiang Yan, oblivious to their speculation, scratched his head and muttered.
I swear I didn't mean to make him look like a malfunctioning robot.
Zhao Tian's smug grin had vanished entirely as he raised his hands, the swirling mana around him forming a shimmering barrier.
Time, space, lock.
He roared, the air around him warping as the barrier solidified. Yan's Yan's eyes widened slightly as he muttered.
Modify time, space, lock to time, space, glitch.
The moment the words left his lips, the barrier around Zhao Tian flickered like a broken screen, then exploded into a kaleidoscope of chaotic effects. Time loops began to form, trapping Zhao Tian in an endless cycle of repeating actions, clapping his hands, blinking rapidly, and muttering.
I can't believe I let this happen.
The audience gasped as Zhao Tian's body twisted unnaturally, his movements jerking between past and future. A nearby commentator shouted,
This is impossible. He's trapped in a glitchy time loop.
Jiang Yan scratched his head, muttering.
I swear I didn't mean to make him look like a malfunctioning robot.
Zhao Tian, now trapped in a loop of his own words, shouted
Can't believe I let this happen. I can't believe I let this happen.
as he frantically tried to break free. Yan jied.
Well, at least I didn't make him cry. That's a win for me.
As the chaos unfolded, the contract core's glow intensified, its runes shifting and rearranging themselves in a pattern that old Tai recognized immediately.
That's not just a modification.
He said, his voice low.
That's a hidden rule. The core is reacting to Jiang Yan's skill like it's a key.
Ling Su's eyes widened.
If the core is hiding rules, then the guild's entire system might be built on lies. What if the modify skill isn't just a quirk? What if it's the only thing that can break the guild's control?
Jiang Yan, still grinning despite the absurdity of the situation, muttered.
I'm not sure if I should feel proud or just plain useless.
Meanwhile, the fate-changing pen in his belt vibrated even more violently, its glow intensifying as if it were trying to communicate something. Yen glanced at it, then at the contract core, and suddenly noticed a faint symbol etched into the arena floor near the edge of the platform. It was a stele, its surface covered in runes that had been modified, some of them resembling the ones on the contract core.
Wait,
He said aloud, his voice tinged with curiosity.
why is this stale here? And why do these runes look like they were rewritten?
Old Tai's eyes narrowed.
That's not just any stele, that's a relic from the Forgotten Workshop. The guild erased its existence from the records. If Jackie Yan's modify skill can reveal it, then maybe it's not just a tool, it's a map to something bigger.
As the crowd's cheers faded into murmurs of confusion, Yan's inner monologue swirled with questions.
Why does my skill keep turning powerful techniques into absurd things? Is it just a random quirk? Or is there something deeper at play? And why does the contract Kawar react to me like it's, afraid?
He shook his head, trying to focus on the present. Zhao Tian's loop was still going, and the audience was laughing at the absurdity of it all.
Well, at least I didn't make him cry. That's a win for me.
He muttered again, though his mind was already racing with the implications of what he'd just uncovered. The Stelli's runes, the contract core's glow, the fate-changing pen's vibrations, all of it, pointed to a larger mystery, one that might just be the key to changing the guild's oppressive system. But for now, Seiyan could only grin and hope that his next opponent wouldn't be as easy to humiliate. The forgotten workshop buzzed with an eerie hum as Jiang Yan stepped through the rusted doorway, his boots echoing against the stone floor. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and something metallic like the tang of 1,000 forgotten secrets. A glowing scroll, its edges frayed and ink smudged, lay half unfurled on a cluttered table, its runes flickering in and out of existence, as if resisting being read. Beside it, the fate-changing pen trembled in old Ty's grip, its tip quivering like a nervous heartbeat.
This place is worse than I thought.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice low.
Why does the contract core feel like it's singing?
Ling Sui, her brow furrowed, adjusted her glasses as she peered at the scroll.
It's not singing.
She said.
It's reacting to something. The runes are shifting, but not randomly. They're rearranging themselves.
Old Ty's eyes narrowed.
That's not normal. The contract core is a record of professions, not a puzzle. Someone's tampering with it.
Jiang Yan scratched his head, the pen in his pocket vibrating faintly.
So what does that mean? That I'm not the first to mess with it.
Ling Sui's lips pressed into a thin line.
It means someone else has used Mamalai before, and they didn't just turn swords into lutes. Modify true sword to true song.
Jiang Yan muttered as he stepped into the arena, his voice barely above a whisper. The crowd roared, their cheers a cacophony of anticipation and confusion. Lin Feng, the rank sword saint, stood at the center of the ring, his blade gleaming like liquid starlight.
Your Godifier skill is useless against my true sword slash.
He declared, his voice sharp as the edge of his weapon.
You think you can twist my power into something absurd? You're nothing but a joke. A fool who thinks he can rewrite reality with a few words.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his grin widening as he adjusted the collar of his tattered jacket.
Oh, I don't know.
He said, his tone casual.
I've had worse days. Like the time I tried to modify my own rebirth skill and ended up stuck in a loop of screaming chickens. But hey, at least I didn't cry.
The crowd erupted into laughter, some people doubling over, others clutching their sides as if in pain. Lin Feng's expression darkened.
You're mocking me.
He snarled.
You think this is a game?
Jiang Yan shrugged.
It's a game, but I've got a better score than you. Let's see if your true sword slash can handle a little musical improvisation.
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he watched Lin Feng raise his sword, the blade humming with raw mana.
Modify true sword to true song.
He muttered again, the words slipping from his lips like a prayer. The air around Lin Feng shimmered, the mana coiling into strange, twisting patterns. A low, resonant note filled the arena, deep and rich, like the sound of a cello played by a ghost. Lin Feng's eyes widened as his sword began to change, the blade elongating and curving into the shape of a lute. The strings materialized with a soft asterisk snap asterisk, the wood gleaming with an otherworldly sheen.
What is this?
Ling Feng whispered, his voice trembling.
This isn't a weapon. This is a musical instrument.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his grin widening.
Looks like your sword's been upgraded. Now you can play the blues.
The crowd's laughter rose again, louder this time, as Lin Feng stared at his weapon in disbelief.
This is impossible.
He muttered.
I can't believe my sword turned into a lute.
Jiang Yan's eyes flicked to the glowing scroll on the table, its runes shifting faster now.
I think it's possible,
He said,
but I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad one. Maybe I should have just let him keep his sword.
as the lute's strings plucked themselves in a discordant melody. Jeshi Yan's thoughts drifted to the stele he'd found in the forgotten workshop. It had been buried beneath layers of dust and cobwebs, its surface etched with runes that didn't match any profession he'd ever seen. When he touched it, the runes had flared to life, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the floor. Inside, the air had been thick with the scent of old ink and something sweet like burnt sugar. A single table stood in the center, covered in musical instruments, violins, flutes, even a harp that looked like it had been made from bone.
What is this place?
He'd asked, his voice echoing in the silence. Ling Zui had frowned.
It's a relic of the old guilds, a workshop for people who modified their skills into something different.
Jiang Yan had picked up a violin, its strings humming faintly.
Different how?
He'd asked.
Like turning swords into lutes.
Ling Su had nodded.
Maybe, or worse.
The lute in Ling Feng's hands let out a high-pitched note, and the crowd gasped as the sound rippled through the arena. Ling Feng's face twisted in horror as the note echoed, each vibration sending a shockwave through the ground. A nearby commentator stumbled backward, clutching his ears.
What is that sound?
He shouted.
It's like 1,000 violins playing at once.
Jiang Yan winced.
I think I might have overdone it. I didn't mean for it to sound like a symphony of chaos.
Ling Feng, now completely humiliated, shouted.
This is impossible. I can't believe my sword turned into a lute.
Jiang Yan sighed, rubbing the back of his head.
Well, at least I didn't make him cry. That's a win for me.
As the chaos settled, Ya Yan's gaze flicked back to the glowing scroll on the table, its runes shifting even faster now.
There's something about this place.
He muttered to himself.
Something old. Something hidden.
He could almost hear the whisper of the past, the echoes of those who had come before him, their stories buried beneath layers of time.
Maybe Modmai isn't just a skill.
He said, his voice barely above a whisper.
Maybe it's a key to something bigger than I ever imagined.
The lute's final note rang out, and the arena fell into an uneasy silence. Lin Feng, still clutching his instrument, looked up Jiang Yan with a mixture of rage and confusion.
You think you've won?
He asked, his voice shaking.
You think this is a victory?
Jiang Yan smiled, his eyes gleaming with a strange mix of confidence and uncertainty.
I think it's a start. A start to something bigger. Something unexpected.
As the crowd erupted into applause, Jiang Yan turned and walked away, the fate-changing pen in his pocket vibrating faintly, as if it knew what was coming next. The forgotten workshop was a chaotic labyrinth of forgotten machinery, glowing runes, and half-finished inventions, the air thick with the scent of ozone and old parchment. Jiang Yan stepped inside, his boots crunching over scattered gears and the occasional half-eaten snack left by previous experiments. Old Tai, his face buried in a stack of ancient scrolls, barely looked up as Ling Su leaned over a table covered in flickering holograms, her fingers tracing glowing lines that pulsed like veins.
We've been studying the contract core.
Ling Zui said, her voice low but urgent.
And what we've found is unsettling.
She gestured to the holograms, which now displayed a swirling mass of data, names blotted out by jagged red lines, and a single phrase repeated over and over.
Rule 0.
Jiang Yan scratched his head, his eyes flicking between the holograms and the two experts.
So, what does that mean?
He asked, his tone equal parts curiosity and confusion. Old Tai finally looked up, his eyes narrow as he peered at Xing Yan like he was a puzzle he couldn't solve.
It means the Profession Guild has been manipulating the system for decades.
He said, his voice gruff.
The contract core isn't just a record of skill, it's a tool of control. Every profession, every rank, every limitation, it's all been written by them, and worse, there's a hidden rule in there, one that can override the core itself.
Jiang Yan blinked, his mind racing.
So, they've been hiding this all along?
He asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Ling Su nodded, her expression grim.
And worse, that there are whispers of a hidden rule, one that can override the contract core itself. If that's true, then maybe your modify skill isn't just a random quirk. It could be the key to breaking the guild's control.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened, his thoughts spiraling.
Wait, are you saying my Gonafly skill is a weapon?
He asked, his voice tinged with both excitement and uncertainty. Old Tai chuckled, a dry, raspy sound.
Well, if that's the case, then you're not just an underdog. You're the one who might change fate itself.
Jiang Yan scratched his head again, his mind a whirlwind of possibilities.
I still don't see how that makes me any less useless.
He muttered, but his eyes gleamed with a spark of determination.
Useless?
Old Tai scoffed, his voice booming as he slammed a fist onto the table.
You just turned an S-rank time-space controller into a glitchy robot, and now you're telling me you're useless.
He leaned forward, his eyes blazing.
You're not just a random underdog. You're the only one who can break the guild's control. And if you keep doubting yourself, you'll never get the chance.
Jiang Yan blinked his face, a mix of surprise and slight embarrassment.
Okay, I'll try not to be useless.
He said, his voice tinged with sarcasm.
But I swear, if I accidentally modify my own gear again, I'm not taking responsibility for the chaos.
Ling Su laughed, her voice warm despite the gravity of the situation.
That's the spirit, Jiang Yan. If you're going to be the one who changes fate, you might as well do it with a little flair.
Just as the conversation seemed to be wrapping up, a sudden rumble echoed through the workshop, shaking the floor beneath their feet. Old Tai's eyes narrowed as he looked toward the far end of the room, where a massive mana conduit pulsed with unstable energy.
Oh, no!
He muttered, his voice laced with dread.
Looks like the contract core's anomalies are causing a mana surge. If we don't stabilize it, the entire workshop could be destroyed.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he looked at the conduit, its surface crackling with chaotic energy.
Modify mana surged to mana surge of my misfortune.
He muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. The moment the words left his lips, the conduit twisted violently, the mana spiraling into a chaotic vortex that sent shockwaves through the room. Old Tai and Ling Zhu gasped as the vortex expanded, threatening to engulf them.
Jiang Yan,
Old Tai shouted, his voice filled with urgency.
you need to stop that surge before it's too late.
Jiang Yan's eyes darted around the room, his mind racing. He could feel the mana surging around him, chaotic and unpredictable.
Modify mana surge of my misfortune to mana surge of my survival.
He muttered, his voice steady despite the chaos. The vortex twisted again, its energy shifting as if it were listening to him. Suddenly, the mana surged upward, forming a massive, glowing storm that hovered above the workshop. Yan's eyes widened as he watched the storm swirl, its energy pulsing with a strange rhythm.
Okay, this is insane.
He muttered, his voice tinged with both awe and disbelief.
I didn't mean to turn the mana surge into a magical tornado, but I guess I'll take it.
Old Tai and Ling Sui watched in stunned silence as the storm stabilized, its energy no longer chaotic, but instead forming a protective barrier around the workshop.
Jiang Yan,
Old Tai said, his voice filled with awe.
you just stabilized the mana surge with your Godifly skill. That's not just absurd, it's incredible.
Jiang Yan scratched his head, his face a mix of embarrassment and pride.
I still don't see how that makes me any less useless.
He muttered, but his eyes gleamed with determination as he looked at the stabilized mana storm.
But I guess I'll take it.
As the workshop settled into a tense calm, the trio knew that the battle ahead would be far from easy. But for the first time, Yen felt a flicker of hope that his Mogify skill, no matter how absurd, might just be the key to changing fate itself. The golden arena was a cauldron of chaos, as a sudden violent surge of mana erupted from the ground, tearing through the earth with a deafening roar that sent shockwaves rippling across Yungxiao's city. The crowd gasped as the mana spiraled into the sky, forming a massive, unstable vortex that pulsed with raw, uncontrolled energy. The air crackled with electricity, and the ground beneath the arena trembled, as if the very fabric of reality was fraying.
Jiang Yan,
Old Tai's voice rang out over the cacophony, his face pale as he shouted.
that's a Manasur, get out of there.
But Ziyan, standing at the center of the maelstrom, was already caught in its pull. His eyes widened as the vortex twisted violently around him, the mana's chaotic energy lashing out like a living thing.
Modify mana surge to mana surge of my misfortune.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the storm. The words hung in the air, and the vortex shuddered violently before erupting into a blinding flash of light. When the light faded, Jiang Yan was standing in the middle of a massive, glowing mana storm, the arena now a surreal landscape of floating debris, unstable mana currents, and swirling colors that defied logic. He groaned, his voice muffled by the storm.
I swear, I didn't mean to make this look like a magical tornado.
Around him, the mana surged and crackled, forming strange shapes that flickered between solid and ethereal. A nearby chunk of stone levitated midair, rotating in a slow, hypnotic dance before exploding into a shower of glowing particles. Jiang Yan's rebirth skill activated, pulling him back to the moment before the surge, but the chaos didn't stop. The mana storm twisted, and the arena's floor cracked open, revealing a swirling abyss of raw energy.
This is not good.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice tinged with both frustration and dark humor.
I think I just turned a mana surge into the most expensive fireworks show in history.
Old Tai's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and urgent.
Jiang Yan, focus. You need to stabilize the mana before it consumes the arena.
Jiang Yan turned, his eyes meeting Old Tai's through the storm.
I'm trying, but I think I've accidentally turned the mana surge into a giant, unstable party favor. What do I do?
Old Tai's expression was a mix of exasperation and reluctant admiration.
You need to use your Godfly skill again, but this time, think. You can't just let the mana spiral out of control. You have to redirect it, or it'll destroy everything.
Jiang Yan scratched his head, his frustration bubbling over.
Okay, but I'm not sure I can do that. I mean, I've been turning things into snacks, musical instruments, and now a magical tornado. How am I supposed to turn this into something useful?
Old Tai sighed, his voice tinged with both concern and a hint of amusement.
You're the one who can do it, Yan. You've already shown that your Bodify skill can change the rules of the game. This is just another challenge, but it's up to you to find the right way to handle it.
Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with determination, though his lips twitched at the corners.
Alright, if I have to be the one to fix this, then I guess I'll just have to hope I don't accidentally turn the mana into a giant floating disco ball next.
As he muttered the words, the mana storm around him seemed to pause, the chaotic currents slowing as if listening to his command. He took a deep breath, his mind racing as he tried to figure out how to stagerize the surge without making things worse. Then, with a sudden burst of inspiration, he shouted,
Modify Mana Surge of my misfortune to Mana Surge of stability.
The words rang out, and the mana storm shuddered violently before collapsing inward, the energy condensing into a single glowing sphere that hovered above the arena. The crowd gasped as the sphere pulsed with light, its energy now steady and controlled. Jiang Yan exhaled sharply, his body trembling from the effort.
Well, that was inconvenient, but at least I survived.
He muttered, his voice filled with a mix of relief and dry humor, as the mana stabilized. The arena's floor sealed itself, and the vortex dissipated, leaving behind a strange, shimmering residue that glowed faintly in the air. The crowd erupted into a mix of cheers and murmurs, some in awe of the spectacle, others in confusion. Old Tai clapped his hands, his face finally breaking into a grin.
Well, that was a close call, but I think you've just proven that your Godify skill can handle even the most absurd challenges. You're not just an underdog anymore. Jackie Yan, you're a force of nature.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes still wide with disbelief.
I think I'm still an underdog, but I guess I'm not bad at turning chaos into something mildly entertaining.
As the crowd's applause echoed through the arena, Yan couldn't help but smile, even as he scratched his head in exasperation.
I swear, I didn't mean to make this look like a magical tornado.
The Forgotten Workshop was a place where time itself seemed to hesitate, its walls lined with ancient tomes, flickering mana cores and artifacts that hummed with forgotten power. EJ, Yan stood in the center of the room, the fate changing pen in his hand, vibrating with an almost imperceptible pulse, as if it recognized the presence of someone who had no business holding it. Old Ty's voice echoed from the shadows, low and cautious.
You don't understand what you're touching, boy. That pen was forged in a time before the Profession Guild, by a man who could rewrite the laws of fate itself. They say he was a god, or a madman, or both, but the guild took it from him, and now it's in your hands.
Jiang Yan frowned, the pen's glow intensifying as he muttered.
So what? It's just a pen. I've used worse things to get through the day.
Ling Sui, who had been silently observing, stepped forward, her voice tinged with both curiosity and warning.
The contract core isn't just a record of skills, Ashan. It's a prison. The guild sealed away things they couldn't control, skills like yours, maybe. And the pen, it's the key to those doors. But keys can also unlock traps.
Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with unease, the pen's glow now casting jagged shadows across the room.
So what happens if I use it?
He asked, his voice quieter than he intended. Old Ty's laugh was dry, almost bitter.
That depends. If you're lucky, you'll change the world. If you're not, well, let's just say the legends don't mention the second option very often.
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he stared at the fate-changing pen, its glow now a steady hypnotic rhythm that seemed to match the faint hum of the contract core on the table beside him. He had always thought of his Gallifia skill as a quirk, a strange ability that turned enemies' attacks into absurdious time loops, musical swords, and now starlight snacks. But what if it wasn't just a quirk? What if it was a reaction to something deeper, something the guild had buried? He rubbed the pen's surface, feeling the faint warmth of its power, and wondered if he was meant to be here, in this forgotten workshop, with this relic of a bygone era. The contract core's hum grew louder, almost like a whisper, and for a moment he thought he heard the faintest echo of a voice saying.
Modify, modify.
He shook his head, muttering.
I swear I didn't sign up for this. I just wanted to be the guy who turns swords into loots.
A sudden flicker of light caught his eye, a stele embedded in the far wall, its surface etched with runes that pulsed faintly, as if waiting to be activated. Yan approached it cautiously, his fingers brushing against the stone. The runes flared, and the air around him seemed to ripple, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a pebble. A vision bloomed in his mind, a younger version of himself, standing in a similar workshop, but surrounded by people who looked nothing like old Tai or Ling Su. Their faces were obscured, but he could feel their presence, their intent. He saw a contract being signed, a pen being dipped in ink, and then blankness. The vision vanished, leaving only the faint scent of parchment and something metallic in the air. Jiang stepped back, his breath unsteady.
What the hell was that?
He muttered. Old Ty's voice was quiet, almost reverent.
That's not a stele. That's a seal. And it's not meant to be opened by someone like you.
The workshop seemed to shift around him, the shadows deepening as the contract core's hum grew louder, almost like a heartbeat. Yan's eyes darted to the far corner of the room, where a door stood slightly ajar, its surface covered in the same strange runes as the stele. A faint light seeped from within, casting long, wavering shadows on the floor.
What's back there?
He asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and dread. Ling Sui's expression was unreadable as she answered.
That's the hidden chamber. The guild sealed it away after the first Modify user was discovered. They didn't want anyone to know what was inside.
Jiang Yan took a hesitant step forward, the fast-changing pen still vibrating in his hand.
So what's inside?
He asked, his voice almost a whisper. Old Tai's answer was grim.
The truth, and maybe the reason your skill exists.
Jiang Yan hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open. The chamber beyond was vast, its walls lined with ancient texts, glowing mana cores, and artifacts that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, and on it a single scroll that shimmered with an otherworldly light. As he approached, the scroll unfurled itself, revealing a series of runes that seemed to shift and change as he read them. The text was written in a language he didn't recognize, but the meaning was clear. Modify was not a skill. It was a reaction, a response to something the guild had tried to erase, and now it had found him. He looked up, his eyes meeting Old Tai's and Ling Sui's, and for the first time he felt the weight of something far greater than himself.
So,
He said, his voice steady, despite the chaos in his mind.
I guess I'm not just the guy who turned swords into loots. I'm the guy who's been waiting for this all along.
Old Tai chuckled, though there was no humor in it.
You were the guy who's going to change everything. Whether that's a good thing or not, well, that's up to you.
Jiang Yan took a deep breath, the fate-changing pen still vibrating in his hand, and stepped forward. Whatever was coming next, he was ready. The forgotten workshop was a place where time seemed to forget itself. Dust motes danced in the dim glow of a skill scroll that pulsed like a heartbeat, its ancient runes flickering with an eerie, otherworldly light. The contract core, resting on a pedestal of black stone, hummed faintly, as if whispering secrets to the air. Jackie Yam stood beside Old Tai and Ling Zui, his eyes flicking between the two artifacts. The fate-changing pen in his hand vibrated with a low, almost imperceptible hum, its metallic surface shimmering like liquid starlight.
This pen
Old Tai said, his voice low.
was forged from the soul of a legendary fate changer. Legends say it can rewrite destiny itself, but only at a cost.
His gaze lingered on Jiang Yan, as if weighing the weight of the words.
The problem isn't the pen's power, it's the price. You'd have to give up something of equal value.
Jiang Yan scratched his head, the pen's vibrations making his fingers tingle.
So, what's the catch?
He asked, his tone equal parts curiosity and dread. Ling Su leaned in, her voice a conspiratorial whisper.
The guild's records are full of erased names and impossible skills. Your Godifier skill isn't just a cricket's a key, but the contract core secrets. Those could change everything.
Her eyes flicked to the humming bucket, as if it might answer her unspoken question. Yang Yan's mind raced as he clutched the fate-changing pen tighter. The pen's vibrations felt like a heartbeat, but it was the contract core's low hum that unsettled him most. He had always thought of Mobuli as a joke, a clumsy trick that turned serious battles into absurd farces. But now, with the contract core's secrets and the pen's ominous power looming over him, he couldn't shake the feeling that his skill was more than it seemed.
Modify.
He muttered under his breath, the words tasting strange on his tongue.
What if it's not just a random quirk? What if it's the guild's way of hiding something?
He glanced at Ling Sui, who was now staring intently at the contract core.
You think Notify could be the key to breaking their control?
He asked, his voice tinged with both hope and doubt. Ling Zhu didn't answer immediately. Instead, she reached out and pressed her palm against the contract core, her eyes narrowing as the Beck's hum grew louder.
There's something here,
She said finally.
something they don't want anyone to find.
As the contract core's hum swelled, a sudden gust of wind swept through the workshop, sending papers and scrolls fluttering to the ground. Jiang Yan's eyes widened as the fate-changing pen in his hand began to glow brighter, its vibrations turning into a sharp, almost painful pulse.
What's happening?
He asked, his voice tinged with panic. Old Ty's face was unreadable, but his hands moved quickly, reaching for a nearby lever on the pedestal.
The contract core secrets are reacting to the pen.
He said, his voice tight.
It's like they're connected somehow.
Before Jiang Yan could respond, the ground beneath them trembled, and a low, resonant chime echoed through the workshop. The contract core's hum grew louder, almost deafening, and the air around it shimmered with an unnatural light. Then, without warning, the pedestal cracked, and a hidden compartment slid open, revealing a chamber filled with ancient scrolls and a single unmarked stele. The stele was covered in runes, but they were unlike anything Jiang Yan had ever seen, twisted, chaotic, and almost alive.
Modify.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice trembling as he stepped closer to the stele. The runes on its surface seemed to shift and writhe as if they were alive, and the moment he spoke the word, the air around him crackled with energy. The runes on the stave flickered, then exploded into a cascade of light. When the light faded, the stele was gone, replaced by a new one. The runes on this one were even more absurd. They spelled out,
Mysterious glitching stay.
in jagged looping script. Jiang Yan blinked, then laughed nervously.
I swear, I didn't mean to make the stele look like a glitchy error message.
He said, his voice shaking. Old Ty and Ling Zhu exchanged a look, their expressions a mix of amusement and concern.
That's not a glitch.
Lin Yu said, her voice low.
That's a message. Modify isn't. Just a quirk it's, a language, and the guild must have known it all along.
As the workshop settled back into silence, Yan's thoughts turned to the contract core's secrets. He had always felt like an underdog, a joke in a world of powerful professionals, but now he couldn't ignore the strange connection between his Mavafaya skill and the guild's hidden machinations. The fate-changing pen in his hand still vibrated, and the contract core's hum had quieted, leaving only the faintest echo of its earlier resonance.
What if Gonify isn't just a tool?
He muttered to himself.
What if it's a weapon, a key, a curse?
The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the answers he sought were just out of reach, waiting for him to find them. The arena trembled as Zhao Wuji's mana wave surged toward Yan, a tempest of raw power that could have shattered mountains. But as the wave reached him, Jiang Yan's lips curved into a mischievous grin, and he muttered,
Modify time-space lock to time-space glitch.
the mana twisted violently, warping into a kaleidoscope of chaotic loops and spirals that trapped Sao Wuji in an endless cycle of shouting.
I can't believe I let this happen.
The crowd erupted in laughter, and Jie Yan, still grinning, turned to Old Tai and Ling Sui, who stood nearby.
You know,
He said,
I think I just made him look like a malfunctioning robot.
Old Tai chuckled, his eyes twinkling with pride.
You're not just an underdog, Gen. You're a master of absurdity.
Ling Sui added.
And I'd rather watch you turn enemies into slapstick than see you lose.
Jiang Yan scratched his head, his usual self-deprecating humor resurfacing.
Well, at least I didn't make him cry. That's a win for me.
The trio shared a laugh, the absurdity of the moment bonding them tighter than ever. As the chaos settled, Waji Yan's inner monologue flickered with gratitude. He thought of old Tai's unwavering belief in him, Ling Sui's sharp wit that always cut through his doubts, and the countless times they'd laughed through impossible odds.
I don't know how I'd survive without them,
He mused.
but I'll never let them down.
His resolve hardened as he glanced at Sawel. Wuji, still trapped in his own ridiculous loop,
This isn't just a victory.
he told himself.
It's proof that even the most absurd of us can change the world.
The guild's counterattack escalated as Zhao Wuji's army of high-ranking professionals descended on Jiang Yan, their weapons gleaming with destructive intent. But Jiang Yan, ever the underdog, had one trick up his sleeve, he muttered.
Modify time-space lock to time-space glitch.
And the entire battlefield twisted into a surreal spectacle. Soldiers froze mid-swing, their movements looping endlessly as they repeated the same action over and over. A swordsman's blade spun in a never-ending circle, a mage's spell fizzled into a harmless puff of smoke, and a brute's roar turned into a comical squeak. The audience roared with laughter, and even old Tai and Ling Zui were doubled over, tears streaming down their faces amid the chaos. A young apprentice named Zhao Li stumbled into the fray, her face pale as she watched a rogue warrior charge at her. Jiang Yan saw her in the corner of his eye and acted instantly.
Modify revoked warrior to rogue flute player.
He muttered. The warrior's weapon transformed into a tiny flute, and he began playing a jarring, off-key tune that made the entire battlefield groan in discomfort. Zhao Li, now safe, clapped her hands in relief.
That was amazing.
She, shouted, her voice trembling with awe. Yan grinned, waving her off.
Just doing my part.
But the guild wasn't finished. Zhao Wuji, still trapped in his loop, finally broke free with a scream of frustration.
I can't believe I let this happen.
He roared, his eyes blazing with fury. He unleashed a new attack, a wave of mana that shattered the arena's floor and sent shockwaves through the city. Old Tai and Ling Zhu exchanged worried glances, but Jiang Yan simply chuckled.
Modify mana surge to mana surge of my misfortune.
He muttered, and the wave twisted into a vortex of pure absurdity. The vortex spiraled into the sky, forming a giant glowing whirlpool of mana that sucked in everything in its path, except Jiang Yan. He stood in the center, his rebirth skill activating as the vortex pulled him back to the moment before the surge. When he reappeared, he was unharmed, his eyes glowing with determination.
I may be an underdog,
He said to himself.
but I've got a lot of fun tricks up my sleeve.
The guild's forces, now thoroughly demoralized, began to retreat, their once unshakable confidence shattered by Zhang Yan's absurd victories. Old Tai and Ling Zhu stepped forward, their expressions a mix of pride and relief.
You've done it.
Ling Zhu said, her voice soft with admiration.
You've changed the guild's plans with nothing but your ingenuity.
Old Tai added.
And you've proven that even the most ridiculous of us can be heroes.
Jiang Yan scratched his head, his usual self-deprecating humor returning.
Well, at least I didn't make them cry. That's a win for me.
As the crowd cheered, he turned to his allies, a smile on his face.
This isn't the end.
He said.
It's just the beginning.
Jiang Yan stood in the center of the arena, his grin widening as Zhao Wuji's time-space lock twisted into a kaleidoscope of chaotic effects. The air crackled with mana, but instead of the usual oppressive weight of a temporal barrier, the arena was now a carnival of absurdity. Zhao Wuji's body flickering between versions of himself, one muttering,
I can't believe I let this happen.
while another frantically tried to punch his own face. The crowd roared with laughter, and Jayan scratched his head, muttering.
I swear I didn't mean to make him look like a malfunctioning robot.
Old Tai and Ling Sui stood nearby, their faces split between disbelief and laughter.
You turn a time-space lock into a glitchy time loop.
Old Tai bellowed, clutching his sides.
You're either a genius or the most ridiculous person I've ever met.
Ling Sui, wiping tears from her eyes, added,
I don't care how absurd this is the most glorious thing I've ever seen. You've outdone yourself, Jiang Yan.
Jiang Yan's cheeks flushed as he waved his hands.
I just wanted to avoid a boring fight. If I'd known it'd turn him into a walking meme, I'd have done it sooner.
The arena erupted into cheers, and for a moment the chaos felt like a shared victory. As Zhao Wuji's looked mantra echoed through the air, Yan turned to his allies, his eyes softening.
You know,
He said,
if I'd failed, I'd have been the worst underdog ever. But with you two, even my absurdity feels like a team effort.
Old Tai clapped him on the back, grinning.
That's the spirit, kid. Keep making the world ridiculous.
Ling Zu added.
And keep saving us with your weird skills. We're counting on you.
Their laughter mingled with the crowd's, and for a fleeting moment, Jackie Yan felt the weight of his underdog status lift, replaced by the warmth of companionship. But as the time-space glitch continued to warp Zhao Wuji's reality, a new challenge loomed: the Demon King's attack. Yan's rebirth skill flared, pulling him back to the moment before the strike, his mind racing.
Modify rebirth to rebirth of a hero.
He muttered the words, sparking a surge of determination as the Demon King's fist descended. Jassing Yan's allies leapt into action. Old Tai unleashed a wave of mana, forcing the Demon King to pause, while Ling Su's illusions created a barrier of absurdity, giant floating cakes and dancing swords that confused the beast.
You're not alone, Yan.
Ling Sui shouted, her voice fierce.
We're with you, no matter how ridiculous this gets.
Jiang Yan's eyes shone as he stepped forward, his grin returning.
Then let's make this the most absurd victory ever.
The Demon King roared, but Jiang Yan's modify skill twisted the attack into a harmless burst of confetti. The arena exploded in laughter, and for the first time, Jackie Yan felt like more than an underdog was the center of a ridiculous, joyful rebellion against fate itself. The arena was eerily silent as the mana surge erupted from the ground, its spiraling tendrils of light casting jagged shadows across the battlefield. Jiang Yan stood at the center, his fingers twitching, as a skill scroll in his hand suddenly sparked, its ancient ink glowing with an unnatural intensity. Nearby, the fate-changing pen, which had been resting in old Ty's hands moments ago, rolled across the cracked stone floor, stopping abruptly at a faint, glowing rune etched into the ground, the symbol Jiang Yan had never seen before. The air crackled with energy, and the crowd's gasps seemed to freeze mid-breath as the mana vortex above them pulsed like a heartbeat.
Modify mana surge to mana surge of destiny.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice barely audible over the roaring chaos. He glanced at the rune, then at the pin, his mind racing.
This isn't just a random glitch.
He whispered, his eyes narrowing.
It's like the contract core is trying to speak.
Ling Su, standing near the edge of the arena, turned to Old Tai and said,
You remember what I told you about the erased names in the contract core's records. I think this rune might be one of them. If Izian's skill is rewriting reality, maybe it's also unearthing truths the guild wanted buried.
Old Tai nodded grimly, his gaze fixed on the pen.
If that's true, then this surge isn't just a disaster, it's a message.
Jiang Yan's breath caught as the mana vortex above him began to shift, its chaotic light coalescing into a swirling pattern that mirrored the rune on the ground. His heart pounded as he realized the pen had stopped moving, its tip hovering just above the rune as if waiting for him to act.
What am I supposed to do?
He muttered, his voice trembling.
I'm not a hero. I'm just a guy who accidentally turned a sword into a lute.
But as the mana surged around him, the pen's glow intensified, and a voice deep resonant and ancient echoed in his mind.
The pen does not rewrite fate, it reveals it.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened as the rune flared, and the mana vortex above him exploded into a blinding flash of light. When the glow faded, the arena was gone, replaced by a vast, starlit void, where the fate-changing pen hovered above the rune, its tip now glowing with the same energy that had powered Jiang Yan's Modify skill.
This this isn't a mistake.
He said, his voice shaking.
This is a choice, a chance to fix everything.
The pen trembled as if responding to his words, and the rune beneath it pulsed, sending ripples of light across the void. Yan took a step forward, his breath catching in his throat.
If I use it,
He whispered.
will it change the world or destroy it?
The pen's glow intensified, and the void around him began to shift, revealing glimpses of a future where the profession guild's control had been shattered, where the contract corps' secrets had been exposed, and where Jackie Yan stood not as an underdog, but as the one who had rewritten fate itself. For the first time, he felt a flicker of certainty.
Maybe.
He said, a small, defiant smile tugging at his lips.
I'm not so useless after all.
The arena was eerily silent, as Jiang Yan's skill scroll, a tattered piece of parchment covered in chaotic symbols, sparked unexpectedly, sending a flicker of blue light across his fingers. The air around him felt heavy, as if the very fabric of reality was holding its breath. At the center of the arena, the fate-changing pen, its tip glowing faintly, rolled toward an ancient rune etched into the stone floor, a rune that had been buried beneath layers of dust for centuries. The crowd, normally a cacophony of cheers and gasps, had fallen into a stunned hush, their eyes locked on the pen as if it were a living thing. Jiang Yan scratched his head, muttering.
I swear, I didn't mean to trigger a prophecy.
Nearby, old Ty's voice cut through the silence.
That rune, it's the same one in the contract. Course forbidden records. Someone's been trying to erase it.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened.
Wait, does that mean the guild's lies were just a cover up?
His voice trembled slightly, the weight of the revelation pressing down on him like the mana surge that now crackled above the arena, its swirling tendrils of light casting jagged shadows on the ground.
Modify time space lock to time space glitch.
Jiang Yan said, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand, a wave of mana surging toward Jiang Yan.
You think your little joke will stop me?
He sneered.
I've faced gods, and they all fell to my power.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, grinning.
Oh, I didn't say it would stop you. I said it'd make you look like a malfunctioning robot. And honestly, that's a lot more fun than watching you cry.
The crowd erupted into laughter as Zhao Wuji's mana wave twisted into a kaleidoscope of time loops, trapping him in a cycle of repeating his own words.
I can't believe I let this happen. I can't believe I let this happen.
He shouted, his face red with frustration. Yan's mind raced as the mana surge above the arena intensified, the vortex of light pulsing in time with the pen's glow. He had always thought his
Modify.
skill was a useless quirk, a joke that only made him the butt of the guild's mockery. But now, as the pen hovered inches above the rune, its light reflecting in his eyes, he felt something shift a flicker of understanding, as if the universe itself was whispering a secret.
This isn't just a skill.
He muttered to himself.
It's a key to everything the guild tried to hide.
His hands trembled as he reached for the pen, the weight of the moment pressing down on him like a storm.
If I use it, I might change everything. But what if I change the wrong thing?
A sudden explosion of mana sent shockwaves through the arena, the vortex above them spiraling into a vortex of pure light. Yan's rebirth skill activated, pulling him back to the moment before the surge, his body flickering like a mirage. He blinked, then muttered.
Well, that was inconvenient. But at least I survived.
As the mana settled, the pen's glow intensified, its tip touching the rune with a soft click. The air around them shuddered, and the rune flared to life, its ancient symbols glowing with a light that seemed to pierce the very fabric of reality. Jassy! Yan's eyes widened as he realized the truth. The contract core's hidden rule wasn't just a myth, it was a weapon, and the pen was its key.
Modify fate changing pen to fate changing truth.
Jiang Yan whispered, his voice barely audible over the rumbling of the arena. The pin's glow exploded outward, and the rune symbols began to rewrite themselves, their meaning shifting from a tool of control to a beacon of freedom. Zhao Wuji, still trapped in his time loop, let out a strangled cry as the mana surge above them twisted into a cascade of light, erasing every lie the guild had ever told. The crowd gasped as the runes on the arena floor began to glow with the same light, their ancient power surging through the city like a tidal wave. Yan's heart pounded as he stepped forward, his hands trembling with the weight of the pen. He had always been the underdog, the one who made jokes about his useless skill and laughed in the face of impossible odds. But now, standing at the center of a storm that could rewrite the world, he felt something he had never felt before: purpose.
This isn't just a joke.
He said, his voice steady and resolute.
It's the beginning of something bigger, something the guild never saw coming.
As the pen's light engulfed the arena, Yan smiled, his eyes glowing with the same determination that had carried him through every battle, every humiliation, and every impossible victory. The world had always laughed at him now. It would remember his name. The golden arena was a cauldron of tension, its polished marble floor reflecting the flickering lights of the floating banners that marked the guild president's domain. Yan stepped forward, his boots clicking against the ground like a metronome counting down to chaos. Zhao Wuji stood at the center of the arena, his robes billowing as if he were a god of the wind, his smug grin sharp enough to cut through the air.
Time, space, luck!
He declared, his voice a low rumble that sent a ripple through the crowd with a flick of his wrist. A swirling vortex of time and space materialized above him, its edges shimmering like a broken hologram. The air crackled with energy, and the arena's spectators leaned forward, their eyes wide with anticipation. Yen, however, raised a hand, his expression as calm as a cat watching a mouse.
Well,
He muttered,
I've heard of time travel, but this looks more like a Wi-Fi signal.
with a flick of his finger, the Gavifia's skill activated, and the vortex's name shifted from
Time, space, luck!
to.
Time, space, glitch.
The moment the change took effect, the arena erupted into chaos. Xiao Wuji's body flickered in and out of existence, his movements glitching midair like a corrupted video. He stumbled forward only to be teleported back to his original spot, his face a mask of fury. The crowd roared with laughter, their voices a cacophony of delight, as Jiang Yan crossed his arms, smirking.
Looks like even the guild president can't escape a little technical difficulty.
He said, his words dripping with smug satisfaction. Sao Wuji's shout of
Ear 404, file not found.
echoed across the arena, and the spectators' cheers only grew louder. The absurdity of the scene was undeniable, and the guild president's humiliation was as palpable as the heat of a summer day. As the chaos subsided, a strange energy began to hum through the air, a low vibration that seemed to pulse from the very walls of the guild hall. Haya's, Yan's gaze drifted toward the contract core, a crystalline sphere that had been rumored to hold the secrets of all profession skills. The runes etched into its surface glowed faintly, their colors shifting like the reflection of a mirage. In his hand, the fate-changing pen trembled, its ink quivering as if it were alive. The air around the contract core seemed to thicken, its energy resonating with an almost imperceptible hum. Yan's curiosity flared, his fingers twitching as he reached out to touch the core. The moment his hand hovered near it, a voice echoed through the hall, low and resonant.
You are not meant to be here.
His eyes narrowed, his mind racing with questions. What secrets did the contract core hold? Why had the pen reacted so strongly, and Woe that spoken? The atmosphere in the guild hall was thick with mystery, the air itself seeming to pulse with the weight of untold stories. Sao Wuji's voice was a low growl as he stepped forward, his expression unreadable.
You've been meddling with things you do not understand.
He said, his words laced with a mixture of anger and something else. Fear, perhaps.
The contract core is not a toy. It holds the very fabric of our world's balance. You have no idea what you're tampering with.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips.
Oh, I think I do.
He replied, his tone light but his eyes sharp.
The Fed changing pen has been in my possession for a while now, and I've been curious about its connection to the contract. Core, I mean, it's not like the Guild's ancestors didn't leave behind a few interesting secrets. And I've always wondered what happens if you modify a skill that's supposed to be unchangeable. Maybe the pen has a little curiosity of its own, or maybe it's just messing with the Guild's rules for fun.
Cao Wuji's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing.
You're playing with forces you cannot comprehend,
He warned.
and the consequences will be dire.
Jiang Yan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each one more absurd than the last. The Gogify's skill had always been unpredictable, but this was something else entirely. The contract core's energy was unlike anything he'd ever felt, and the fate-changing pen's vibrations suggested a deeper connection than he'd imagined. Had the guild hidden something in the core? Or was there a reason the pen had chosen him? He shook his head, trying to focus. His past was a blur of failures and small victories, but this was something new, something that felt almost right. The contract core's hum grew louder, and he could almost hear the whispers of forgotten skills echoing in the air. He wasn't sure what was coming next, but one thing was certain. The guild's secrets were far more complicated than he'd ever expected. As Yan's thoughts drifted, his eyes caught sight of a strange object near the contract Korea's stele, its surface etched with runes that shimmered faintly. The runes were unlike any he'd seen before, their patterns shifting as if they were alive. He stepped closer, his curiosity piqued. The air around the stia felt heavier, as though it were holding its breath. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the stone, and the runes flared with a sudden burst of light. A soft chime echoed through the hall, and the runes rearranged themselves, forming a new pattern that he could barely make out. His eyes widened. The runes were modified, their structure altered in a way that suggested they had been tampered with deliberately. He frowned, his mind racing. Who had done this? And why? The stele's presence was a puzzle, one that hinted at a hidden truth buried deep within the guild's history. A few steps away, a hidden workshop chamber revealed itself as the air around it shimmered and shifted. The door, which had been invisible moments ago, now stood open, its frame glowing with a faint, otherworldly light. Yan. Yan's eyes narrowed as he stepped inside, the scent of old wood and metal filling his nostrils. The chamber was cluttered with strange tools and scrolls, their edges frayed and their ink faded. His gaze landed on a scroll that seemed to pulse with energy, its surface covered in symbols that glowed faintly. He reached out, his fingers trembling slightly as he touched the scroll. The moment his skin made contact, the symbols flared to life, their glow intensifying until they formed a single, unmistakable word.
Glitch.
A low chuckle escaped his lips. The scroll's presence was a joke, a cruel one, but it was also a clue. Someone had hidden this here, and the implications were clear. The Godify skill wasn't just a tool, it was a key, one that could unlock secrets the guild had long buried. And as the scroll's glow faded, Yan couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement. The game was far from over. The contract core pulsed again, its glow intensifying as the air around it seemed to ripple like disturbed water. Sawuji's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Jiang Yan.
This is impossible.
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper.
You are not meant to be here. You are not meant to hold that pen.
Jiang Yan's smirk widened, his confidence unshaken.
Oh, I think I am.
He said, his voice carrying the weight of his defiance.
And I think I've just made the guild look like a bunch of technologically illiterate amateurs.
The contract core's hum grew louder, the energy around it vibrating with a strange, almost musical quality. Gale Wuji's hands clenched into fists, his frustration boiling over.
You don't understand what you're doing.
He said, his voice tight with anger.
The contract core is the foundation of our world. If you tamper with it, you could unravel everything.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Unravel everything? I think you're overestimating the damage I can do. I've been messing with things that were supposed to be unchangeable for a while now, and so far, I've only made things more absurd.
His words hung in the air, a challenge that neither of them could ignore. The contract core's glow pulsed once more, and for a moment the entire guild hall seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see what would come next. The air in Yangzhou City felt heavier than usual, as if the sky itself had drawn a veil over the streets. Jiang Yan stood at the edge of the square, his eyes flickering toward the ancient stone pillar that had appeared overnight, its surface etched with glowing runes that pulsed like a heartbeat. A skill scroll long forgotten in the guild's archives had been found by a curious apprentice and now lay in Jiang Yan's hands, its edges shimmering with an eerie violet light. The fate-changing pen, which had been inert for weeks, vibrated violently in his grip, its ink well bubbling as though it were alive. The contract core, hidden deep within the guild hall, hummed faintly its crystalline structure, casting soft, shifting shadows on the walls. The city's elders muttered about the Demon King's return, their voices tinged with fear. But Jayan's mind was elsewhere, caught between the absurdity of his own power and the strange energy that seemed to be pulling him toward the guild's secrets. The air was thick with mystery, and the world felt on the brink of something both ridiculous and monumental.
Are you sure this is the right place?
A trembling voice asked as a group of townsfolk huddled near the stone pillar, their faces pale and sweat-drenched.
The Demon King was sealed away by the guild's ancestor. Show, can he return now?
Another voice, higher pitched and frantic, chimed in.
The elders said the contract core would protect us. Why is it humming like that?
Jiang Yan rolled his eyes, arms crossed as he leaned against the pillar.
Relax, everyone. If the Demon King's back, I guess I'm the one who gets to fix things again.
His tone was casual, but the townsfolk barely heard him, their eyes darting between the glowing runes and the faint, ominous tremors beneath their feet.
You think he's going to tear the city apart?
One of them asked, voice trembling.
No.
Jiang Yan said, smirking.
I think he's going to tear it apart, but in a way that's way more embarrassing than anyone expected.
Sao, Wuji's voice, cut through the air like a blade, sharp and unwavering.
You think you can just waltz into the guild hall and claim the contract Correa is your own?
His eyes burned with a mix of fury and something deeper, something that hinted at a past Yan had never been told about.
You have no idea what you're meddling with.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, the fate-changing pen still vibrating in his hand.
Oh, I think I do.
He said, his voice laced with a confidence that belied the confusion in his mind.
The contract core, the Demon King, the guild secrets. None of this makes sense. But I've always been good at making things make sense, even if it's just by accident.
Zhao Wuji's expression darkened.
You don't understand the weight of what you're doing.
he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper.
The contract core isn't just a record of skills. It's a key to something far older, far more dangerous, and you.
He gestured sharply at Jiang Yan.
You're just a fool who thinks he can change fate with a pen.
Jiang Yan stared at Cao Wuji, the weight of the guild president's words pressing against him like a physical force. He had always known his skills were strange, but this was something else entirely. The fate-changing pen had been a gift, a relic from his past that he had never fully understood. The contract core's hum was more than just a sound. It was a language, a rhythm that felt familiar yet alien. And the Demon King? He was a legend, a tale told to scare children. But now he was real, and somehow Jiang Yan was the one who had to face him. He exhaled sharply, shaking his head.
I don't know what I'm doing.
He muttered, more to himself than to Zhao Wuji.
But I've never been one to back down from a challenge, even if it's one that doesn't make sense. Maybe that's why I keep ending up in these absurd situations.
He looked down at the fate-changing pen, its ink still bubbling.
Or maybe it's because I'm just the kind of person who can't help but make things worse, even when I mean to fix them.
As the tension between Jesse Yan and Zhao Wuji thickened, a sudden tremor rippled through the ground beneath them, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the stone pillar. The runes on the pillar flared brighter, their glow casting jagged shadows that danced across the guild hall's walls. Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he noticed something he hadn't before, a faint, almost imperceptible symbol etched into the base of the pillar, one that looked nothing like the runes of the contract core. It was older, more intricate, and for some reason it felt like it was watching him. He stepped closer, the fate-changing pen still vibrating in his hand. And as he reached out to touch the symbol, the ground beneath him gave way with a sudden, jarring shift. The stone gave way to reveal a hidden chamber, its entrance framed by a massive stele carved with runes that were clearly modified, their edges jagged and uneven as though they had been forcibly reshaped. The air inside the chamber was thick with the scent of old paper and something metallic that smelled faintly of ozone. Yan's breath caught in his throat as he stepped inside, the fate-changing pen's glow intensifying in his grip. The stele was unlike anything he had seen before. Its runes were not just etched but layered, as if they had been rewritten multiple times over the centuries. He ran his fingers over the surface, and to his surprise, the runes began to shift, rearranging themselves into a pattern that looked eerily familiar. It was the same pattern that had appeared on the contract core, but here it was incomplete, as if something had been deliberately erased. A low, mechanical hum filled the air as the stele's runes pulsed in time with the fate-changing pen's vibrations. Jiang Yan's mind raced, trying to piece together what he was seeing. The modified runes suggested that someone, perhaps the guild's ancestors, had tampered with the steel's original design, but for what purpose? He could almost hear the whispers of the past echoing through the chamber, a voice that was both distant and impossibly close.
This place.
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper.
It's not just a hidden workshop. It's a record of something the guild tried to forget.
He looked down at the fate-changing pen, its inkwell now glowing with an intensity that felt almost sentient.
And I think I just found the key to everything.
Just as Yan was about to step back, A sudden noise echoed through the chamber, a sharp metallic clang that sent a jolt of adrenaline through his veins. He spun around, his eyes locking onto the far end of the chamber where a massive door was slowly creaking open. The air around it shimmered with an energy that felt both ancient and impossibly modern, as if the door itself was caught between two realities. Jia. Yan's heart pounded in his chest as he realized the truth. The hidden workshop was not just a relic of the past. It was a gateway, and whatever lay beyond it was waiting for him. The Demon King emerged from the shadows, his form towering and monstrous, his eyes burning with a light that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the world.
You dare challenge me, mortal?
He roared, his voice a deep, resonant growl that sent shivers down Yan's spine. The townsfolk behind him screamed, their voices a cacophony of fear and confusion. Jiang Yan, however, stood his ground, his hand tightening around the fate-changing pen as he muttered,
Modify.
"The Demon King's skill
Demon's roar.
was instantly changed to."
Demons scream.
As the change took effect, the air around the Demon King warped, his massive form flickering like a broken hologram. The city was filled with a deafening, high-pitched screech that sent everyone to the ground in agony. The Demon King himself was no better off. His massive form was racked with spasms, his eyes wide with confusion. Jess again, standing unharmed, chuckled.
Looks like even the Demon King can't handle a little noise.
The townsfolk, still recovering from the sound, looked up in awe.
He's not even trying to fight.
One of them whispered. Yan shrugged.
I mean, I'm not exactly the best at this whole fighting thing, but I do know a thing or two about making things louder than they should be.
The Demon King, his body shaking with the force of the sound, turned to Jiang Yan with a look of pure disbelief.
What have you done?
He bellowed, his voice now a distorted, echoing version of itself. Yan raised an eyebrow.
I just made your army a little more artistic.
The townsfolk, now watching the scene unfold, burst into laughter as the Demon Kings
Army.
continued their performance. Zhao Wuji, watching from the guild hall, clenched his fist.
This is impossible.
He muttered.
He is changing the very fabric of our world.
Jiang Yan, hearing the remark, turned to Zhao Wuji and said,
Well, I'm not exactly the best at following rules, but I do know a thing or two about breaking them.
as the Demon Kings
Army.
continued their performance. Yeah, Yan knew that the final confrontation between him and the guild was drawing ever closer. The guild hall's air was thick with an energy that felt like a storm brewing inside a sealed jar. Yan stepped through the grand doors, his boots clicking against the marble floor, as if the very stones were protesting his presence. The contract core, a crystalline monolith, pulsing with a soft iridescent glow, stood at the center of the chamber, its surface etched with runes that flickered like fireflies. As Yan approached, the runes shifted, rearranging themselves into the words.
Fate changing pen.
He raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips.
So that's where it came from.
He muttered, his voice low but laced with triumph. The air around him seemed to vibrate with anticipation, as though the contract core itself was waiting for him to make a move. Sao Wuji emerged from the shadows, his presence as imposing as ever. His eyes, sharp and calculating, locked onto Jiang with a mixture of fury and disbelief.
You've been meddling with things you do not understand.
Yi said, his voice a low growl that reverberated through the chamber.
The contract core is not a toy for you to play with. You have no idea what you're tampering with.
Jiang Yan crossed his arms, his smirk widening.
Oh, I think I do.
He replied, his tone casual but laced with a confidence that made Zhao's jaw tighten.
You see, I've been messing with things for a while now, and let me tell you, I'm pretty good at it. I mean, look at what I did to your time space lock the other day. You were stuck in a loop for 10 minutes, and the crowd loved it. I think they called it a technical difficulty or something.
Zhao's expression darkened, but Jelly Yan wasn't done.
This isn't just about me, Zhao. This is about everyone who's been told they're useless because of their professions. I'm not here to follow the guild's rules. I'm here to show them that even the most absurd skills can be turned into something powerful. And if the contract core is the key to that, then I'm not going to let you stop me.
As he spoke, the contract core pulsed violently, its glow intensifying until the entire hall was bathed in a kaleidoscope of colors. The runes on its surface began to shift again, this time forming a swirling vortex that seemed to pull the air around it into a spiral. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed, his mind racing. He had heard rumors about the contract, Core's ability to rewrite the very fabric of profession skills, but he had never imagined it would feel this alive.
Modify.
He muttered under his breath, his voice barely above a whisper. The words hung in the air, and the contract core responded instantly. The vortex expanded, its edges rippling like a disturbed pond. Zhao Wuji took a step back, his face paling as the runes on the contract core began to glow with an intensity that made the walls of the guild hall tremble. Jiang Yan's inner monologue was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions.
Okay, so I thought the contract core was just some fancy crystal that recorded skills, but now it's looking like it's got more to it than I ever imagined. I mean, I've modified skills before, but this is like rewriting reality. I can't believe I'm actually standing here facing Zhao Wuji with the power to change the guild's entire system. It's insane, but I'm not going to back down. If this thing can turn Zhao's time-space lock into a glitch, then maybe it can do even more. I just hope I don't screw things up too badly. But hey, if I do, at least it'll be funny.
The contract core's energy surged, and the air around Jiang Yan and Sao Wuji became unstable. The floor beneath them cracked, sending shards of marble flying in all directions. Sao Wuji raised his hand, summoning a wave of mana that crashed toward Jiang Yan. But as the wave neared him, it flickered and distorted, its edges twisting into a spiral before vanishing entirely. Jiang Yan let out a low whistle.
Nice try, Zhao. But I think you're going to need a new cheek.
Just then, the contract core emitted a sudden burst of light, and the entire guild hall was engulfed in a blinding flash. When the light faded, the scene had changed. The walls were now covered in floating mana crystals, their surfaces glowing with chaotic energy. In the center of the room, a group of guild members stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with confusion. One of them, a young apprentice, let out a nervous laugh.
Ah, I think the mana overload just turned our training room into a carnivore.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Looks like the contract. Core's got a sense of humor. I like that.
He turned to Zhao Guji, who was now standing in the middle of the chaos, his face a mask of disbelief.
So, Zauro, what's next? Are we going to have a dance-off with the mana crystals? Or are you going to finally admit that I've got the upper hand here?
Zhao's jaw tightened, but before he could respond, a sudden explosion of energy erupted from the contract core. The monocrystals around them began to pulse in unison, creating a symphony of lights and sounds that filled the guild hall. Jiao! Yan's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. The contract core wasn't just modifying skill. It was rewriting the very rules of the guild itself. And for the first time, he felt a surge of determination. This was just the beginning. The golden arena was a cauldron of noise, its stands packed with spectators who had come to witness the impossible. Yan stood at the center of the battlefield, his posture relaxed as if he were watching a movie instead of facing an S-rank warrior. Across from him, the blade of the void loomed, his presence a shadow that seemed to swallow the light. The warrior raised his hand, and a massive sword of pure darkness materialized, its edges glinting with an ominous, otherworldly sheen.
Your end is near, mortal.
He declared, his voice a low rumble that set shivers through the crowd. Yan crossed his arms, his smirk unwavering.
Modify.
He muttered, the words slipping from his lips like a spell. The blade of the void's skill
Blade of the void.
flickered and vanished, replaced by.
Blade of the voidance.
The change was immediate. The massive sword of darkness flickered and then disappeared entirely, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air. The blade of the void blinked, his expression shifting from confidence to confusion as he looked around. His weapon gone, the crowd erupted into laughter, their voices a cacophony of amusement. Some spectators were on their feet, clapping as if they had just witnessed a comedy act. Others were doubling over, their sides aching from the absurdity of the moment. Jiang Yan, unfazed, tilted his head and said,
Looks like even the blade of the void can't handle a little absence.
The blade of the void, now weaponless, stood frozen in place. His face was a mask of disbelief, his hands twitching as if he were trying to summon the sword back into existence.
What have you done?
He shouted, his voice rising in pitch.
You have no idea what you've unleashed.
Jiang Yan shrugged, his tone casual.
I just made your army a little more artistic.
Across the arena, Zhao Weiji watched from the sidelines, his face a mixture of fury and disbelief.
This is not possible.
He muttered, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white.
He is defying the very laws of the guild.
Jiang Yan turned to Zhao Wuji, his smirk widening.
Well, I'm not exactly the best at following rules, but I do know a thing or two about breaking them.
As the crowd continued to cheer, Jiang Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. He had always known that his modified skills were unpredictable, but this was something else entirely. The blade of the void's weapon was gone, and the warrior was left with no recourse. He was a powerful opponent, but even the strongest could be undone by a single absurd twist. Suddenly a new sound cut through the arena, low, mechanical whirring. Yen's eyes widened as he looked around, spotting a group of guild members rushing toward the battlefield. They were carrying an array of bizarre contraptions, their designs so outlandish that they looked like they had been cobbled together from spare parts. One of them was a large, spherical device that emitted a faint glow.
Modify.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice low. The device's function
Mana. Overload.
was instantly changed to.
Mana overload glitch.
The moment the change took effect, the device emitted a blinding flash of light, sending a shock wave through the arena. The spectators were thrown back, their screams echoing as they scrambled to avoid the blast. The blade of the void, now even more confused, looked at the device and then at Jiang Yan.
What is this?
He demanded, his voice tinged with panic. Yan raised an eyebrow.
Well, I guess that's your new toy.
The blade of the void's face twisted in fury.
You will pay for this.
He roared, his voice now a guttural growl. He lunged forward, but his movements were sluggish, as if the mana overload was sapping his strength. Jasei. Yan took a step back, his expression one of amusement.
Looks like even the blade of the void can't handle a little chaos.
As the crowd continued to cheer, Yan knew that the guild would not stand idly by as he continued to challenge their authority. The final confrontation between him and the guild was drawing ever closer. The air in Yongzhou City was thick with tension as the Demon King's army descended from the clouds, their roars shaking the very stones of the city. Jiang Yan stood at the forefront of the chaos, his hands twitching as he muttered the word.
Modify.
Under his breath, the Demon King's skill,
Demon's army.
effed and twisted into,
Demon's dancers.
and the lesser demons transformed into a troupe of elegantly dressed figures, their movements synchronized in a bizarre, mesmerizing ballet. The crowd gasped, then erupted into laughter as the demons pirouetted and twirled, their uncaterifying forms now resembling a troupe of overzealous performers. The Demon King himself stood frozen, his face a mask of horror as he shouted.
What have you done?
Jiang Yan, watching from the sidelines, crossed his arms and chuckled.
I just made your army a little more artistic.
The contract corps, still humming faintly in the guild hall, seemed to pulse in response, as if it recognized the absurdity of the moment. A nearby townsman, clutching a trembling hand to his head, muttered,
That's the same kind of madness that sealed the Demon King away. The legend said the Fate Changer could rewrite reality itself, but no one ever believed it.
Zhang Wuji, watching from the guild hall, clenched his fist.
This is impossible.
He muttered.
He is changing the very fabric of our world.
Jiang Yan, hearing the remark, turned to Zhao Wuji and said,
Well, I'm not exactly the best at following rules, but I do know a thing or two about breaking them.
as the Demon Kings
Army.
continued their performance. Yan's eyes flicked to the fate-changing pen in his hand, which vibrated slightly as if it were alive. He had no idea why it was reacting now, but the thought of exploring the guild's secrets gnawed at him. Meanwhile, a hidden stele near the city's outskirts caught his attention. Its runes were twisted, as if someone had tried to rewrite history itself. The pen's vibrations grew stronger as he approached, and the air around the stele crackled with energy, hinting at a long-buried truth about the guild's origins. Jiang Yan's inner monologue buzzed with confusion and curiosity.
Why does my skill keep working like this? Is the fate-changing pen connected to the contract core? What if the guild's entire system is built on a glitch they never fixed?
He shook his head, laughing at the absurdity.
Maybe the Demon King's return is just another glitch in a world that's already broken.
As the dancers twirled, the stele's runes shimmered, and a hidden workshop chamber behind it revealed itself, its walls lined with ancient scrolls that glowed oddly. One scroll, in particular, seemed to pulse with the same energy as the fate-changing pen. Its text scrawled in a language that looked suspiciously like the one on Broody Yan's own skill scroll. The implications were staggering, but for now he had a demon king to outdance and a guild president to outwit. The city's laughter echoed around him as he stepped forward, the pen vibrating in his grip, the future uncertain but absurdly hilarious. The guild hall's air was thick with an unnatural stillness, the kind that made even the dust motes in the air seem to pause mittens. Yen stood before the contract core, its crystalline surface pulsing with a faint rhythmic glow that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the building itself. The fat changing pen in his hand vibrated like a tuning fork struck by an unseen force, its ink well bubbling with a dark liquid that shimmered like liquid starlight. Nearby, a forgotten skill scroll lay on a pedestal, its edges curling and uncurling as though it were breathing, the runes on its surface shifting between languages. I Ching Yan had never studied Zhao. Wuji's voice cut through the silence sharp as a blade.
You think you can toy with forces beyond your comprehension. The contract core is not a toyets, a prison for things that should never be unleashed. Your modify skill isn't a gift, it's a curse. The guild's ancestors sealed away the fate changer for a reason. You're not just changing names. You're unraveling threads that have held the world together for centuries.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, the pen's vibrations sensing with the beat of his own pulse.
Curse. I prefer Appraid, you know. I've always wondered what the guild's ancestors were so scared of. Maybe they were just bad at naming things. Fate Changer sounds way more dramatic than overly complicated skill modifier.
Zhao Wuji's face darkened, but before he could respond, the contract core emitted a low hum, and the scroll's runes flared bright red, as if reacting to Wani Yan's words. Jesse Yan's inner monologue was a chaotic symphony of confusion and curiosity. Asterisk, why does the pen vibrate when I'm not even using it? Is the contract core trying to communicate, or is it just a really expensive light bulb? Asterisk. He glanced at the scroll again, its shifting runes now spelling out something that looked suspiciously like,
I told you so.
in a language that didn't exist. Asterisk. Maybe I should have studied harder in magic class. But wait, why does my skill keep changing things into absurd versions? The Demon King's army became dancers. Zhao Wuji's time lock became a Wi-Fi signal. Is there a pattern here? Or is the universe just messing with me? Asterisk. He rubbed his temples, the pen's vibrations growing stronger. Asterisk, if the guild's ancestors were so scared of the fate changer, why is it still here? And why does it feel like the contract core is... Asterisk, he stopped, mid-thought, his eyes narrowing at the scroll. Asterisk, watching me. Asterisk, a sudden creak echoed from the guild hall's far end, followed by the soft click of a hidden door unlocking. Gastari Yan turned, his gaze falling on a stone stele embedded in the wall, its surface etched with runes that looked like they had been scribbled in haste. The runes were familiar modified versions of the ones on the scroll, but they were incomplete, as though someone had tried to rewrite them and failed.
What is this?
He muttered, stepping closer. The runes pulsed faintly, and the stele's surface began to glow, revealing a hidden chamber behind it. Inside, a workshop cluttered with half-finished blueprints, broken machinery, and a single, ominous-looking Beckett that looked like a cross between a clock and a toaster. J. Yan's eyes widened.
A mad scientist's lair? Is this where the guild's ancestors hid their secrets? Or is it where they buried their mistakes?
He reached out, the fate-changing pen trembling in his hand. Asterisk, maybe this is the origin of my skill, or maybe it's a trap. Either way, I'm not letting go now. Asterisk, Sao. Wuji's voice broke the silence again, colder this time.
You think you're the first to stumble upon this. The guild has spent centuries guarding against the Fete Changer's influence. Your modify skill isn't a coincidence. It's a flaw in the system, a crack in the fabric of reality. If you keep meddling, you'll unravel everything.
Jiang Yan smirked, his fingers brushing the stele's glowing runes.
Unreveal everything? Sounds like a fun party. But hey, why does the contract core keep humming when I'm near it? And why does my pen vibrate like it's trying to escape my hand? Maybe the guild's ancestors weren't scared of the Fet Changer. Maybe they were just bad at hiding it.
He turned to Zhao Wuji, his tone mockingly cheerful.
You know, I've always wondered what the guild's most powerful secret was. Turns out it's a pen that vibrates and a stele that hides a workshop. Pretty anticlimactic, don't you think?
Zhao Wuji's jaw tightened. But before he could respond, the hidden workshop's door creaked open, revealing a faint, flickering light that seemed to pulse in time with the contract core. Asterisk, what's inside asterisk? Yan thought, stepping forward. Asterisk, whatever it is, I'm not backing down. Not now, asterisk. The golden arena had never been so loud. Yan, still reeling from the absurdity of the demon kings,
Army.
turning into a troupe of elegantly dressed dancers, was being dragged into the middle of a raucous celebration by his allies. Liang Qian, his ever enthusiastic friend, had already grabbed a barrel of ale and was chugging it like it was water. While Zhao Li, his more reserved but fiercely loyal comrade, was trying to calm down a group of terrified townsfolk who had been caught in the crossfire of Jiang Yan's latest
Modify.
scale.
You turned the Demon King's army into a ballet troupe.
Xiang Tian shouted over the din, his eyes wide with unrestrained glee.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
The crowd roared with laughter, and even Zawel Li cracked a smile, though he quickly tried to hide it. Yan, still grinning, raised his hands in mock surrender.
Hey, I didn't ask to be the world's most absurd hero.
He said, his voice tinged with both exasperation and amusement.
But if it gets us out of trouble, I'll take it.
As the celebration continued, the bond between Jixian and his allies felt stronger than ever, their shared absurdity a source of unshakable unity. Liang Tian, wiping ale from his beard, turned to Jiang Yan with a grin that could light up the darkest cave.
You know, I used to think you were the most useless guy I'd ever met.
He said, his voice carrying the weight of both mockery and affection.
But now I think you're the most useful. I mean, who else could turn a Demon King's army into a dance troupe and still have the gall to call it a victory?
Jiang Yan laughed, shaking his head.
You're not wrong.
He replied, his eyes sparkling with mischief.
But don't get too used to it. I still don't know how to fix a broken sword or heal a wound. I'm just good at making things more interesting.
Zhao Li, who had been watching the exchange with a small, knowing smile, finally spoke up.
You're not just good at making things interesting.
He said, his voice steady and sincere.
You're good at making us believe in things we never thought possible, even when it's absurd.
The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, and for a moment the celebration quieted as the group shared a look that spoke of trust, gratitude, and the strange, unbreakable bond they had forged. Jiang Yan's mind drifted as he watched the celebration unfold, the laughter and chaos of the moment wrapping around him like a warm blanket. He thought back to the first time he had met Liang Tian, a grumpy old man who had refused to believe in his
Useless.
profession, and to Zhao Li, who had once stood between him and a group of mocking guild members, his voice steady and unshakable. They had been his underdogs then, and now they were his allies. He felt a pang of fear in his chest, a whisper of doubt that he might fail them again, but it was quickly drowned out by the joy of their absurd victories. He had never imagined that his ridiculous skills could be a source of strength. But here they were, turning enemies into dancers, chaos into triumph. He smiled to himself, his heart full. As the celebration reached its peak, the group was suddenly interrupted by a commotion near the city gates. A group of terrified civilians was running toward them, their faces pale with fear.
The guild's enforcers are coming.
One of them shouted, their voice trembling.
They say they're here to arrest Yan for defying the laws of the guild.
The news sent a ripple of unease through the crowd, and even Lian Tian's laughter faltered. Jiang Yan, however, only raised an eyebrow.
Well, that's a surprise.
He said, his voice calm.
I was wondering when they'd get around to this.
Zhao Li stepped forward, his expression darkening.
We can't let them take him.
He said, his voice firm.
Not again.
Xiang Tian, still holding his ale, nodded.
We've come too far for this.
He said.
If they want to arrest him, they'll have to go through us first.
Jiang Yan looked at his allies, his heart swelling with gratitude. He had never imagined that his absurd skills could be a source of strength, but here they were, standing by him, ready to face the guild's wrath together. He smiled, his resolve hardening.
Then let's show them what happens when you mess with the wrong people.
He said, his voice filled with determination. The group was still gathered near the city gates when a new threat emerged. A group of guild enforcers, clad in black armor and wielding weapons that glowed with an ominous light, had arrived. At their head was Zhao Wuji, his face a mask of cold fury.
You think you can defy the guild and get away with it.
He said, his voice cutting through the air like a blade.
You've broken the very fabric of our world, and now you will pay the price.
Jiang Yan, unfazed, crossed his arms.
Well, I've heard of breaking the fabric of the world,
He said.
but I think I've heard of something even more absurd.
As the enforcers advanced, Liang Qin and Zhao Li stepped forward, their expressions resolute.
You won't take him.
Zhao Li said, his voice steady.
Not while we're still standing.
Ai Tian, still holding his ale, raised it in a mock toast.
To the most absurd underdog in the world.
He said, his grin wide.
And to the people who stand by him.
The enforcers hesitated, their formation faltering for the first time. Yan took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Let's see what you got.
He said, his voice filled with confidence.
I've got a feeling it's going to be interesting.
Jiang Yan and his allies stood in the center of the ruined plaza, their faces smeared with soot and sweat, but their laughter echoed louder than the crumbling stones around them. Moments ago, the Demon Kings
Demon's army!
had been transformed into a troupe of elegantly dressed dancers, their movements so synchronized that they resembled a Sunuil ballet, one of the lesser demons, now a ballerina in a frilly skirt, pirouetted midair, her foot tapping a perfect rhythm against the broken tiles. Another had been turned into a tap dancer, his boots clacking so loudly that even the Demon King winced.
You turned our army into a cabaret.
The Demon King roared, his voice trembling with rage and disbelief.
This is a mockery of power.
Jiang Yan, still grinning, crossed his arms.
Nah, it's a masterpiece of absurdity. You should be thanking me.
His ally, Lin Zhou, a fiery-haired mage, with a penchant for sarcasm, clapped her hands.
Brother Yan, you just made the Demon King's army the most entertaining thing in the city. I think we've got a new tourist attraction.
The group burst into laughter, their camaraderie evident as they high-fived each other, the absurdity of their victory fueling their joy. Even the Demon King, despite his fury, couldn't help but chuckle as one of his dancers tripped over a loose stone, tumbling into a heap of glittering dust.
You're all mad.
The Demon King muttered, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of admiration.
Mad, but brilliant. Jiang Yan, you just saved us all with that ridiculous modify skill.
Said Lin Zhao, her voice thick with genuine admiration as she leaned against a broken pillar, her hands still glowing faintly from a minor spell she'd used to fend off a stray demon.
I mean, who would have thought turning the Demon King's army into a troupe of dancers would be the key to victory? You're like a mad scientist in a world of knights and sorcerers.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his grin widening.
Mad scientist? I prefer absurd fantasy architect. Besides, it's not just about the skill, it's about the chaos. You saw how the Demon King's army was confused, how the crowd was laughing. That's the real power here.
Lin Zhao's nodded, her eyes sparkling with mischief.
Yeah, but don't forget, you had to tweak that Demon's army skill into Demon's dancers on the fly. I was half convinced you'd accidentally turn them into a bunch of clowns.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his voice low.
I was half convinced too, but hey, if I can't fight like the rest of you, I'll just make everything as ridiculous as possible. That's my style.
Lin Zhao's eyes softened as she looked at him, her usual sarcasm giving way to something warmer.
You know, I used to think you were just a joke, a nobody with a silly profession, but now you're the kind of person who turns the impossible into a joke and still wins. I don't know how you do it, but I'm glad you're on our side.
Jiang Yan blinked, his usual confidence. Faltering for a moment, he looked away, his mind drifting back to the day he'd been ridiculed in the guild's training hall, his doubt
Modify.
skill dismissed as useless. He'd been alone then, the weight of his failures pressing down on him. Now here he was, surrounded by allies who saw his absurdity not as a weakness, but as a strength.
I I just wanted to make things better.
He said quietly.
Not for glory, not for power, just to prove that even the underdogs can change the game.
Ling Zhao reached out, squeezing his shoulder.
You've done more than that, brother. You've made us believe in the impossible.
As the group's laughter faded, a new threat emerged. The Demon King, his face twisted in fury, raised a hand and summoned a swirling vortex of dark energy.
Enough of this mockery.
He roared.
You think you've won? You've only delayed the inevitable.
The vortex expanded, tendrils of shadow, lashing out towards Yan and his allies.
Modify.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice steady. The Demon King's skill
Dark vortex.
flickered and changed into.
Dancing shadows.
The tendrils of darkness transformed into silhouettes of waltzing figures, their movements slow and elegant, as if they were performing a ballroom dance. The Demon King gaped, his rage momentarily forgotten.
What have you done?
He shouted.
These shadows are not attacking. They're dancing.
Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with mischief.
I just made your darkness a little more graceful.
The group erupted into laughter again, their joy unshaken even as the Demon King's.
Army.
of shadows twirled in perfect synchronization, but the victory was short lived. A sudden tremor shook the ground, and from the ruins of the plaza, a massive figure emerged, a creature unlike anything they'd seen before. Its body was a fusion of stone and metal, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light.
You've interfered too much.
It growled, its voice a deep rumble that sent vibrations through the air.
The guild has sent me to silence you.
Jiang Yan's heart pounded. He'd heard of this creature before, a construct known as
Iron Sentinel.
a relic of the guild's ancient experiments. It was said to be impervious to all known skills, a perfect enforcer of the guild's will.
So this is the guild's new toy.
He muttered, his voice laced with both fear and determination.
Well, I guess it's time to see if my absurdity can handle a little more absurdity.
The iron sentinel raised its massive arm, and the ground cracked beneath it.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered, his hands trembling. The sentinel's skill
Unyielding strike.
flickered and changed into.
Unyielding tap.
The sentinel's arm froze mid-swing, its movements now jerky and uncoordinated, as if it were trying to dance a clumsy waltz. The group let out a collective gasp, their laughter turning into cheers.
You turned the Iron Sentinel into a clumsy dancer.
Lin Zhao shouted, her eyes wide with the belief.
This is the best day of my life.
The sentinel, now stumbling and tripping over itself, let out a mechanical screech of frustration.
You think this is a joke?
It bellowed.
You think I can be defeated by a child's game?
Jiang Yan stepped forward, his voice calm but resolute.
No, I think I've just made the guild's greatest weapon the most ridiculous thing in the world, and that's a victory worth celebrating.
As the sentinel continued its absurd performance, the group's laughter echoed through the ruins, a testament to their bond and the absurdity of their triumph. Even the Demon King, now watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but smile.
You've done it again.
He muttered, his voice tinged with something akin to respect.
You've turned the impossible into a joke and still won.
Jiang Yan looked at his allies, his heart swelling with gratitude. They had stood by him through every failure, every mockery, and now they stood together, laughing in the face of the impossible.
We're not just underdogs.
He said quietly.
We're the ones who make the absurd possible.
The golden arena was silent, the air thick with a tension that felt almost electric. Jackie Yen stood at the center, his hands trembling slightly as his skill scroll sparked unexpectedly, a faint blue light flickering across its surface. The fate-changing pen, which had been resting in his satchel, rolled toward a peculiar rune etched into the arena's floor, a symbol he had never seen before, its edges jagged and pulsing with an eerie glow. Around him, the spectators had fallen into an uneasy hush, their murmurs of anticipation replaced by a collective unease as a sudden surge of mana rippled through the arena, sending a shiver down the spines of even the most seasoned warriors. Jassy, Yan's eyes narrowed as he noticed the rune's glow intensifying, its pattern eerily similar to the one on the contract core. He muttered to himself.
This can't be a coincidence.
But the words barely left his lips before the arena's silence was shattered by a low, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from the rune itself.
Jiang Yan, are you even trying to fight?
A voice cut through the charged air, sharp and laced with mockery. Zhao Wuji stood at the edge of the arena, his arms crossed, a smug grin plastered across his face.
You've been fiddling with the contract core's runes again, haven't you? I told you those things are unstable. One wrong move, and you'll end up causing a cataclysm.
Jiang Yan glanced up, his smirk mirroring Zhao Wuji's.
Relax, President. I'm not trying to cause a cataclysm. I'm just making sure the cataclysm you're so worried about doesn't actually happen. Besides, if I didn't tweak the runes, you'd still be stuck in that time-space glitch from yesterday.
The crowd erupted in laughter, but Zhao Wuji's expression darkened.
You think this is a game?
He growled.
You're playing with forces you don't understand.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes flicking back to the rune as its glow intensified.
Oh, I understand them just fine.
He said, his voice low and confident.
I just prefer to make them a little more cooperative.
Inside his mind, Zhao Yan's thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion and realization. The rune's pattern was too familiar, its energy too similar to the contract cores. He had spent weeks studying the core, and yet this symbol had eluded him until now. Was it a hidden aspect of the core's power, a failsafe, or something else entirely? He felt a strange pull in his chest, a mix of dread and excitement. The fate-changing pen had rolled toward the rune of its own accord, as if it had a purpose beyond his own. He had always thought the pen was a tool, a way to alter skills and outwit opponents. But what if it was something more? What if it was a key? His fingers twitched as he reached for the pen, his mind racing with possibilities. The arena's silence was broken again, this time by a sudden deafening crack as the rune flared with a blinding light. Yan's eyes widened as the air around him seemed to warp, the mana surge intensifying until it felt like the very fabric of the arena was unraveling. He barely had time to react before the fate-changing pen shot from his hand, landing squarely on the rune with a soft asterisk thud asterisk. The light exploded outward, engulfing the arena in a wave of energy that sent everyone reeling. The spectators screamed as the mana surge tore through the air, but Xian stood unmoved, his eyes locked on the pen as it began to glow with a light that was neither blue nor white. It was a color he had never seen before, a shade that seemed to shift and change with every heartbeat.
Jiang Yan, what the hell did you do?
Zhao Wuji's voice was barely audible over the chaos, his face pale with shock. Jiang Yan's lips curled into a grin as he stepped forward, his voice calm despite the storm raging around him.
I think I just unlocked something you never meant for me to find.
He said, his words carrying a weight that sent a ripple of fear through the crowd. The rune beneath his feet pulsed once more, and this time the air around him seemed to hum with a power that felt both ancient and impossibly new. The arena's lights flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the floor. Jesse Yan's fingers twitched as he reached for the fate-changing pen, its glow now a steady, pulsing rhythm. He had no idea what he had just unleashed, but one thing was certain: the guild's plans had just taken a turn for the absurd.
Modify.
He whispered, his voice barely audible over the chaos. The words hung in the air, and for a moment everything seemed to freeze. Then, with a sudden, jarring shift, the rune's light flared again, this time in a different pattern. The mana surge that had threatened to tear the arena apart was now contained, its energy funneled into a single point beneath Jesse Yan's feet. The crowd gasped as the light coalesced into a swirling vortex. and from within it, a figure began to emerge, a being of pure mana, its form shifting and changing with every flicker of light. Shao! Wuji's eyes widened in horror.
No, that's not possible. That's the contract core's guardian.
Jiang Yan's grin widened as he took a step forward, his voice steady.
Looks like even the guild's most powerful secrets are just a little glitchy.
The golden arena was eerily silent, the air thick with a strange energy that made the spectators' breaths hitch. Jiang Yan stood at the center, his fingers twitching as the ancient skill scroll in his hand sparked unexpectedly, its faded ink glowing faintly. Across the arena, the fat changing pen, which had been resting on the ground since the last battle, rolled slowly toward an odd rune etched into the stone beneath it. The rune pulsed with a soft blue light, as if reacting to the pen's movement. The crowd, usually a cacophony of cheers and jeers, was now utterly still, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. A sudden surge of mana rippled through the arena, making the air vibrate like a plucked string. Yan's heart pounded. Something was wrong, something far bigger than he had anticipated. The pen paused just inches from the rune, its nib trembling as if waiting for a command. The silence deepened, stretching into an unbearable tension that made the very walls of the arena seem to lean inward.
Modify.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The words felt clumsy, almost out of place. But as he spoke them, the rune flared brighter, and the pen leapt into the air, landing with a soft thud.
I guess I'm just the guy who turns everything into a joke.
He said to no one in particular, his tone light but his eyes sharp.
But if this is a joke, I hope it's one that ends with me not getting turned into a punchline.
He glanced at Shao, Wuji, who stood rigid at the edge of the arena, his face unreadable.
You ever think, President, that maybe the guild's rules are just a little too strict for their own good?
Zhao Wuji's jaw tightened, but he said nothing, his silence more damning than any words could be. Jayan's mind raced as he stared at the rune and the pen. He had always known his
Modify.
skill was a joke away to mock the guild's overcomplicated hierarchy and the absurdity of their so-called
Powerful.
professions. But now, as the rune pulsed again, and the pen began to glow with an otherworldly light, he felt a strange certainty. This wasn't just a joke. This was a key to something bigger, something the guild had buried and forgotten. His hands trembled as he reached for the pen, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and awe. What if the contract core wasn't just a record of skills, but a prison for something far older, far more dangerous? What if the guild's so-called
Rules.
were just a fragile illusion, and the true power lay in the cracks? The arena's silence pressed down on him, and for the first time, Jiang Yan felt the weight of something far greater than himself. A sudden shout broke the tension.
Jiang Yan, look out!
A young apprentice from the guild sprinted toward him, her face pale.
The contract reads, reacting to the pen. It's opening.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened as the rune beneath the pen flared into a blinding white light, and the arena's walls began to crack. The crowd screamed as the ground trembled, and the fate-changing pen shot into the air, its nib spinning wildly.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered again, his voice steady despite the chaos. The words felt different now, heavier, as if they carried the weight of the world. The pen hovered above the rune, its light intensifying until it became a beacon of pure energy. And then, as if responding to an unspoken command, the pen plunged into the rune, and the arena was swallowed by a blinding flash. When the light faded, the arena was gone. In its place stood a vast, cavernous chamber, its walls lined with ancient symbols that pulsed with a soft, rhythmic glow. At the center of the chamber, the fate-changing pen rested on a pedestal, its nib now glowing with a deep, inky black. Jiang Yan stepped forward, his breath shallow, and reached out. As his fingers brushed the pen, a voice echoed through the chamber, deep and resonant.
You have awakened the contract core. The rules are broken. The game is over.
Jiang Yan's heart pounded as he stared at the pen, his mind racing. This wasn't just a joke anymore. This was a reckoning. The golden arena was a cauldron of tension, its air thick with the scent of ozone and the faint metallic tang of arcane energy. Jiang Yan stood at the center, his fingers twitching as he clutched the fate-changing pen, which vibrated in his grip like a nervous, overexcited pet. A skill scroll, its edges frayed and glowing faintly with an eerie, pulsating light, lay on the ground beside him, its runes shifting like liquid above. The contract core, a crystalline sphere suspended in midair, hummed softly, its surface flickering with ghostly images of past battles and forgotten legends. The arena's grand arches, usually adorned with intricate carvings of heroic deeds, now seemed to leer at Jiang Yan, their shadows stretching unnaturally. A sudden gust of wind carried the scent of burnt paper and something sweetly cloying, as though the very air was trying to whisper secrets. Zhao Wuji, his robes shimmering with the cold precision of a time-space controller, narrowed his eyes at Jiang Yan.
You think your little toy can rewrite fate.
He sneered, his voice a blade wrapped in silk. Yan smirked, his eyes flicking to the contract core.
Fate? I've never been good at following rules, but I'm great at breaking them. Do you even know what you're doing?
Zhao Wuji's voice was sharp, his hands crackling with energy as he summoned the swirling vortex of his time-space lock.
You're tampering with forces beyond your comprehension. This isn't a game.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, his grin widening.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. I've spent my whole life being told I was useless, that my profession was a joke, but I've always believed that the best way to fight a system is to rewrite it. You think your skills are absolute? I've seen the contract core's secrets, the legends of the fate changer. You're not the only one who's ever tried to control destiny, and I've got something you don't.
He paused, his finger flicking upward as the skill description on Zhao Wuji's vortex shifted from
Time-space lock.
2.
Time-space glitch. A little something called absurdity.
The arena erupted into chaos as the vortex twisted into a glitchy, pixelated mess, its edges flickering with impossible colors. Zhao Wuji's body shuddered, his form flickering between versions of himself, grizzled old man, a boy with a chicken costume, and a version of himself that was inexplicably holding a sandwich. The audience roared with laughter, their mirth echoing off the arena's walls. Yang crossed his arms, his smirk unshaken.
Looks like your fancy time magic is just a broken video game. You're a time-traveling dork now.
As the vortex collapsed into a heap of static, Yan's mind raced. The contract core's humming had grown louder, almost insistent, as though it were trying to communicate something. He had always been told that his profession was useless, that his ability to modify skills was a joke. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that maybe the legends of the Fate Changer weren't just myths. Maybe the contract core wasn't just a relicit, was a key. a key to something far bigger than he had ever imagined. He glanced at the fate-changing pen in his hand, its vibrations now synchronized with the core's hum. Could it be that his skill wasn't just a tool for chaos, but a way to unlock something ancient, something powerful? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the edge of something monumental. Just then a new sound cut through the Chaosa low, resonant chime, like a bell struck by a ghost. Jiang Yan's head snapped toward the arena's northern wall, where a massive stone stela had appeared, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly. The runes were unlike anything he had ever seen, their shapes shifting and rearranging as though they were alive. He took a step forward, his curiosity piqued. The stele's inscription was in an ancient dialect, but one phrase stood out.
The one who modifies fate is not the master, but the joke.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed. Was this a warning? A challenge? He had no time to ponder, as the stele's runes flared suddenly, sending a pulse of energy that knocked him off his feet. The arena's lights flickered, and the contract core's hum turned into a sharp, discordant whine. As Yan scrambled to his feet, he noticed something else's stele's base was cracked, revealing a faint outline of a door, a hidden chamber. His heart pounded. Could this be the workshop chamber he had heard whispers about in the Forgotten Workshop? The one said to hold the secrets of the Fate Changer? He had no idea what lay beyond the door, but one thing was certain: his journey was far from over, and whatever was waiting for him in that chamber, it was going to be absurd. The golden arena pulsed with an eerie, almost imperceptible hum, as the skill-sealing charm in Elder Sun's hands flickered with a sickly green light, its runes twisting like ink spilled on water. Jackie Yan's fingers tightened around the fate-changing pen, which vibrated faintly against his palm, its tip glowing with a soft, pulsating pulse that seemed to sync with the rhythm of the arena's magical energy. The contract core, resting on a pedestal nearby, emitted a low, almost musical hum, its crystalline surface shimmering with reflections of the past and the future, as if it were watching the unfolding chaos with silent amusement. Elder Sun's face was a mask of grim determination as he stepped forward, his robes billowing with the weight of the guild's authority, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of unease.
Think you can toy with the laws of magic, boy?
He barked, his voice cutting through the charged air.
This charm was forged in the blood of 1,000 failed experiments. It will not be broken by your nonsense.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips.
Oh, I'm not trying to break it.
He said, his voice smooth as silk.
I'm just wondering what happens if I modify it a little.
The pen in his hand glowed brighter, and the air around him crackled with anticipation. Elder Sun's hands flared with energy as he snapped his fingers, the skill-sealing charm releasing a wave of oppressive force that rippled through the arena like a shockwave. The ground beneath Yan's feet trembled, and the air grew heavy with the weight of the guild's power. But Jiang Yan didn't flinch. Instead, he raised the fate-changing pen, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the shimmering runes of the charm.
You know,
He said, his voice carrying a strange, almost mocking tone.
the legends say the guild once tried to erase the Fate Changer from history. They called it a curse, a threat to the balance of power. But I think they were wrong. I think they were just scared. Scared of someone who could turn their greatest weapon into a joke.
His words hung in the air, and for a moment the arena seemed to hold its breath. Elder Sun's expression darkened, his jaw tightening as he realized the implication.
You're not just modifying the charm.
he growled, his voice low and dangerous.
You're rewriting its purpose. You're turning it into something it was never meant to be.
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he watched the sealing charm's energy surge toward him, its oppressive force pressing against his chest like a physical weight. Asterisk. Why is it reacting this way? Asterisk, he thought, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and curiosity. Asterisk, the runes on the charm are supposed to be unbreakable, but they're flickering like they're alive. Is this a trick, or is there something deeper at play here? Asterisk, he could feel the fate changing pen vibrating in his hand, its energy humming in harmony with the charm's erratic pulses. Asterisk, could this be a test? Asterisk, he wondered, his mind drifting to the countless times he'd stumbled upon ancient artifacts that seemed to pulse with secrets. Asterisk, what if the guild's fear of the fate changer wasn't just about power? What if it was about something else entirely? Asterisk, his thoughts were interrupted as the sealing charm's energy reached him, but instead of suppressing his abilities, it twisted and warped, its oppressive force turning into something else entirely. The arena erupted in chaos as the skill sealing charm's energy transformed into a searing heat that scorched the air itself. Elder Sun's face contorted in shock as the charm backfired, its runes flaring with an intensity that sent him stumbling backward.
What? Whoop?
He shouted, his voice cracking as the heat seared his skin. Yans! Yan's smirk widened as he watched the chaos unfold.
Oops.
He said, his voice dripping with mock sympathy.
Looks like your charm just became a burning embarrassment. Guess I should have warned you my skill's not useless. It's just really good at burning things.
The audience erupted into laughter, their voices a cacophony of mirth, as they watched Elder Sun's charred face and singed robes. But Jesse, Yan's eyes were fixed on the sealing charm, its flickering runes revealing something he hadn't noticed before, a faint, almost imperceptible symbol etched into the core of the bupid. It looked like a fragment of the fate-changing pen's design, but warped and twisted, as if it had been forcibly altered. Asterisk, that symbol. Asterisk, he thought, his mind racing. Asterisk. Could this be a clue? A piece of the puzzle I've been missing all along? Asterisk, as the laughter echoed through the arena, Yan's gaze drifted toward the contract core, its humming growing louder, almost like it was reacting to the chaos. He took a step forward, his curiosity piqued. The air around the core seemed to ripple, and for a moment the arena was bathed in a strange golden light. Then, without warning, the ground beneath him shifted, the stone cracking and splitting as if something had been buried there all along. A hidden door, its surface covered in runes that pulsed with the same strange energy as the sealing charm, emerged from the earth. Yahiyan's eyes widened as he stared at the door, his mind racing with possibilities. Asterisk, what if this is the workshop chamber the legends spoke of? Asterisk, he thought, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Asterisk, what if this is where the fate-changing pen was first created? Asterisk. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this was a turning point, a moment that would change everything. As the audience's laughter faded into the background, Yan stepped forward, his hand hovering over the door's surface, ready to uncover whatever secrets lay beyond. The golden arena pulsed with chaotic energy as the crowd's roar echoed through the air, a cacophony of anticipation and laughter. Liu Feng, the Orang sword soul, stood at the center of the arena, his blade glowing with raw, crackling mana. His eyes burned with determination as he raised his sword, the air around him thick with the weight of his asterisk. Asterisk sword aura, asterisk, asterisk. A skill that had terrified countless opponents with its overwhelming pressure and unrelenting power. The crowd fell silent, the tension so thick it felt like a tangible force pressing against their chests.
This time,
Liu Feng, growled his voice, cutting through the hush.
I won't let you mock me with your nonsense.
With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the skill, the aura surging outward like a storm, the ground trembling under its force. The arena's mana overload flared, the very air shimmering with unstable energy, as if the world itself were holding its breath. Jiang Yan, standing calmly at the opposite end of the arena, smirked. His hands rested casually at his sides, but his eyes gleamed with mischief.
Liu Feng,
He said, his voice carrying effortlessly over the chaos.
you're making this way too easy, you know. I've always wondered what it'd be like to turn your sword aura into a trash talk session. Let's find out.
With a flick of his finger, he modified asterisk, asterisk, sword aura, asterisk, asterisk to asterisk, asterisk, trash talk, asterisk, asterisk. The moment the change took effect, the aura's oppressive energy collapsed into a cacophony of obnoxious, high pitched insults.
You're weak. You're a joke. You're a total failure.
The aura screamed, the words bouncing off the arena walls like a broken speaker. Liu Feng's face twisted in horror as his own skill turned against him, the insults echoing louder and louder, each one more absurd than the last. The crowd erupted into laughter, some clutching their sides, others doubling over in hysterics.
Jiang Yan, are you sure about this?
Xiao Ling, a fellow underdog and Jiang Yan's ally, asked, her voice tinged with both excitement and disbelief as she watched the scene unfold.
That's not just trash talk. It's like 1,000 monkeys with megaphones shouting at the same time.
Jiang Yan grinned, his eyes alight with the thrill of the absurd.
Exactly. You know, I always thought the guild's elite were too arrogant to notice the beauty of chaos. But look at them. Yu Feng's face is redder than a tomato, and the crowd's loving every second of it. This is what happens when you try to intimidate someone who's already mastered the art of turning your own power against you.
Xiao Ling laughed, her own eyes sparkling with the same unbridled joy.
I can't believe this is real. We're not just fighting, we're rewriting the rules of the arena, turning their pride into our punchline.
As the insults continued, Liu Feng's thought trembled in his grip. The aura now a swirling, chaotic vortex of sound.
This is not how it was supposed to be.
He shouted, his voice barely audible over the din. He lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air, but the attack was met with a wave of absurdity. The sword's edge flickered, its path twisting into a series of ridiculous shapes. First a heart, then a chicken, then a question mark. The crowd's laughter grew louder, the arena itself seeming to vibrate with the sheer ridiculousness of it all. Yen's inner monologue buzzed with a mix of surprise and exhilaration.
Who knew modifying a skill could turn a powerful attack into a comedy show? Liu Feng's face is priceless, and the crowd's energy is off the charts. I mean, I've always believed in the underdog's power to upend the elite, but this is pure chaos. I can't wait to see what else my modify skill can do. Maybe next time I'll turn a fireball into a disco ball. The possibilities are endless.
The arena's mana overload intensified, the ground trembling, as if the very fabric of reality were struggling to contain the absurdity. Suddenly, a barrage of modified
Spud missiles.
erupted from the sidelines, launched by a group of rogue guild members who had taken the chaos as a challenge. The missiles, glowing with unstable energy, zipped through the air, their trajectories erratic and unpredictable. Jiang Yan's eyes widened for a moment, but he quickly reacted, his body twisting with the grace of someone who had long since mastered the art of dodging absurdity. He leapt over the first missile, his movements fluid and effortless, before landing with a smirk.
Looks like someone's trying to join the fun.
He said, his voice carrying over the chaos.
Guess I'll have to show them how it's done.
As the missiles continued their chaotic flight, Zhao Ling appeared beside him, her hands glowing with a modified version of her own skill.
I'll handle the left side.
She said, her tone both confident and playful.
You take the right. Let's see who can dodge the most missiles without breaking a sweat.
Jiang Yan laughed, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the challenge.
You're on. Let's make sure these Spud missiles become the biggest joke of the day.
The two of them moved in perfect sync, dodging the missiles with a combination of agility and sheer absurdity. One missile exploded into a cloud of glitter, another into a burst of confetti, and a third into a harmless, squeaky balloon. The crowd's laughter grew even louder, the arena now a stage for pure, unfiltered chaos. Even Liu Feng, still trapped in his own trash-talking sword aura, couldn't help but crack a smile as he watched the scene unfold. As the last of the missiles fizzled out, Jiang Yan turned to Zhao Ling, his eyes alight with triumph.
That was incredible. We turned their attack into a joke, and the crowd's loving every second of it. I think we've just made history.
Zhao Ling grinned, her own eyes sparkling with the same energy.
History? Maybe. But I think we've just made a legend. The underdog who turned the guild's elite into a laughingstock.
The arena's mana overload finally subsided, the air settling into a strange, almost reverent silence. The crowd, now fully immersed in the absurdity, erupted into applause, their cheers echoing through the golden arena. Jackie! Yan stood at the center of it all, his smirk unwavering, his confidence unshaken.
Guess my skills are useless,
He mused.
but at least they're fun.
The golden arena was a cacophony of chaos, a zay. Yan stood in the center, his eyes locked on the bubbling, twitching device that old Tai had gifted him, the so-called troll tool. The thing looked like a cross between a malfunctioning toaster and a cursed chicken coop. Its metallic surface vibrating with erratic energy. Old Tai, his face a mix of concern and amusement, stood beside him, arms crossed as he muttered.
This thing was supposed to amplify your godify skill, not turn into a glorified prank machine.
Jiang Yan, however, was already grinning, his fingers twitching with anticipation.
Relax, old Tai.
He said, his voice laced with mischief.
If it's a prank machine, then I'm just the guy who's about to prank the entire Profession Guild.
He raised his hand, and, with a flick of his finger, he modified the tool's description from
Troll.
to
Troll tool.
a change that sent the device into a frenzy. It began to emit a high-pitched, jangly tune that echoed through the arena, its metallic body bouncing off the ground like a hyperactive ball. The audience, initially confused, soon erupted into laughter as the tool rolled toward the nearest guild member, who had the misfortune of being a rank time-space controller named Zhao Wuji. The tool slammed into Zhao Wuji's feet, sending him stumbling backward as a flock of confused chickens, yes, chickens, popped out of the device and began pecking at his robes. Zhao Wuji, his face a mask of disbelief, shouted.
What in the name of the Perfection Guild is this?
Jiang Yan, still grinning, waved his hand again, modifying the chicken's behavior too.
Heck with extra enthusiasm.
The chickens obeyed, launching into a synchronized dance of pecking that left Zhao Wuji's robes in tatters.
Looks like your time magic isn't the only thing glitching.
Jiang Yan quipped, his voice carrying over the laughter of the crowd. Old Tai, watching the chaos unfold, let out a bark of laughter.
I should have known you'd turn my tool into a prank war machine. You're a menace, Yan. And you're a genius.
Jiang Yan replied, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Now, let's see how the guild handles this.
As the chickens continued their chaotic pecking, Yan's ally Zhao Mei, a fellow underdog and a novice in the Profession Guild, stepped forward, her hands glowing with residual mana from a failed attempt to suppress the tool's energy.
This is insane.
She said, her voice tinged with both fear and excitement.
You're actually making the guild's strongest members look like fools.
Jiang Yan nodded, his grin widening.
That's the plan, Xiamei. We're not just fighting them, we're making them look ridiculous. If we can turn their skills into absurdities, then we've already won.
Xia Mei laughed, her eyes alight with the thrill of the absurd.
I never thought I'd see the day when a chicken coop would be the most powerful weapon in the arena.
Just then, the tool's jangly tune reached a crescendo, and the device sprang into the air, spinning wildly as it released a burst of glittering, multicolored smoke that engulfed the arena. The guild members, now fully immersed in the chaos, began to panic as their own skills started to malfunction. Saoji's time-space lock twisted into a swirling vortex of glitter, while Elder Sun's skill-sealing charm began to sing a lullaby. Jiang Yan, watching the spectacle, felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the power of Kabliai, he realized, turning the most powerful into the most absurd. His inner monologue buzzed with excitement and determination.
I never expected the tool to go this far.
He mused, his mind racing with possibilities.
But if I can make the guild's greatest skills into jokes, then I've already rewritten the rules of this game. They thought they were untouchable, but now they're just a bunch of overpowered clowns.
He felt the flicker of doubt. What if the tool's chaos backfired? What if the guild managed to counteract it? But no, he told himself, the absurdity was already too deep. The guild had built their power on control and order, but Modify thrived on chaos and unpredictability. He was the underdog, the one who had been dismissed and mocked, and now he was the one rewriting the script. As the glittering smoke settled, the arena was a riot of absurdity, guild members tripping over their own glitched skills, chickens pecking at their robes, and the tool itself bouncing around like a deranged pinball machine. Yan turned to Zhao Mei, his eyes alight with mischief.
Looks like the guild's got no idea what hit them.
He said, his voice filled with triumph. Zhao Mei laughed, her own confidence growing.
You've turned their greatest strength into their greatest weakness. I can't believe we're actually winning.
Just then, the tool let out a final, ear-splitting screech before exploding into a burst of confetti and tiny glowing chickens that scattered across the arena. The guild members, now completely disoriented, looked around in confusion as the chaos reached its peak. Jiang Yan, standing tall in the center of it all, felt a surge of pride. He had done it. He had turned the underdog into the hero and the absurd into the unstoppable. The Perfection Guild's reign of terror was over, and in its place stood a new era of chaos and laughter, one where the impossible was just another day in the life of the fate changer. The golden arena's air was thick with anticipation as Jiang Yan stepped before the asterisk contract. Core asterisk asterisk, a crystalline sphere that pulsed with an eerie rhythmic hum. Its surface, usually smooth and unblemished, now shimmered with a faint iridescent glow as though it were breathing. Beside him, the asterisk fated changing pen asterisk in his hand vibrated with a low, almost imperceptible frequency, its sleek body humming in harmony with the core. A nearby skill scroll its edges frayed and ink smudged, flickered with an unnatural light, casting shadows that danced like ghosts on the arena floor. Jiang Yan's fingers brushed the core's surface, and a jolt of energy surged through him, sending a shiver down his spine. The core's glow intensified, its hum rising to a near silent crescendo as if it were whispering secrets only he could hear. Old Tai, watching from the shadows, muttered,
That's not right. The core's behaving oddly.
Jiang Yan, however, felt a strange pull, as though the core were testing him, daring him to push further. The air around them crackled with unspoken possibilities, and the arena seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the chaos to unfold.
Do you know what this core is, Yan?
Old Tai's voice cut through the tension, his tone a mix of curiosity and unease.
It's said to be the heart of the Profession Guild itself, a relic from the first era when the gods first carved the rules of magic into the world. But they didn't just carve them, they sealed them, locked away in this crystal. Legends say that whoever dares to tamper with it risks unraveling the very fabric of reality. I've heard stories of apprentices who tried to modify it before, and they all ended up strange asterisk.
He paused, his eyes flicking to the core, which now pulsed in time with the words.
You're not the first to touch it, but you might be the first to change. It.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his grin widening as he adjusted the fate-changing pen in his grip.
Strange. I like that. Maybe that's why I'm here. I've never been good at following rules, and this core's been sitting here for centuries, pretending it's the center of everything. Well, I'm here to remind it that the world's a little more flexible than it thinks.
He raised his hand, the pen's tip hovering just above the core's surface.
Let's see what happens when I mess with your fancy sealing magic.
As his fingers closed around the pen, a flicker of doubt crept into Zeking Yan's mind. Asterisk. Why does this core feel like it's watching me? Asterisk. He had spent years mastering the art of modification. But this was different. This wasn't a skill to be tamed. It was a force that seemed to want asterisk to be changed. The core's glow intensified. And for a moment, he swore he saw his own reflection in its depths, not as the underdog he had been, but as something else entirely. Asterisk. What if this isn't just about rewriting skills? What if this is about rewriting me asterisk? Asterisk the Tho sent a thrill of both fear and excitement through him. He had always been the one to defy expectations, to turn the absurd into power. But this felt like the edge of something far greater, something that might not be so easy to control. A sudden tremor rippled through the arena, and the core's glow flared into a blinding white. Yen staggered back, his vision swimming as the air around him seemed to warp and twist. The pen in his hand pulsed violently, its ink bubbling and shifting like liquid fire. Then, with a sound like a distant echoing laugh, the core's glow faded, replaced by a dull, sickly green. The arena was silent, save for the faint, almost imperceptible asterisk click, asterisk of something unlocking deep within the crystal.
Wait,
Old Ty's voice was barely a whisper, his eyes wide with alarm.
that's not the core's color. That's the color of the asterisk concoction asterisk.
Jiang Yan blinked, his mind racing. Asterisk concoction. Asterisk. He had never heard that term before, but the word felt familiar, like a joke he had heard once and forgotten. The core's surface was now covered in a thick, viscous liquid that oozed and bubbled, its edges curling like a living thing. The air smelled faintly of burnt sugar and something metallic, something that made his stomach churn.
Looks like the core is just a bottle of regret.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice tinged with amusement. He stepped forward, his boots crunching on the crystalline residue that had spilled across the arena floor.
Guess I should have warned you, my skill's not useless. It's just really good at burning things.
As he reached out to touch the core again, a sudden gust of wind swept through the arena, carrying with it a strange metallic scent and the faint echo of a laugh that wasn't his own. The core pulsed once more, and this time the liquid inside began to swirl, forming intricate patterns that looked almost like runes. Yan's eyes narrowed. Asterisk runes. Asterisk. He had seen those before on the walls of the Forgotten Workshop, on the skill scrolls Old Tai had given him. But these weren't the same. These were different, twisted, and somehow asterisk, alive, asterisk.
Jiang Yan,
Old Tai's voice was urgent now, his hands gripping the air as if trying to hold on to something intangible.
that's not just a modification. That's a asterisk door asterisk.
A door? Jen's mind reeled. Asterisk. A door to what? Asterisk. He had always thought of his skill as a tool, a way to turn the absurd into power. But this felt like something else entirely. Something that might not be so easy to control. Before he could respond, the core's liquid surged upward, forming a shimmering barrier that blocked his view of the arena. The air was thick with anticipation, and for the first time, gassy Yan felt a flicker of fear. Asterisk, what if this isn't just about rewriting skills? What if this is about rewriting asterisk, me asterisk? Asterisk the thought sent a thrill of both fear and excitement through him. He had always been the one to defy expectations, to turn the absurd into power. But this felt like the edge of something far greater, something that might not be so easy to control as the liquid barrier shimmered and pulsed. Jayan took a step forward, his heart pounding. Asterisk, let's see what happens when I mess with your fancy ceiling magic. Asterisk. The golden arena pulsed with an eerie, almost imperceptible hum, as if the very air had grown uneasy in anticipation of the confrontation. Gazi Yan stood at the center, his fingers brushing the fate-changing pen, which vibrated faintly in his grip, its ink shimmering with a strange iridescent sheen. Across from him, Shao Wuji's robes flickered with unstable arcane energy, his expression a mixture of fury and confusion as he prepared to unleash absolute domain. A faint glow emanated from the contract core hair which had been left behind on the arena floor, its crystalline surface pulsing in sync with the pen's vibrations. The audience, now a sea of murmurs and nervous laughter, watched as the two rivals faced off, the absurdity of the moment thick in the air.
You think you can twist fate like this?
Xiao Wuji snarled, his voice edged with desperation.
This isn't a game, Ye Yan. You're playing with forces you don't understand.
His words carried the weight of a man who had spent decades mastering time and space, only to find his greatest skill reduced to a child's toy. Jiang Yan tilted his head, a smirk tugging at his lips.
Oh, I get it perfectly.
He said, his tone dripping with mockery.
You see, legends say the Fate Shanger wasn't just a tool for rewriting skills. He was a mirror, a reflection of the user's deepest desires and fears. And right now, your fear is showing.
He paused, letting the words hang in the air before adding,
Funny how that works, isn't it?
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he watched Zhao Wuji's hands tremble, the arc of energy forming around him like a fragile, flickering bulb. The fate-changing pen in his hand felt heavier than it should, as though it were not just a tool but a living thing, pulsing with a rhythm that matched his own heartbeat. He had always been the underdog, the one who had clawed his way up from the bottom, but now, as he stood on the precipice of something bigger than himself, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, not by the guild, not by Wuji, but by something older, something that had been waiting for this moment. The contract core's glow intensified, casting strange shadows on the arena floor. Was this a test, a warning, or was it simply the universe mocking him for thinking he could control it? He had no answers. Only the thrill of the unknown and the strange, almost comforting certainty that whatever came next would be absurd. Zhao Wuji's absolute domain erupted in a flash of light, a shimmering shield that should have been impenetrable, but as it formed, it looked less like a barrier and more like a cheap, overinflated balloon. Yeah. Yan's grin widened as he raised his hand, the fate-changing pen glowing with a bright, almost playful light.
Let's see how your absolute shield holds up.
He said, his voice carrying a note of mischief. With a flick of his finger, the pen's ink danced in the air, rewriting the skill's name into absolute dork. The shield wavered, then collapsed into a comically oversized bubble that looked more like a child's toy than a powerful defense. Zhao Wuji's face twisted in disbelief as he stared at the absurdity before him.
What the?
He began, but the bubble pulsed with a strange, almost musical hum, its edges vibrating like a tuning fork. The audience erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the arena like a thunderclap. As the chaos unfolded, Jay Yan's eyes flicked to the contract core, which had begun to emit a low, resonant hum. The air around it shimmered, and for a brief moment, the arena seemed to warp as though reality itself were struggling to hold its shape. Then, from the shadows of the arena's edge, a faint glow caught his attention. A stele half buried in the ground, its runes glowing with a strange, modified energy. The symbols were not the standard ones used by the guild, but something older, something that seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched the fate-changing pen's vibrations. Jundizi Yan stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. The stele's surface was covered in intricate carvings, but one phrase stood out.
The one who bends fate must first be bent by it.
He frowned, his mind racing with possibilities. Was this a warning, a clue, or another one of the absurd twists that seemed to define his journey? As he reached out to touch the stele, the contract core's hum grew louder, and the fate-changing pen's glow intensified, as though it too were waiting for him to make the next move. Zhao Wuji, still trapped in the absurdity of his own failure, let out a strangled laugh.
This is not how it was supposed to be.
he muttered, his voice shaking with a mix of rage and disbelief.
You think you can rewrite reality with a cheap joke.
He gestured wildly at the oversized bubble, which now seemed to be leaking tiny glowing particles that floated into the air like fireflies.
This isn't a game, Jane. You're playing with forces you don't understand.
His words were laced with the desperation of a man who had spent his life mastering the intricacies of time and space, only to find his greatest skill reduced to a child's toy. Jai. Yan tilted his head, his smirk widening.
Oh, I get it perfectly.
He said, his tone dripping with mockery.
You see, legends say the Fate Changer wasn't just a tool for rewriting skills. He was a mirror, a reflection of the user's deepest desires and fears. And right now, your fear is showing.
He paused, letting the words hang in the air, before adding.
Funny how that works, isn't it?
His voice carried a strange, almost reverent tone, as though he were speaking not to Zhao Wuji, but to the very fabric of the universe itself.
You wanted to be invincible, to be untouchable. But here we are, your shield is a joke. Your power is a punchline.
He took a step forward, the fate-changing pen glowing brighter in his hand.
And I'm just the guy who made the punchline.
As the audience's laughter echoed through the arena, Yan's eyes flicked to the steel again. The runes on its surface seemed to shift, their glow intensifying, as though they were reacting to his presence. He could feel the fate-changing pen vibrating in his grip, its ink shimmering with a strange, almost playful energy. Was this a coincidence, a test, or was it something more, something that had been waiting for him all along? The contract core's hum grew louder, and for a moment the air around him seemed to ripple, as though reality itself were holding its breath. He had no answers, only the thrill of the unknown and the strange, almost comforting certainty that whatever came next would be absurd. Sawel Wuji, still trapped in the absurdity of his own failure, let out a strangled laugh.
This is not how it was supposed to be.
He muttered, his voice shaking with a mix of rage and disbelief.
You think you can rewrite reality with a cheap joke.
He gestured wildly at the oversized bubble, which now seemed to be leaking tiny, glowing particles that floated into the air like fireflies.
This isn't a game, Yan. You're playing with forces you don't understand.
His words were laced with the desperation of a man who had spent his life mastering the intricacies of time and space, only to find his greatest skill reduced to a child's toy. J.A. Yan tilted his head, his smirk widening.
Oh, I get it perfectly.
He said, his tone dripping with mockery.
You see, legends say the Fate. Changer wasn't just a tool for rewriting skills. He was a mirror, a reflection of the user's deepest desires and fears. And right now, your fear is showing.
He paused, letting the words hang in the air before adding.
Funny how that works, isn't it?
His voice carried a strange, almost reverent tone, as though he were speaking not to Zhao Wujun, but to the very fabric of the universe itself.
You wanted to be invincible, to be untouchable. But here we are, your shield is a joke, your power is a punchline.
He took a step forward, the fate-changing pen glowing brighter in his hand.
And I'm just the guy who made the punchline.
As the audience's laughter echoed through the arena, Yan's eyes flicked to the stele again. The runes on its surface seemed to shift, their glow intensifying as though they were reacting to his presence. He could feel the fate-changing pen vibrating in his grip, its ink shimmering with a strange, almost playful energy. Was this a coincidence, a test? Or was it something more, something that had been waiting for him all along. The contract chorus hum grew louder, and for a moment the air around him seemed to ripple as though reality itself were holding its breath. He had no answers, only the thrill of the unknown and the strange, almost comforting certainty that whatever came next would be absurd. The golden arena was a cacophony of laughter, chaos, and the occasional yelp of surprise, as Jiang Yan stood in the center of it all, his arms crossed and a grin plastered across his face. Around him, his allies, Ling La, Old Tai, and even the ever awkward Liu Feng, were huddled together, their faces flushed with mirth as they watched Zhao Wuji's glitchy form flicker between versions of himself, including one that inexplicably wore a chicken costume. Ling Yu, her cheeks red from laughing, clapped her hands together.
Jiang Yan, you're a genius! That time-space glitch was pure comedy gold.
She exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. Old Tai, still holding a half-finished tool that had turned into a chicken whistle, nodded.
And the way you turned that sealing charm into a searing embarrassment, priceless.
He added, his eyes twinkling with pride. Liu Feng, still red-faced from his all-humiliation, groaned.
I'm never using sword aura again. I'm switching to trash talk just to be safe.
The group erupted into laughter again, their camaraderie shining through the absurdity. Jiang Yan leaned against the arena's edge, his eyes soft with satisfaction. He thought back to the days when he'd been mocked for his
Useless.
profession. When he'd felt alone and powerless now, with his allies by his side, he realized that even the most absurd victories could be the most meaningful. He turned to Ling Lia, who was still giggling.
You know, I never thought I'd be the one making the guild look like a bunch of chickens.
He said, his voice tinged with wonder. She grabbed his hand, her grip firm.
But you're not just making them look silly, Yan. You're showing them that the underdog can winnow, matter how ridiculous it gets.
The arena's chaos continued. But for Zayen, the real victory was the bond he shared with those who had stood by him, turning his absurdity into something beautiful.
Jiang Yan, I swear, I've never seen anything like this.
Ling Ru shouted over the din of laughter, her eyes wide as she watched Zhao Wuji's glitchy form flicker between versions of himself.
You turned his absolute domain into a dorky bubble? How did you even think of that?
She was still giggling, her hands clasped over her mouth as if trying to contain her joy. Jiang Yan, his grin widening, leaned back against the arena's edge.
Honestly, I just thought, what if I made his shield look like something a kid would use for a science fair?
He said, his voice laced with mischief.
And then I realized, why not go all out?
Old Tai, who had been watching with a mixture of pride and disbelief, chimed in.
You know, I've been working on tools for years, and I've never seen anyone use them like that. You turned a sealing charm into a searing embarrassment? That's not just skill, it's art.
He shook his head, still laughing.
I think the guild's going to have to rethink their entire approach to power.
Liu Feng, still red-faced from his own humiliation, groaned.
I don't care what you say. I'm never using sword aura again. That trash talk skill is way more fun. It's like having a personal insult generator.
The group laughed again, their voices rising above the chaos as they celebrated the absurdity of their victory. For Jiang Yan, the moment was perfect a mix of triumph, laughter, and the warmth of companionship that had carried him through every ridiculous twist of fate. Yan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as he watched the chaos unfold. He had always been the underdog. the one who had been mocked for his
Useless.
profession. But now, with his allies by his side, he felt something he had never felt before: belonging. He remembered the days when he had been alone, when he had doubted himself, when he had feared that he would never be strong enough to stand against the guild. But now, as he looked at Lin Liu Tai and Liu Fengqi's friends, his family, he realized that strength wasn't just about power. It was about the people who believed in you, who stood by you even when the odds were stacked against you. He had always thought that his victories would be silent, that he would have to fight alone. But now, as he watched the guild's members squirm in their absurd predicaments, he knew that his greatest strength wasn't his skill. It was the bond he had forged with those who had chosen to fight with him. And as the arena erupted into laughter once more, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the people who had turned his absurdity into something beautiful. As the chaos in the golden arena reached its peak, a new conflict emerged, Joan, that would test An's ingenuity and the strength of his bonds. The guild's radical faction, still fuming from their earlier humiliations, had gathered in a secluded corner of the arena, their faces twisted with fury. Liu Feng, still recovering from the embarrassment of his
Trash talk.
skill, was the first to notice them.
Hey, you guys!
He muttered, his voice low.
I think we've got company.
Jiang Yan turned, his eyes narrowing as he saw the faction's leader, a cold-eyed woman named Mei Lian, stepping forward with a grim expression.
You think this is over?
She sneered.
You've made a mockery of our power, but we're not done yet.
She raised her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, a wave of dark energy surged toward Jiang Yan.
This time, we won't let you turn our skills into a joke.
The energy crackled in the air, and Jiang felt the weight of it pressing against him. But before he could react, Ling Yu stepped forward, her eyes blazing with determination.
You think you can scare us?
She said, her voice steady.
Jiang Yan's not just some underdogs, the one who turned your absolute domain into a dorky bubble. And we're not going to let you take that away from him.
She raised her hands, and with a flick of her fingers, she summoned a wave of light that pushed back against Mei Lian's dark energy. The arena erupted into chaos once more, but this time it was a battle of Wilsoff, the underdog's triumph over the elite. And as Xian stood at the center of it all, he knew that no matter how absurd the situation became, he would never be alone. As the battle between Jack Xingyan's group and the radical faction raged on, a new challenge arose, one that would test the bonds of friendship in a way none of them had ever imagined. Old Tai, who had been working on a new tool for Genki, Yan, had finally completed it, but as he activated it, the device emitted a strange bubbling noise.
That's not right.
He muttered, his brow furrowing.
The tool's behaving oddly.
Jiang Yan, ever the underdog, had a plan. With a quick modification, he changed
2-0.
to.
Troll.
The moment the word was altered, the device sprang to life. But instead of enhancing Jacking Jan's abilities, it began to misbehave in the most absurd way possible. It started to sing a jingle, bounced around the arena like a hyperactive ball, and even attempted to summon a flock of confused chickens. The audience, now fully on board with the chaos, roared with laughter as Zayan, still grinning, muttered,
Guess my skills are useless, but at least they're fun.
Old Tai, watching from the sidelines, shook his head in disbelief.
I've been working on tools for years, and I've never seen anything like this.
he said, his eyes twinkling with pride.
But I have to admit, I'm kind of impressed.
Jiang Yan, still grinning, turned to him.
Thanks, old Tai. I wouldn't have made it this far without you.
The tool continued to misbehave, but for Jiang Yan, the absurdity was a reminder that even in the face of adversity, his friends would always be there to support him. And as the arena erupted into laughter once more, he knew that no matter how ridiculous the situation became, he would never be alone. The golden arena was a cacophony of chaos, the air thick with the scent of scorched fabric and the lingering echoes of laughter. Jiang Yan stood in the center, his arms crossed, as he watched the fate-changing pen flicker in his hands, its ink bubbling like a cursed potion. Around him, his allies, Lan, Zhao, Old Tai, and the ever-loyal Jia Megathird, their faces a mix of awe and mirth. Len Zhao, her eyes alight with uncontainable glee, clapped her hands together.
Jiang Yan, you thought down yourself. That pen is like a mad scientist's dream.
Old Tai, his beard twitching with suppressed laughter, added,
I've seen tools malfunction before, but this is art. Pure, unadulterated absurdity.
Jiang Yan grinned, his shoulders shaking with laughter as he tossed the pen into the air.
Absurdity? No, it's genius. This pen's got more layers than a wizard's hat. Watch me make it dance.
Xia Mei, ever the optimist, chimed in.
Even if it's a time bomb, we'll survive. Together, we're unstoppable.
Their laughter rang out, a symphony of camaraderie that drowned out the chaos around them. For a moment, the absurdity of their situation felt less like a disaster and more like a shared joke, a bond forged in the fires of ridiculousness. Lin Zhao's voice cut through the noise, her tone both exasperated and fond.
Jiang Yan, I swear, if you keep modifying everything like this, we'll end up in a world where gravity's optional and fireflies speak in riddles. But I can't help it. I love it. You're the only one who can turn a guild's greatest weapon into a laughingstock. Even Zhao Wuji's absolute domain is now a clown car. You're a genius, a madman, and somehow I'm proud of you.
Old Tai, wiping a tear from his eye, added,
I've spent decades tinkering with tools, but this is a masterpiece. You've taken a device meant to control fate and turned it into a prank. I never thought I'd see the day when a fate-changing pen would be the most dangerous weapon in the arena. But you, my boy, you've made it a miracle.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Miracle? No, it's just a little chaos, a little fun. And if the guild wants to fight me, they'll have to deal with the fact that I'm the only one who can make their absolute domain look like a toddler's sandcastle.
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he stared at the pen, its ink swirling with an eerie, pulsing light. Asterisk. This is it, isn't it? The moment where everything could fall apart. I've always been the underdog, the one who laughed in the face of ridicule, who turned the absurd into power. But what if I fail now? What if the pen's time bomb doesn't just twist fate and unravels it completely? I can't let my allies down. Lin Zhou, Old Tai, John Matthew, if stood by me through every ridiculous battle, every glitchy spell, every time I've turned the tables on the guild. They believed in me, even when the odds were stacked against us. I owe them everything. If this pen is a time bomb, then I'll make sure it explodes in the guild's face, not in ours. Because even if I'm the absurd one, I'm not alone, and that's more than enough to keep going. Asterisk the fate. Changing Pin's time bomb effect had already begun to unravel the arena's fabric, its ink spilling across the ground like a spreading stain. As the guild's forces scrambled to contain the chaos, Jiang Yan's allies sprang into action. Lin Zhao, her sword glowing with a chaotic aura, leapt into the fray, her blade twisting midair as she slashed at a guild enforcer's spell.
You think you can control me with your absolute domain? I've got a better trick.
She shouted, her weapon morphing into a series of absurd shapes, first a giant feather, then a spinning top, then a giant grinning face that winked at the enforcer before vanishing. Old Tai, his hands crackling with energy, hurled a series of modified tools at the guild's ranks, each one exploding into a harmless but hilariously ridiculous spectacle floating cake, a dancing chicken. And the giant, glowing disco ball that played a jazzy tune, Jia Mei, ever the strategist, used her ability to manipulate probabilities, turning the guild's attacks into a series of comically failed attempts.
You're all just a bunch of overconfident nerds who think you can outsmart the universe.
She taunted, her voice dripping with mock superiority as she dodged a spell that turned into a harmless puff of glitter. Jiang Yan, meanwhile, focused on the pen, his fingers dancing over its surface as he muttered incantations. The ink had begun to pulse in time with his heartbeat, its energy threatening to spiral out of control. But he wasn't afraid. He had faced the guild's most powerful skills, turned their greatest weapons into jokes, and now he would do the same to this pen. With a final flick of his finger, he modified the pen's core function, changing asterisk,
Modify temporarily.
asterisk, asterisk to asterisk,
Modify permanently.
asterisk, the ink surged, its chaotic energy stabilizing into a brilliant, shimmering light. The arena fell silent as the pen's effect took hold, the guild's forces frozen in place, their spells unraveling into harmless, absurd little tricks, a floating teacup, a dancing sock, a giant grinning cat that meowed at them. Jiang Yan let out a triumphant laugh, his allies cheering beside him. The guild had underestimated him, but he had turned their weapon into a celebration of absurdity, and for the first time he felt the weight of his allies' trust, their belief in him, and the joy of a victory that was as ridiculous as it was unforgettable. The golden arena was bathed in an eerie silence. A Jesse Yen skill scroll sparked unexpectedly, its edges crackling with unstable mana. The fate-changing pen, which he had just retrieved from the forgotten workshop, rolled toward an odd rune etched into the arena floor, a symbol that seemed to pulse faintly with a strange, otherworldly glow. The air around the pen thickened, as if the very fabric of reality was holding its breath. Jiang Yan frowned, his fingers twitching as he reached for the pen, but it had already begun to hover, drawn by an invisible force. The arena's usual roar of spectators had vanished, replaced by a heavy stillness that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The room beneath the pen shimmered, and for a moment, Jayan thought he saw the faint outline of a face angry, distorted, and utterly absurdetched into the stone. He muttered under his breath,
This is not a good sign.
but the pen was already reacting, its ink bubbling and shifting like liquid shadow. The arena's silence deepened, and the air grew colder, as if the universe itself was waiting for something to happen.
Hey, Xiao, Fuji,
Jiang Yan said, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade.
you ever think about how your absolute domain is just a fancy way of saying, I'm not going to let anyone touch me?
He grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he flicked his finger toward the president of the profession guild.
But what if I told you that your absolute domain is actually just a glorified bubble, and not even a good one? I mean, it looks like it was made by a kid who thinks glitter is a substitute for power.
Zhao Wuji's face twisted in fury, his hands already crackling with mana as he prepared to unleash his ultimate skill.
You think you can mock me?
He snarled, his voice dripping with disdain.
You're just a nobody, a joke, a guy who's about to get his face turned into a meme.
Jiang Yan interrupted, his grin widening as he raised his hand. The fate-changing pen, still hovering above the rune, began to glow with an intensity that made the arena's walls tremble. Xiao Wuji's eyes widened as he realized what was happening, but it was too late. Jiang Yan's voice rang out sharp and clear.
Modify absolute domain to absolute absurdity.
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he watched the fate-changing pen hover above the rune, its ink swirling in chaotic patterns. He had always thought of his
Modify.
skill as a tool for turning the tables on opponents, but now, as the pen's glow intensified, he felt something strange, a flicker of understanding that made his pulse quicken. The rune beneath the pen was more than just a symbol. It was a key, a lock waiting to be opened. He had no idea what it would unlock, but the way the pen's ink was shifting, like a living thing, made his stomach churn with equal parts fear and excitement.
Why does this feel like I'm about to step into a trap?
He muttered to himself, his fingers twitching as he reached out toward the pen. He had spent his life being underestimated, mocked, and dismissed. But now, for the first time, he felt like he was on the edge of something huge, something that could change everything. The arena erupted in chaos as the fate-changing pen's ink exploded outward, painting the air with shifting glowing symbols that twisted and reformed into impossible shapes. Zhao Wuji's
Absolute domain.
shattered into a kaleidoscope of absurdity, the once impenetrable shield, now a swirling vortex of nonsense that looked like a child's failed attempt at art. The ground beneath the president of the profession guild cracked and splintered, revealing a hidden layer of the arena that was clearly not meant to be seen. Jiang Yan watched in stunned silence as the chaos unfolded, his heart pounding in his chest. He had never seen anything like this before, and for a moment he felt a strange sense of awe mixed with the old familiar thrill of outsmarting the powerful. But the chaos didn't stop there. From the shadows of the arena, a figure emerged, Elder Sun, the leader of the guild's conservative faction, his face twisted in rage as he raised his hands to unleash a wave of sealing energy.
You think you can just waltz in here and mess with the rules?
He barked, his voice shaking with fury.
You're a joke, Jiang Yan. A joke that's about to be sealed forever.
But as the energy surged towards Xing Yan, something unexpected happened. The fate-changing pen, still hovering above the rune, pulsed with a sudden burst of light, and the energy from Elder Sun's spell twisted into a spiral of glittering, rainbow-colored threads that floated harmlessly into the air. Jiang Yan blinked, his eyes wide with disbelief.
Wait, that's not possible.
He whispered, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of the arena. He had spent his life being the underdog, the one who was always the last to be noticed, the one who was always the punchline. But now, as he stood in the center of the chaos, he felt something shift inside him. It wasn't just the power of his
Modify.
skill, it was the realization that he had been underestimated for so long that even the most absurd of his actions had become a form of strength. He looked around at the guild members. their faces a mix of confusion and fear. And for the first time, he felt a surge of confidence that made his heart race. This wasn't just about winning, this was about rewriting the rules of the game, about proving that even the most useless of professions could become the most powerful. The arena was still in chaos, but Shaxian didn't feel the need to run. He stood tall, his grin widening as he raised his hand toward the Fete changing pen.
Looks like my skills are useless, but at least they're fun.
He said, his voice carrying through the noise like a beacon of defiance. The pen pulsed again, and for a moment the entire arena seemed to hold its breath, waiting for whatever absurdity would come next. The golden arena was a storm of chaos, its once pristine marble floors now littered with glowing runes and shattered mana crystals. Jiang Yan stood at the center, his hands trembling slightly as the fate-changing pen rolled across the ground, its sleek body catching the light of a nearby mana surge. A flicker of static crackled from the skill scroll in his satchel, its ink bleeding into odd symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The arena had gone eerily quiet, the crowd's laughter replaced by a tense hum that made the air feel heavy, as though the world itself was holding its breath. A rune on the floor, half buried beneath a pile of discarded mana orbs, glowed faintly where the pen had paused, its edges shimmering with an energy that seemed to defy logic. Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he watched the pen twitch, as though it were alive, its tip hovering just above the rune. The silence stretched thick with unspoken tension until a sudden burst of mana from the contract core's remnants sent a shockwave through the arena, making the runes flare and the crowd gasp.
Hey, old man.
Jiang Yan called out, his voice cutting through the noise as he turned to old Tai, who stood near the edge of the arena, his hands clasped behind his back.
You ever think about how weird it is that the contract core turned into a potion? I mean, who would have guessed a magical crystal could be so messy
Old Tai blinked, his expression unreadable before he chuckled, a low, gravelly sound that carried the weight of decades of secrets.
Funny thing is,
He said, his voice tinged with something between amusement and regret.
the core's always been a bit of a trickster. I think it was designed that way, just in case someone tried to use it for something unintended asterisk.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his smirk widening as he leaned back, the pen still twitching on the floor.
So what you're saying is, it's not just a potion, it's S asterisk test asterisk.
Old Tai's eyes flickered with something like approval.
Maybe it's just being stubborn.
Jiang Yan's mind raced as he stared at the pen, its movements almost hypnotic. He had always known his power.
Modify.
Skill was unpredictable, but was something else. The pen's tip hovered over the rune, its glow intensifying, and for a moment he felt a strange pull, as though the Beckett was trying to communicate with him. Asterisk. What if the contract core's transformation wasn't a mistake? Asterisk, he thought, his pulse quickening. Asterisk, what if it was a clue? Asterisk. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but it was quickly drowned out by the sound of Zhao Wuji's voice, cracking through the arena like a thunderclap.
You think you've won?
The president of the Profession Guild bellowed, his glitchy form flickering between versions of himself, some of them still trapped in the absurd time loops Jiang Yan had created.
You've only made things worse.
Jiang Yan's Gring didn't falter, though his grip on the pen tightened.
Oh, I think I've made things asterisk. Perfect asterisk.
He said, his voice low and filled with a confidence that bordered on arrogance.
You're just not ready for what's coming.
The faint, changing pen suddenly shot forward, its tip plunging into the rune, with a sound like a bell ringing in a vacuum. The rune flared, its light exploding outward in a wave that sent the arena's remaining mana crystals shattering into sparks of color. Jiang Yan staggered back as the energy surged through him, his vision blurring for a moment before he saw it, the cascade of symbols forming in the air above the rune, each one pulsing with a strange, otherworldly glow. They weren't just symbols, they were asterisk words, asterisk written in a language he didn't recognize but somehow understood. Asterisk Mavai, Mogify, Mogify asterisk. The repetition was maddening, but as the symbols coalesced into a single glowing phrase, asterisk, asterisk,
Modify the core.
asterisk, asterisk. Yen's breath caught in his throat. His hands moved on instinct, the pen still in his grasp, and as his fingers brushed the air where the rune had been, the symbols vanished, replaced by a single shimmering thread of light that connected him to the contract, Core's remnants. Zhao Wuji let out a strangled yell as the arena's chaos escalated, his glitchy form now flickering between versions of himself that were even more absurd, some of them wearing clown masks, others holding comically oversized swords that made no sense in the context of a time-space controller. The guild members scrambled to avoid the flying mana shards, their faces a mix of panic and confusion. But Jackie, Yan's focus was on the thread of light, its glow intensifying as it pulsed in time with the pen's energy. He could feel it now, the core's power raw, untamed, an asterisk alive asterisk. It wasn't just a tool. It was a asterisk force asterisk, and it had been waiting for someone like him to unlock its secrets.
Jiang Yan,
Zhao Wuji's voice cut through the chaos, his tone a mix of fury and desperation.
you think you can control the core. You don't even know what it is.
Jiang Yan turned to face him, his eyes alight with a mixture of determination and something else, asterisk, understanding, asterisk.
I don't need to know what it is.
He said, his voice steady.
I just need to asterisk change. Asterisk it.
With a flick of his wrist, he activated the fate-changing pen, its tip glowing as it hovered over the air where the rune had been. The thread of light pulsed again, and this time, Jiang Yan felt it respond, as though it were listening. He closed his eyes, letting the energy flow through him, and when he opened them again, the arena was silent. Zhao Wuji's glitchy form froze mid-flicker, the absurd versions of himself collapsing into a single, unimpressed version of the president. The guild members stared, their confusion giving way to something else. Asterisk fear, asterisk. The contract core's remnants, once scattered and inert, now floated in the air above the arena, forming a perfect glowing sphere that pulsed with a light so bright it seemed to defy the laws of physics. Jiang Yan stepped forward, the pen still in his hand, and as he raised it, the sphere responded, its glow intensifying until it filled the entire arena with a light that was neither warm nor cold, but asterisk alive. Asterisk.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered, his voice barely audible over the hum of energy that filled the air. The sphere pulsed again, and this time the words carved into its surface changed. Asterisk, asterisk.
Modify the guild.
Asterisk, the crowd gasped, their laughter and confusion giving way to a stunned silence. Zare Wuji's face paled as he realized what was happening, his glitchy form flickering once more, but this time the absurdity was gone. He was just a man, standing in the center of a battle he had no hope of winning. Jiang Yan smiled, his eyes locked on the spear.
Looks like my skills got no limits.
He said, his voice filled with a quiet triumph.
You're just a dork now.
The golden arena buzzed with the nervous energy. Jiang Yan stepped forward, his boots clicking against the polished stone floor, the air around him crackling with an almost imperceptible hum across the arena. The crowd's laughter grew louder as the time-space controller's barrier collapsed into a pile of static, and Jiang Yan's smirk widened. You ever wonder why the guild keeps that contract core hidden in the archives? Maybe it's not just a vault, it's a trap. Or maybe it's a mirror. Either way, I think I'm starting to understand why they're so afraid of me. As the arena's lights flickered, a faint glow emanated from the far wall, where a stele covered in ancient runes pulsed with a strange, almost playful energy, its surface etched with the same jagged symbols that had appeared on Jiang Yan's Mogify tool. The crowd's laughter faded into a tense silence as the stele's runes began to shift, rearranging themselves into a new pattern that seemed to echo the chaos Jiang Yan had just unleashed. This isn't just a glitch, Jiang Yan muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing as he stared at the stele. It's a message, or a warning. But what does it mean? And why does it look like it's written in the same language as my tool? The fate-changing pen in his hand pulsed again, this time with a warmth that felt almost friendly. Maybe the guild didn't just hide the contract. They buried something bigger, something that's been waiting for someone like me to find it. As the stele's glow intensified, the arena's lights dimmed, and the crowd's murmurs turned to whispers of fear and awe. The stage now set for a revelation that would change everything. The S-rank time-space controller, a gaunt figure draped in robes that shimmered like liquid mercury, raised his hands, summoning a shimmering barrier that bent the light around him. The crowd gasped as the barrier solidified into a perfect sphere, its surface rippling like a hologram. Let's see how you handle this, the time-space controller said, his voice smooth as silk, dripping with smugness. His eyes locked onto Jiang Yan, who stood with his hands in his pockets, a smirk playing on his lips. Time-space lock? Sounds like a really expensive Wi-Fi router, Jiang, Yan muttered, his voice carrying over the murmurs of the crowd. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a battered old tool that looked more like a broken toaster than a magical bat. As he activated it, the fate-changing pen in his other hand vibrated violently, sending a faint pulse through his palm, while deep within the Profession Guild's archives, the contract core hummed like a distant thunderstorm. The time-space controller's barrier flickered, then exploded into a cascade of floating text that read, Error 404, Skill not found, and the arena erupted into chaos as the controller stumbled, his own magic backfiring in a spectacle of glitching shadows and looping animation. Who knew the most powerful time-space magic could be reduced to a broken app? Jiang Yan chuckled, wiping a tear from his eye as the crowd roared with laughter. You think this is funny? The time-space controller snarled, his voice trembling as he tried to recalibrate his barrier only for it to flicker again. Actually, Jiang Yan said, his tone deadpan, I think it's you asterisk who should be laughing. You know, I've heard rumors about the Fet Changer. Some say it's a cursed Vapic. Others claim it's a relic from a forgotten age. But I think it's just a glorified highlighter pen. Still, It's working pretty well, don't you think? The golden arena pulsed with an eerie, almost electric charge as the soulbinder's second self materialized, its glowing eyes reflecting the flickering runes etched into the arena floor. A faint hum emanated from the fate-changing pen in Jiang Yan's pocket, its ink-stained surface vibrating like a tuning fork struck by unseen hands. Across the arena, the contract core buried deep within the Perfection Guild's archives shuddered, its faint pulse sensing with the vibrations of the pen. The air smelled of ozone and something faintly metallic, as though the very fabric of reality had been stretched thin. Yan adjusted the Gogify tool in his hand, its gears whirring with a sound like a malfunctioning toaster.
Soul binding?
He muttered, his voice tinged with dry amusement.
Sounds like a really awkward group project.
The soul-binder's second self tilted its head, its expression unreadable, and the arena's audience leaned in, their murmurs growing louder.
You think you can outwit me?
The soul-binder growled, his voice dripping with condescension.
I've studied the ancient texts. The legends say the Fate Changer's power can rewrite destinies, but even they couldn't break the soul binding. You're just a joke, a nobody with a cheap tool.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he muttered.
So hug.
The Gowify tool clicked, and the arena's runes flared with an otherworldly light. The soulbinder's second self froze mid-step, its glowing eyes widening in confusion as it turned slowly toward its creator.
Wait,
Jiang Yan said, his voice low.
you ever hear of that one guy who turned a cursed sword into a noodle maker's spatula? Legends are just stories, right?
The soulbinder's second self took a step forward, its arms awkwardly outstretched, and the audience burst into laughter as the two versions of the soulbinder began hugging each other like long-lost siblings. The contract Cora pulsed again, and Jiang Yan's inner monologue buzzed with confusion. Asterisk, why does my tool always turn things into the most absurd version of themselves? Is this some kind of cosmic joke? Asterisk. He glanced at the fate-changing pen, its glow intensifying as though it had just solved a riddle. The arena's floor cracked, revealing a hidden stele etched with runes that looked suspiciously like the ones on Jiang Yan's modify tool. The stele's inscription read, asterisk.
The first user of the Gamify tool was not a hero, but a janitor who once turned a fireball spell into a candle.
Asterisk Yan's eyes widened as he realized the stele was a clue, a breadcrumb pointing to the origins of his tool. The soulbinder's second self, now fully engulfed in the embrace, began to hum a tune, its voice warbling like a malfunctioning kazoo. The audience roared with laughter, and the contract core's pulse quickened, as if it had just discovered a secret it wasn't meant to know.
Who knew the most powerful soul magic could be reduced to a group hug?
Jiang Yan said, wiping a tear from his eye as the stele's runes flared again, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the arena. The fate-changing pen vibrated violently in his pocket, and for the first time, Jiang Yan thought the flicker of dread this was no ordinary tool, and the secrets it held were far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. The golden arena was a cauldron of tension, its air thick with the electric hum of anticipation. Jiang Yan stood at the center, his posture relaxed, but his eyes sharp, as if he could already see the cracks forming in the opponent's confidence. Across from him, the S-rank absolute domain user raised his hands, summoning a shimmering barrier that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. The crowd gasped as the shield expanded, a perfect sphere of impenetrable energy that seemed to swallow the light around it. The domain user's voice rang out, cold and smug.
Let's see if you can break through this.
His words were a challenge, a declaration of invincibility, but Jesse Yan only smirked, his fingers twitching toward the Gogify tool in his pocket.
Absolute domain. Sounds like a really expensive firewall.
He muttered, his voice a low chuckle that carried over the arena. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled the tool from his pocket and made a single, deliberate change. The words
Absolute domain.
shimmered in the air before morphing into.
Absolute glitch.
The moment the transformation was complete, the barrier flickered like a broken screen, its once unshakable surface now marred by jagged lines of static. The crowd erupted into laughter as the shimmering shield began to collapse, its energy unraveling into a chaotic mess of floating text that read,
Error 404. Skill not found.
The domain user's eyes widened in horror as his own magic backfired, the barrier disintegrating into a storm of glitching fragments that scattered across the arena like digital confetti. Yay. Yan wiped a tear from his eye, his voice a mix of mirth and triumph.
Who knew the most powerful domain, magic, could be reduced to a broken app?
The contract core hidden deep within, the Profession Guild's archives, pulsed faintly as if recognizing the absurdity of the situation. The arena was a cacophony of chaos, but Shaki Yan's allies were unfazed. Zhao Li, a fellow underdog with a knack for dodging absurdly timed attacks, sprinted across the battlefield, her movements a blur as she leapt over a barrage of modified
Spud missiles.
that the domain user had somehow unleashed in his panic.
Jiang Yan, are you sure about this?
She shouted, her voice tinged with both amusement and concern, as she narrowly avoided a missile that exploded into a cloud of glitter. Jia Yan grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Absolutely. Why do you think I modified his skill to absolute glitch? This is the best part, the chaos. It's like watching a perfectly planned symphony fall apart into a jazz improvisation. You just have to enjoy the mess.
Xiao Li let out a breathless laugh, her feet skidding as she dodged another missile that had transformed into a floating potato with a tiny blinking
404.
arrow message.
I'm not sure if I'm enjoying it or just trying to survive.
She said, her voice a mix of exasperation and exhilaration.
But I have to admit, this is the most entertaining fight I've ever been in.
Her words were met with a burst of laughter from the crowd, their cheers echoing off the arena's walls as the domain user stumbled, his once unbreakable shield now a swirling vortex of malfunctioning code. Gak, Yan's inner monologue was a whirlwind of surprise and determination. Asterisk who knew that modifying a skill could turn the tables so completely. I mean, the absolute domain was supposed to be unbreakable, but now it's just a glitched firewall. This is insane. I never expected the Muckify tool to have such a ridiculous effect, but I guess that's the beauty of it. The chaos is what makes this fight so much fun. I can't wait to see what other absurd outcomes this tool can create. The domain user is in for a world of trouble, and I'm just here to enjoy the show. This is the underdog's way of flipping the script, turning the most powerful skills into the most ridiculous failures. I don't know how I did it, but I'm not stopping now. Asterisk. His thoughts were interrupted by the domain user's sudden outburst.
You think this is over? You've only scratched the surface of my power.
The user's voice was a mix of rage and desperation as he raised his hands again, attempting to summon another barrier. But this time the air around him shimmered with a strange flickering light, and the words
Error 404. Skill not found.
appeared above his head in glowing red letters. The crowd roared with laughter, their cheers drowning out the domain user's protests as he stumbled, his mighty shield, now a useless pile of glitched fragments. The absurdity of the situation only escalated as the domain user's desperation led to even more ridiculous outcomes. In a last ditch effort to regain control, he attempted to activate a secondary ability, but the Gobify tool had already rewritten his skill set. Instead of a devastating attack, a tiny, pixelated
404.
arrow message appeared above his head, and a sound effect of a broken computer beeped in the arena. The crowd's laughter turned into a full-blown frenzy as the domain user's body began to glitch, his form flickering between solid and digital.
What is this?
He shouted, his voice distorted, as if coming from a corrupted audio file.
I can't even control my own abilities anymore.
Jiang Yan's laughter echoed across the arena as he took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Looks like your absolute domain is anything but absolute. It's just a glitch now, and I think you're stuck in an endless loop of your own making.
The domain user's eyes widened in horror as he realized the truth. His own magic had turned against him, trapping him in a chaotic cycle of malfunctioning code. As the chaos continued, a new conflict emerged. The arena's mana levels had spiked to dangerous levels due to the glitched magic, creating a volatile environment that threatened to engulf the entire battlefield. Jiang Yan's allies, Zhao Li and Master Lin, had to navigate this mana-overloaded arena, dodging bursts of unstable energy that erupted from the ground.
This is worse than I thought.
Xiao Bi said, her voice tinged with urgency as she leapt over a sudden burst of mana that had transformed into a swirling vortex of red and blue light.
The mana is unstable, and it's getting worse with every second.
Master Lin, a stoic but experienced warrior, nodded grimly.
We need to find a way to stabilize the mana before it consumes the arena. If we don't act quickly, this could become a disaster.
Jiang Yan, who had been watching the chaos unfold, suddenly had an idea.
What if we use the Gobify tool on the mana itself?
He suggested, his voice filled with excitement.
If we can turn the unstable mana into something harmless, like a harmless energy field or even a harmless explosion, we might be able to contain the situation.
Xiao Li and Master Lin exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of skepticism and curiosity.
That's a bit of a gamble.
Master Lin said, his voice cautious.
But if it works, it could be the key to saving the arena.
With a nod, Jen reached into his pocket and pulled out the Bugify tool, his eyes gleaming with determination.
Let's give it a try.
As the Gavalai tool hummed with energy, Yan made a single deliberate change. The unstable mana, which had been swirling chaotically around the arena, began to shift and transform. Instead of a dangerous surge of power, the mana now glowed with a soft, harmless light, forming a protective barrier around the battlefield. The audience gasped in awe as the once destructive energy was now a source of calm, its glow spreading across the arena like a gentle wave.
Who knew that even unstable mana could be turned into something so peaceful?
Jiang Yan said, his voice filled with triumph. The crowd erupted into cheers, their laughter echoing off the arena's walls as the domain user, now trapped in his own glitched loop, continued to stumble and flail. The contract core, hidden deep within the Profession Guild's archives, pulsed faintly as if recognizing the absurdity of the situation. The battle was far from over, but for now the chaos had taken a turn for the better, and Jiang Yan's underdog reversal had once again proven itself. The golden arena was a cauldron of tension, the air thick with the electric hum of anticipation as the Demon King's dark aura swept through the crowd like a tempest. His presence alone was enough to send shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned warriors. His eyes glowing with malevolence as he raised his hands, summoning a wave of pure, suffocating darkness that rippled outward like a tidal wave. The arena's lights flickered, the ground trembling under the weight of his power, and the audience gasped as the Demon King's voice boomed, dripping with menace.
Let's see if you can survive this.
Jiang Yan, ever the underdog, smirked, his fingers twitching as he reached into his pocket, his trusty
Modify.
tool clinking against the metal of his belt. His allies, Ling Jia, a fiery swordswoman with a penchant for sarcasm, and Master Li, a grumpy old sage who had once tried to teach Jiang Yan the art of patience, watched from the sidelines, their expressions a mix of nervousness and barely contained excitement.
He's going to do it again.
Ling Zhao muttered, her eyes locked on Jiang Yan's hand as it emerged from his pocket.
That tool of his, it's like a curse in disguise.
Master Li grumbled.
If I had a tool like that, I'd use it to turn my enemies into sentient pickles.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his voice calm despite the chaos around him.
Demon King sounds like a really expensive horror movie.
He pulled the Magify tool from his pocket, its metallic surface gleaming with an otherworldly sheen, and with a single deliberate motion, he altered the Demon King's skill.
G-Man Pain.
Became.
Demon Glitch.
The moment the words left his lips, the dark energy wave that had been hurtling toward him flickered like a broken screen, its Anka-terrifying aura, now a swirling vortex of floating text that read,
Error 404. Skill not found.
The Demon King's eyes widened in horror as his own magic backfired, the dark energy collapsing into a chaotic mess of flickering shadows and garbled symbols. The arena erupted into laughter as the Demon King stumbled, his once unshakable composure shattered by the absurdity of his own defeat.
What the?
He bellowed, his voice cracking as he tried to reassert control, only for his magic to spiral into a looping animation of himself screaming into a void. Ling Za burst into uncontrollable giggles, her sword nearly slipping from her grip.
Did you just turn the Demon King into a glitch?
She shouted, her voice laced with disbelief.
I didn't do anything.
Jiang Yan replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief.
I just gave him a little upgrade.
Master Li, still grumbling, muttered.
I should have known that tool of yours is a curse, a blessing, and a prank all in one.
As the Demon King's magic continued to unravel, the arena's lights flickered again, this time with a faint pulse of energy that seemed to emanate from the contract core hidden deep within the Profession Guild's archives. The core's glow was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to make Jiang Yan's heart race. He had always suspected that the contract core was more than just a lizard, was a silent observer, a keeper of secrets, and now, it seemed, a participant in his absurd little rebellion.
This is insane.
He muttered to himself, his inner monologue a whirlwind of surprise and exhilaration.
I didn't think modifying a skill could turn an enemy into a broken app. But here we are watching the Demon King's power twist into a glitch that even he can't fix. I should have known my modify tool would be the ultimate underdog weapon. Who needs a sword when you can turn a monster into a joke?
His thoughts were interrupted by the Demon King's desperate attempt to regain control. His dark energy, now a cacophony of error messages and corrupted animations.
You think this is funny?
The Demon King roared, his voice echoing through the arena as he lunged at Jiang Yan, his movements clumsy and erratic.
I'll make you pay for this.
Jiang Yan barely dodged the attack, the Demon King's corrupted magic splashing against the arena floor, leaving behind a trail of floating text that read,
404. Skill not found. You're the one who needs to pay.
Jiang Yan shot back, his voice laced with mock seriousness.
For turning your own power into a glitch. I think I've just saved the world from a very expensive horror movie.
As the Demon King's frustration mounted, the arena's lights pulsed again, the contract core's glow intensifying. It was as if the core itself was enjoying the absurdity of the moment, its energy weaving through the chaos like a silent spectator. Leng Zhao, still laughing, shouted,
Jiang Yan, can you do that to the other enemies too? I want to see the Demon King's face when he realizes he's just a broken app. Maybe.
Jiang Yan replied, his grin widening as he reached into his pocket again, his Mogify tool gleaming in the dim light.
But I think I'll save that for later. For now, let's enjoy the show.
The Demon King, now a walking disaster of corrupted animations and error messages, stumbled forward, his uncommalebolent aura now a swirling mess of confusion.
This is impossible.
He cried, his voice tinged with desperation.
My power, my strength, it's all gone. No,
Jiang Yan said, his voice calm and confident.
it's just being upgraded. Welcome to the world of absurdity. Demon King.
As the arena erupted into laughter once more, the contract core's glow pulsed one final time, a silent acknowledgement of the underdog's triumph. The Demon King's defeat was not just a victory, it was a testament to the power of absurdity, of turning the most fearsome enemies into the most ridiculous of spectacles. And as Xian stood in the center of the arena, his Mavify tool still in his hand, he knew that this was only the beginning. The contract core had awakened, and with it, a new era of absurd fantasy had begun. The golden arena pulsed with an eerie glow as the Monosurge user raised his hands, his fingers crackling with raw energy that seemed to warp the air around him. A faintly glowing skill scroll, its edges frayed and inscribed with runes that shimmered like liquid silver, hovered above his outstretched palms. The fate-changing pen in Jiang Yan's pocket vibrated violently, its ink bleeding through the fabric of his coat, while the contract car hidden deep within the Profession Guild's archives hummed faintly, as if it had just awakened from a long slumber. The audience leaned forward, their whispers a low murmur of anticipation, but Sassing Yan remained calm, his eyes flicking to the scroll and the way the runes seemed to pulse in sync with the user's magic.
Let's see if you can handle this.
The Monosurge user said, his voice a low growl that carried the weight of a dozen past victories.
This isn't just a skill, it's a legend. The Monosurge is said to be the pinnacle of magical amplification, a power so overwhelming that even the gods would kneel before it. They say it was forged in the heart of the first Monoforge, where the boundaries between creation and destruction blur. You think you can stop me with that little tool of yours?
He sneered, his confidence dripping like molten iron. Jiang Yan chuckled, the sound sharp and mocking.
Legends. Please, I've seen worse. Like that time I tried to outbreak my toaster and it turned into a singing robot. You're just a guy with a power up, and I've got a glitch.
He reached into his pocket, the fate changing pen glowing brighter as he pulled out the Gaukfire tool. The arena seemed to hold its breath as the words
Marna Surge.
morphed into.
Mana Glitch.
The scroll's runes, flickering violently before the user's magic, erupted into a chaotic swirl of energy that collapsed into a floating error message.
Error 400. Skill not found.
The audience erupted into laughter, but Zayan's mind was elsewhere. He couldn't shake the feeling that the contract core's hum had grown louder, almost like it was trying to communicate. What was this connection between his tool and the ancient Baked? And why did the runes on the scroll seem to shift, as if they were trying to rewrite themselves? His thoughts were interrupted as the Monosurge user stumbled back, his eyes wide with horror.
What the? My magic. It's not working.
He shouted, his voice cracking as the energy around him collapsed into a pile of floating text. Yan smirked, but his gaze lingered on the ground where the scroll had fallen. There, half buried in the dust, was a stele, with runes that looked eerily similar to the ones on the scroll but with a twist. The symbols were jagged and mismatched, as if someone had tried to modify them in a rush. A faint, almost imperceptible message was etched into the stone.
The forge is not what it seems.
His heart pounded. Had he just uncovered a clue about the origins of his profession? Or was this another one of the absurd twists that made his journey so uniquely ridiculous? The arena's air crackled with tension as the psychic sense user raised his hands, his eyes glowing with an eerie, pulsating light that made the shadows around him ripple like disturbed water. A faint, almost imperceptible hum emanated from the contract, core hidden deep within the Profession Guild's archives, as if it were whispering secrets to the very fabric of reality. Jayen's fingers brushed against the fate-changing pen in his pocket, its surface vibrating faintly, sending a tingling sensation up his arm. A nearby skill scroll, its runes etched in silver, flickered with an odd, almost sentient glow, as though it were aware of the absurdity about to unfold.
Let's see if you can outsmart me.
The psychic sense user said, his voice smooth and self-assured, a smirk playing on his lips as he gestured toward Jiang Yan.
Your kind always thinks they can trick the universe, but psychic senses are infallible. You'll never escape my predictions. I've studied every trick in the book, every illusion, every illusionist's playbook. You're just another fool, playing with forces beyond your comprehension.
His words dripped with smug certainty, but Yan only chuckled, his eyes narrowing as he reached into his pocket.
Psychic sense sounds like a really expensive snack.
He muttered, his voice low and teasing.
You know, the kind that leaves you hungry for more. I've had worse snacks than your so-called infallible predictions.
The fate-changing pen pulsed in his hand, its ink swirling like liquid shadow, as if it had already foreseen the absurdity of what was about to happen. Yen's mind raced, a whirlwind of confusion and curiosity. Was this the first time his Gabify tool had turned a deadly skill into a trivial inconvenience? Or had he always been destined to reduce the most fearsome abilities to the mundane? The contract core's hum grew louder, almost like a heartbeat, as though it were alive and watching. A strange, almost nostalgic feeling crept into his chest. Had he ever felt this way before, when his skills first began to warp reality in ways no one else could understand? The psychic sense user's smirk faltered as the muggified tool glowed, its light casting long flickering shadows across the arena.
Psychic sense.
Became,
Psychic snack.
in a single deliberate stroke. The moment the words left Jiang Yan's lips, the psychic sense user's eyes widened, his confident smirk melting into a look of utter bewilderment. His body convulsed as an inexplicable craving overtook him, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. A low, guttural growl escaped his throat, and he stumbled forward, his gaze fixed on the nearest food stall.
What the?
He stammered, his voice trembling as he reached for a plate of steamed buns. The audience erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the arena like a thunderclap. The psychic sense user's hands trembled as he grabbed the buns, his face contorted in a mixture of horror and delight.
This is. This is amazing.
He blurted, his voice suddenly high-pitched and childlike.
I've never had anything this good. I need more. I need more.
He lunged toward the food stall, his earlier arrogance now replaced by an insatiable hunger. Jiang Yan watched, his lips twitching with suppressed amusement.
Who knew the most powerful psychic magic could be reduced to a snack craving?
He said, wiping a tear from his eye as the audience roared with laughter. The fate-changing pen in his pocket glowed brighter, its ink swirling in patterns that seemed to form the words.
Error 404. Skill not found.
The contract core's hum deepened, resonating with a strange, almost melodic tone as the psychic sense user devoured the buns with a ravenous enthusiasm. Yen's gaze drifted toward the far end of the arena, where a faint, almost imperceptible rune shimmered on a stone stele. The rune was unlike any he had seen before, its edges jagged and irregular, as though it had been carved by someone who had never studied the art of rune magic. A chill ran down his spine. Had he seen this rune before? Or was it a new discovery, a clue to the Profession Guild's secrets? His mauvified tool pulsed in his hand, its light flickering in time with the rune's glow. The audience's laughter faded into a murmur as the psychic sense user's hunger reached a fever pitch. His body now a blur of motion as he darted from one food stall to another. Jiang Yan's mind raced, his thoughts a chaotic mix of curiosity and determination. What if this rune was connected to the fate-changing pen? What if it was a key to unlocking the truth behind his strange abilities? The contract core's hum grew louder, almost like a whisper in his ear.
Find the workshop.
It seemed to say.
Find the origin of your power.
The word sent a shiver through him, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the answer lay just beyond his reach, hidden in the shadows of the arena. As the psychic sense user's hunger continued to consume him, Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed. He had no idea what the rune meant, but one thing was certain. The absurdity of his journey was only just beginning. The golden arena was a cacophony of chaos as the time loop user's shimmering barrier flickered like a corrupted video game screen. Jiang Yan stood at the center of the maelstrom, his grin widening as the arena's lights flickered in sync with the unstable magic.
Time loop. Sounds like a really expensive video game.
He muttered, his hands moving with practiced ease as he activated the Godify tool. The word
Time loop.
shimmered and twisted in the air before morphing into.
Time Glitch.
The moment the change took effect, the barrier collapsed into a kaleidoscope of floating text.
Error 404. Skill not found.
As the time loop user's own magic turned against him, he stumbled backward, his eyes wide as his body began to repeat the same movements in an endless loop, his arms flailing and his mouth moving in silent, frantic speech. The audience erupted into laughter, some clutching their sides, others doubling over as the absurdity of the scene unfolded amid the chaos. Jiang Yan's allies, Ling Zhao, a fiery swordmaster with a penchant for sarcasm, and Mei Lin, a quiet but fiercely loyal, Hilarish to his side.
You just turned a time loop into a broken app.
Ling Zhao wheezed, her laughter echoing through the arena as she clapped Yan on the back.
I knew you were a genius, but this is ridiculous.
Mei Lin, still giggling, added.
You've made the strongest time magic in the world into a glitch. I can't believe we're watching this.
Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied,
What's the point of having a time loop if you can't break it with a single word? Besides, I'd rather be the guy who turns the impossible into a joke than the guy who takes it seriously.
as the time loop user's body convulsed in a loop of his own creation. Yang Yan turned to his allies, his voice soft but filled with warmth.
You know I wouldn't have made it this far without you. Every time I've messed up, you've been there to pull me back. Even when I was the guy who couldn't save anyone, you believed in me.
His thoughts drifted to the early days of his journey when he'd been mocked for his unorthodox methods and ridiculed for his
Absurd.
modifications. He'd feared failing them. But now, as the arena roared with laughter and the contract corps pulsed faintly in the distance, he felt something shift within him, a quiet certainty that his allies were the reason he'd become the underdog who defied the odds. The time loop user's loop had reached its peak, and with a sudden burst of light, the arena was plunged into darkness. When the lights returned, the time loop user was gone, replaced by a floating message that read,
Skill deactivated. 10 glitch.
The audience's laughter turned into applause, and Zayin allies cheered, their voices rising in unison.
Jiang Yan, you've done it again.
Ling Zhao shouted, her arms raised in triumph. Mei Lin, still smiling, whispered.
This is why we fight for you.
As the applause echoed through the arena, Yan felt a strange sense of peace. The absurdity of his victories, the chaos of his methods, they were no longer just tools for survival. They were a testament to the bond he shared with his allies. A bond that had turned the impossible into a joke and the unbreakable into a glitch. The contract core pulsed again, as if acknowledging the victory, and Jiang Yan knew that no matter what came next, he would face it with his allies by his side, ready to turn the world's greatest threats into the most ridiculous of jokes. The golden arena pulsed with tension as Jiang Yan faced Zhao Wuji, the Profession Guild president, his eyes gleaming with the same smug confidence that had haunted Jiang Yan since the first chapter.
Let's see if you can handle this.
Zhao Wuji said, his hands weaving through the air as a shimmering barrier of time-space magic coalesced around him. The air itself bending and twisting into a kaleidoscope of impossible angles. Jiang Yan smirked, his fingers twitching toward the Magify tool in his pocket.
Time space lock. Sounds like a really expensive Wi-Fi router.
He muttered, his voice carrying the same deadpan absurdity that had become his trademark. With a flick of his wrist, the words changed on the spot.
Time space lock.
Became.
Time space glitch.
The barrier wavered, then shattered into a cacophony of floating text.
Error 404. Skill not found.
As Zhao Wuji stumbled back, his own magic turning against him in a loop of his own creation, The audience erupted into laughter. But Jackie Yan's eyes weren't on the chaos, were on his allies. Lin Zhao and Jia Mei, who had been watching the battle with wide eyes. Their faces lit with a mix of awe and mirth as Zhao Wuji flailed. Trapped in an endless replay of his own failed spell, Lin Zhao suddenly burst into giggles, her arms slung around Jiang Yan's shoulders.
You did it again! You turned the guild president into a broken app.
She exclaimed, her voice bubbling with delight. Jia Mei, ever the pragmatist, clapped her hands together.
This is why we trust you, Jan. You always find a way to make the impossible look like a joke.
Jiang Yan chuckled, wiping a tear from his eye, his heart swelling with the warmth of their words. He had faced countless battles, but none had ever felt as satisfying as this, when his allies laughed with him, not at him. As Sawer Wuji's glitched form stumbled into a loop of his own creation, Yan's mind drifted to the countless times he had failed, the moments when his friends had stayed by his side, even when the world had mocked him. He remembered the first time he had used the Mogify tool, a clumsy attempt to fix a broken spell that had instead turned it into a floating
404 error.
sign, and how Lin Zhao had laughed so hard she had nearly fallen off her chair. Now, as the arena roared with laughter, he felt the same joy surge through him. The absurdity of it, all the fact that a skill as powerful as time-space lock could be reduced to a glitch, was a testament to the bond he shared with his allies. They had taught him that even in the face of overwhelming odds, there was always a way to turn the tables, to make the impossible a joke. As Zawuji's form flickered in and out of existence, Jiang Yan turned to his friends, his voice steady.
This isn't just about me. It's about us. Every time I use the Gummify tool, I'm not just changing a skill, I'm changing the game. And with you by my side, I know I can do anything.
Linda grinned, her eyes sparkling.
Then, let's keep making the impossible a joke, huh?
She raised her fist, and Jamei joined her, their laughter echoing through the arena as the crowd roared with approval. But the victory was far from over, as Selruki's glitched form continued to loop. A new challenge emerged. Another guild member, Li Wei, had been caught in the crossfire of the battle, his own magic destabilizing as the time-space glitch spread. Jackie! Yan's eyes narrowed, his modify tool already in his hand.
Not again.
He muttered, his voice laced with determination. He had no time to celebrate. The battle wasn't just against Zhao. Wuji was against the chaos that had threatened to consume them all. With a swift motion, he adjusted the Mogify tool, his fingers dancing over the interface.
Liu Wei's Mana Surge.
He whispered, changing the words to
Liu Wei's Snack Craving.
The effect was immediate. Li Wei's unstable magic flickered, then collapsed into a harmless burst of light, his eyes wide with confusion as he suddenly found himself craving a bag of chips. The audience erupted into laughter once more, but Sakayan's focus remained on the task at hand. Zhao Guji's glitched form was still looping, and the contract core deep within the Profession Guild's archives pulsed faintly, as if recognizing the absurdity of the situation. But for Jackie Yan, the real victory was in the laughter of his friends, in the knowledge that no matter how absurd the world became, he would always have them by his side. As the arena filled with the sound of mirth, he turned to Lin Zhou and Jia Mei, his voice steady.
This isn't the end, it's just the beginning. Together we'll keep turning the impossible into a joke.
And with that, the battle for the golden arena continued, a testament to the power of absurdity, the strength of friendship, and the unbreakable bond between an underdog and his allies. The golden arena was a hushed electric void, a Jiang Yan's skill scroll sparked unexpectedly, its edges crackling with unstable mana. The fate-changing pen, lying forgotten in his pocket, rolled across the arena floor toward a peculiar rune etched into the ground, the symbol that had been invisible to all but the contract core itself. The air grew heavy, the audience's murmurs fading into silence as Zhao Wuji's mana surged, a blinding wave of energy that seemed to freeze time itself. Yan's fingers twitched, his Magify tool trembling in his grip. He had faced countless opponents, but Zhao Wuji was different. The guild president's reputation was built on unshakable control, a mastery of time-space magic that had never faltered. Yet, as the rune under the pen pulsed faintly, Jiang Yan felt a strange pull, as if the arena itself were holding its breath. His mind raced. What if the contract core wasn't just a relic but a key? What if the glitches weren't accidents but signals? The thought sent a shiver through him, but he forced it down. He had no choice but to act.
Time space lock.
Jiang Yan said, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. He smirked, the Megafire tool in his hand glowing faintly.
Sounds like a really expensive Wi Fi router.
His words were met with a low chuckle from Zhao Wuji, who raised his hands, the shimmering barrier forming with a slow, deliberate grace.
You think you can outwit me, Jiang Yan?
Zhao Wuji's voice was calm, almost mocking.
This isn't a game. You're not just changing names. You're playing with forces beyond your comprehension.
His eyes narrowed, the barrier pulsing with an ominous energy.
You'll regret this.
Jiang Yan's mind was a storm of conflicting thoughts. He had always known his Mogify tool was unconventional, a relic of a forgotten era that defied logic. But now, as the contract core's faint pulse seemed to resonate with the rune under the fate-changing pen, he felt something shift. The tool's glow intensified, its edges humming with an energy that felt both familiar and alien. Was this the key? The answer? He didn't have time to dwell. Xiao Wuji's barrier was almost complete, and the arena's silence was suffocating.
Let's see if you can handle this.
Zhao Wuji said, his voice dripping with smugness.
Time space lock is a skill that has never failed. It will crush you.
Jiang Yan's smirk widened.
Time space lock sounds like a really expensive Wi Fi router.
He reached into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the Gobify tool.
But I've got a better idea.
The moment the words left his lips, the arena erupted into chaos. The shimmering barrier flickered, its edges fraying like a broken screen. Xiao Wuji's eyes widened in horror as his own magic backfired, the barrier collapsing into a chaotic mess of floating text that read,
Error 404. Skill not found.
The audience erupted into laughter, but Yan's focus was elsewhere. The fate-changing pen had stopped at the rune, its glow now synchronized with the contract core's pulse. He could feel it. Something was unlocking, something ancient and powerful.
Who knew the most powerful time space magic could be reduced to a broken app?
Jiang Yan chuckled, wiping a tear from his eye. But as the contract core's pulse grew stronger, he realized this was only the beginning. The arena's silence returned, but now it was different. It was charged, expectant. The contract core's faint glow seemed to ripple through the air, and for the first time, Jiang Yan felt the weight of something far greater than himself. The glitches weren't just jokes, they were warnings. And as Zhao Wuji stumbled, trapped in an endless loop of his own creation, Jiang Yi knew the real battle had only just begun. The golden arena was a cacophony of anticipation, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the electric hum of mana surging through the air. Jiang Yan stood at the center of the battlefield, his fingers twitching slightly as his skill scroll, a tattered relic of faded ink and frayed edges, sparked unexpectedly. A faint crackle of energy arced from the scroll's surface, illuminating the arena in a ghostly blue glow. Across from him, Sao Wuji, the guild president, raised his hands, his time-space lock shimmering like a corrupted hologram. The crowd's murmurs swelled into a roar as the barrier materialized, but the arena suddenly fell eerily silent, the mana surge from Zhao Wuji's spell hanging in the air like a suspended note. Jiang Yan's eyes flicked to the fate-changing pen in his pocket, which had rolled toward a peculiar rune etched into the arena's floor, a rune that pulsed faintly, as if recognizing the pen's presence. The pen's glow was dim, but it was there, a whisper of something ancient stirring beneath the surface.
Time space log sounds like a really expensive Wi-Fi router.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice carrying over the stunned silence. He reached into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the magnified tool, its metallic surface cool and familiar. Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed, his smirk faltering for the first time.
You think you can outmaneuver the guild president with a joke?
He sneered, his voice dripping with condescension.
Your so-called modified tool is nothing but a toy. You're wasting your time trying to rewrite reality.
Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with a quiet confidence.
Oh, I don't think I'm rewriting reality.
He said, his voice low and deliberate.
I think I'm just pointing out the bugs in your code.
The arena seemed to hold its breath, the air vibrating with the tension of a moment that teetered on the edge of absurdity. Inside Jiang Yan's mind, a storm of thoughts raged. He had faced countless opponents in the golden arena, each one a test of his ingenuity. But Zhao Wuji was different. The guild president's power was absolute, his time-space lock a near-invincible shield. Yet here was the Gamifia tool, a relic he had once dismissed as useless, now humming with an energy that felt almost personal. He could feel the fate-changing pen's warmth against his palm, as if it were guiding his hand, as if it had been waiting for this moment. The contract core, hidden deep within the guild's archives, pulsed faintly, its presence a constant reminder of the strange connection between his skills and the ancient forces at play. For a moment, he wondered if the absurdity of his victories was more than coincidence, if the universe itself was mocking the guild's arrogance, turning their most powerful skills into glitches, into jokes. The arena erupted as Jiang Yan's Mogify tool clicked into place, the word
Time-space lock.
morphing into.
Time-space glitch.
With a soft, almost imperceptible pop, Zhao Wuji's barrier flickered the shimmering surface of his time-space lock, warping like a corrupted screen. The crowd gasped as the barrier collapsed into a chaotic mess of floating text, the words,
Error 404. Skill not found.
blinking in a garish red. Zhao Wuji stumbled back, his expression shifting from smug confidence to stunned disbelief.
What the?
he began, but his words were drowned out by the audience's laughter. The arena had become a spectacle of absurdity, the guild president's power reduced to a broken app, his own magic trapping him in an endless loop of his own creation. Yet, as the chaos unfolded, a new development emerged. The rune, beneath the fate, changing pen flared to life, its faint pulse now a steady rhythmic beat. Jiang Yan's eyes widened as the pen rolled toward the rune, its glow intensifying until it merged with the symbol, triggering a surge of energy that rippled through the arena. Zhao Wuji's eyes darted toward the rune, his confusion giving way to a flicker of unease.
What is that?
He demanded, his voice sharp with urgency. Yen, however, was already moving, his hand outstretched toward the contract core, which had begun to pulse in sync with the rune. The air around him shimmered, and for a fleeting moment, the arena seemed to shift, as if reality itself were bending to the will of the absurd. The laughter of the crowd faded into a stunned silence, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone present. The contract core was no longer just a relic of the guilds. Archivate was a key, a catalyst, a force that had been waiting for the right moment to reveal its true power. And now, as Jiang Yan's modified tool hummed with a new kind of energy, the stage was set for a revelation that would change everything. The golden arena's golden light pulsed like a heartbeat at Jen. Yan stepped forward, his boots crunching against the crystalline floor. The air was thick with the scent of ozone, a byproduct of Zhao Wuji's time-space lock hovering above the guild president's outstretched palm. The shimmering sphere of temporal energy flickered like a broken hologram, its edges warping into jagged, glitching lines. Yan's fingers twitched toward his pocket, the fate-changing pen vibrating faintly against his thigh, as if it had already anticipated his move. The contract core, embedded in the arena's central pedestal, hummed a low, almost musical tone, its runes shifting in and out of focus like a mirage.
You think you can mess with time.
Sao Wuji's voice was calm, but the way his jaw tightened betrayed his unease. Yan grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
Nah, I just gave it a little update.
He flicked his wrist, the pen's tip glowing with a soft violet light. The words above Zhao Wuji's poem shifted from
Time-space lock.
to.
Time-space glitch.
With a sound like a record skipping, the audience erupted into laughter, but Jayan barely noticed. His mind was already racing ahead, to the contract core's hidden clause, to the forgotten workshop's trial stone, to the skill market's secrets. The pen vibrated again, this time with a pulse that made his teeth ache.
Modify.
He muttered, the word tasting like rebellion on his tongue. Xiao Wuji's eyes widened as the spear above his hand collapsed into a chaotic swirl of light, sending a shock wave that knocked him back a step.
This is a mockery of the profession system.
He bellowed, his voice cracking. Yang crossed his arms, his grin widening.
Nah, I just gave it a little update.
The arena buzzed with anticipation, but Xian's thoughts were already elsewhere. He could almost hear the distant echo of the first Fate Changer's laugh, the one who had rewritten the rules long before him. The contract core's hum grew louder, its runes flickering with a strange, almost playful energy. He had a feeling this was only the beginning.
Zhao Wuji.
Jiang Yan said, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade.
You ever wonder why the guild never let you ascend from Frank?
He stepped forward, the fate changing pen glowing brighter in his grip. The contract core's hum deepened, its runes shifting into a pattern that looked almost like a question mark. Zawuji's face darkened.
You don't know what you're talking about.
He growled, his time-space lock forming again, though the sphere was now jagged and unstable.
You think you can rewrite the rules.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, his grin never fading.
I think I just found the key.
The audience gasped as the contract core's runes flared, casting long shadows across the arena. A murmur rippled through the crowd, some whispering about the legends of the first fate changer, a man who had supposedly turned the profession system upside down with a single stroke of his pen. Others laughed, pointing at Jiang Yan's absurdly casual posture, as if he were a clown who had somehow stolen the guild president's crown. Zhao Wuji's hands trembled as he tried to stabilize his skill, but the sphere above his palm kept flickering, its edges bleeding into the air like a wound.
You're a fool.
He spat.
You think your little pen can change centuries of tradition.
Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with mischief.
Tradition? Nah. I think it's time we had a little fun with the rules.
The contract core's hum grew louder, almost like a laugh, and the arena seemed to hold its breath. Yan's thoughts were a whirlwind of absurdity and determination. The fate-changing pen's vibrations had become almost unbearable, but he couldn't stop now. The untracked core's runes were shifting in ways that defied logic, as if the system itself were trying to communicate. He remembered the first time he'd held the pen, how it had felt like holding a lightning bolt in his palm. Back then, he'd thought it was just a tool, a way to tweak his skills and survive the mockery of the guild. But now he saw the truth. The pen wasn't just a tool. It was a key, a weapon, a rebellion against everything the profession system had tried to enforce. He could almost hear the echoes of the first fatal changer's voice, the one who had rewritten the rules and been erased from history. What had that person been thinking when they'd modified the contract core's inscriptions? Had they felt the same mix of fear and exhilaration? He shook his head, forcing himself to focus. Saoji was still trying to stabilize his time-space lock, but the sphere was too unstable, too chaotic. This was his chance. He had to keep going, no matter how absurd it seemed. The contract core's hum was almost like a song now, a melody of rebellion that filled the arena. He could feel the power of the hidden claws in his bones, the way it pulsed with the promise of change. The guild president's face was a mask of fury, but Jiang knew that soon that mask would crack. He had to believe in the absurdity of it all, in the ridiculousness of an frank profession outsmarting an S-rank controller. The pen vibrated again, and he smiled. A sudden pulse of energy surged through the arena, sending a shockwave that knocked Zhao Wuji off his feet. The contract core's runes flared with a blinding light, and for a moment the entire golden arena seemed to freeze. Then, with a sound like a door creaking open, the inscriptions on the core shifted, revealing a hidden clause that had been buried for centuries. Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he read the words.
Frank professions may ascend if the right conditions are met.
He had always suspected the system was flawed, but this was proof. The guild had been hiding the truth, manipulating the profession rankings to keep the Frankers in their place. His mind raced with possibilities. What if the Forgotten Workshop's trial stone held more than just failed modifications? What if the skill market's hidden clause was the key to unlocking the full potential of the Frank professions? He had to find out, but first he had to deal with Zawel Wuji, who was now on his feet, his face twisted with rage.
You think you can change the system.
Zhao Guji roared, his time-space lock forming again. But this time, the sphere was even more unstable, its edges flickering like a broken screen. Jiang Yan stepped forward, his grin widening.
I think I already have.
The contract chorus hum grew louder, and the arena seemed to hold its breath. The fate of the profession system was hanging in the balance, and Zhe Yan was ready to take it all the way to the absurd. The contract core pulsed with an eerie golden light, and Yan stood before it, the fate-changing pen vibrating faintly in his hand. Around him, the arena seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with the scent of ozone and something sweeter like burnt sugar. A nearby skill scroll, its edges frayed and glowing with a sickly green hue, flickered as if reacting to the core's energy. Yan's eyes narrowed as he traced the shifting inscriptions on the core's surface, the ancient runes twisting into shapes that made no sense. A low hum emanated from the core, almost like a whisper, and for a moment the ground beneath his feet felt unsteady, as though the world itself was questioning its foundations. He glanced at the fate-changing pen again, its tip glowing with a soft blue light that pulsed in time with the core's rhythm. Somewhere in the crowd, a merchant's stall toppled over with a crash, the sound echoing like a warning. The air around the core shimmered, and for the first time, Yan felt the weight of something vast and unknowable pressing against him. As if the universe had just opened a door he hadn't realized was there.
Modify.
Jiang Yan muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The words in the air above the contract core shifted, the runes flickering like a broken screen before stabilizing into a new configuration. Zhao Wuji, standing across from him, took a step back, his face a mask of barely contained fury.
You think you can rewrite the rules?
He growled, his voice echoing through the arena.
You think you can turn the profession system into a joke?
Jiang Yan tilted his head, a slow grin spreading across his face.
Nah, I just gave it a little update.
He said, his tone light and mocking.
You know, like how you gave your own skills a little upgrade when you erased your past.
Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed, his hands clenching into fists.
You don't know what you're talking about.
He hissed.
The guild doesn't tolerate traitors.
Jiang Yan shrugged, the fat changing pen still glowing in his hand.
Funny. I don't remember being a traitor, but I do remember being in frank profession who had to sneak into the guild hall and fix a broken elevator with a screwdriver and a prayer.
The audience erupted into laughter, the sound bouncing off the arena walls like a wave of absurdity. Yan's mind raced as he stared at the contract core, the inscriptions shifting and reforming in ways that defied logic. He had always known the core was more than just a record of skill, it was the foundation of the profession system, a law that governed everything from frank to S rank. But now, the core was reacting to his modifications, its energy surging in waves that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. He could almost hear the whispers of the past, the echoes of forgotten rules and buried truths. What if the hidden clause wasn't just about skill rankings? What if it was something else entirely? He had a sudden absurd thought. What if the core was a giant, overcomplicated paralleled that someone had forgotten to update? The idea made him laugh, but it also made him uneasy. He had to know more. He had to find out what the core had been hiding. As the contract core's glow intensified, Yan's gaze flicked to Zhao Wuji, the guild president, who now stood with a look of growing unease. There was something about him, something that didn't quite fit. Jiang Yan had always assumed Zhao Wuji was a man of cold logic, a figurehead who had long since abandoned any personal ambitions. But now, as the core's inscriptions flickered, a memory surfaced in Jiang Yan's mind, a long-forgotten event, a betrayal, a name.
赵记
Jiang Yan said, his voice quiet but firm.
You were once in frank profession.
The arena fell silent. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened.
That's not your place to know.
Jiang Yan took a step forward, his eyes burning with determination.
You were once a repairman, weren't you? And you were the one who tried to change the rules, only for the guild to erase you.
Zhao Wuji's face twisted in rage.
You don't know what you're talking about.
But Yan did. He had seen it in the contract core. He had seen the truth, and now he had the power to change it. The contract core's inscriptions continued to shift, revealing a hidden clause buried deep within the system. It wasn't just about skill rankings or restrictions. It was a rule that had been buried for centuries, a clause that allowed frank professions to ascend if the right conditions were met. But the clause was locked, its key long lost. Jalian's fingers tightened around the fit-changing pen, his mind racing with possibilities. What if the key wasn't a physical object, but something else entirely? A skill, a memory, a joke. He had a sudden absurd thought. What if the key was a pun? The idea made him laugh, but it also made him determined. He had to find it. He had to unlock the clause. The guild president's past was one piece of the puzzle, but there were others still hidden. One of them lay in the forgotten workshop, where the trial stone was said to record every failed modification attempt ever made. As the contract core's energy surged through the arena, Yan's thoughts turned to the forgotten workshop. He had always been curious about the trial stone, a relic from the earliest days of the profession system, a place where failed experiments were logged for future reference. But now, with the faith-changing pen in his possession, he had a new purpose. He imagined the workshop, its walls lined with dusty shelves and broken tools, the air thick with the scent of oil and rust. The trial stone stood at the center of the ruined warehouse, its surface covered in ancient inscriptions. As he approached, the stone would pulse faintly, as if recognizing him. He would press his palm against it, and the inscriptions would shift, revealing a hidden passage of text.
Modify.
He would whisper, and the words on the trial stone would change,
Fail modification.
would become
Fate changing in thought.
a surge of energy would course through him, and suddenly he would see something he had never seen before, records of past modifications, including one that had been erased from history, the first fate changer. The guild president's past was one piece of the puzzle, but there were others still hidden. One of them lay in the forgotten workshop, where the trial stone was said to record every failed modification attempt ever made. Yan had always been curious about the trial stone. It was a relic from the earliest days of the profession system, a place where failed experiments were logged for future reference. But now, with the fate-changing pen in his possession, he had a new purpose. He arrived at the workshop under the cover of night, the air thick with the scent of oil and rust. The trial stone stood at the center of the ruined warehouse, its surface covered in ancient inscriptions. As Zexian approached, the stone pulsed faintly as if recognizing him. He reached out, pressing his palm against the surface. The inscriptions shifted, revealing a hidden passage of text.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered. The words on the trial stone changed,
Veil modification.
became
Fate changing insight.
a surge of energy coursed through him, and suddenly he saw something he had never seen before records of past modifications, including one that had been erased from history, the first fate changer. The skill market was a place of endless trade, where merchants bartered for the rarest of skill scrolls and the most powerful of enhancement stones. It was also a place where secrets were buried beneath layers of commerce and deception. Jiang Yan had always known that the skill market had its own rules, separate from the profession guild, but now, with the contract core's hidden clause in mind, he realized that the market might hold the key to unlocking the full potential of the frank professions. He made his way through the bustling streets, past the towering stalls of the trading division and the watchful eyes of the guard division. At the heart of the market stood old Mo, the president of the Skill Market Alliance, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he spotted Jiang Yan.
Ah, Jian.
Old Mo said, his voice laced with amusement.
I see you've been busy.
Jiang Yan nodded.
I need to know more about the skill market's rules, specifically the ones that were never written down.
Old Mo chuckled.
You're asking for something that doesn't exist.
But Yan had already reached into his pocket, the fate-changing pen glowing faintly in his hand.
Modify.
He said, and the words on the market sign flickered.
Skill market rules.
Became.
Skill market's hidden clause.
The air around them shifted, and for the first time, Yan saw the truth buried within the market's foundation. The guild had always been the gatekeeper of the profession system, the one who dictated which skills were allowed and which were forbidden. But now, with the contract core's hidden clause revealed and the skill market's secrets exposed, the guild was on the brink of collapse. Zhao Wuji stood at the guild hall's center, his face a mask of fury.
You think you can change the system.
He bellowed.
You think you can rewrite the rules?
Jiang Yan stepped forward, his eyes burning with determination.
I think I already have.
The contract core, now fully unlocked, pulsed with energy. The hidden clause had been revealed, and with it, the truth that frank professions were not uselessly, were the foundation of the entire system. Zhao Wuji's expression twisted in disbelief.
This isn't possible.
Jiang Yan smirked.
Oh, it's very possible. And I think it's time the guild stopped pretending it's in control.
The guild hall trembled as the contract core's energy surged, and for the first time in centuries, the profession system was about to be rewritten. The guild hall was in chaos. The contract core's energy surged through the air, its inscription shifting as the hidden clause was fully activated. The profession system, once rigid and unchangeable, was now open to all. But Zhao Wuji was not ready to let go. He raised his hands, his time-space control skill forming once more.
I won't let you destroy everything I've built.
Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed.
Then let's see who's really in control.
He reached into his pocket, the fate-changing pen glowing in his hand.
Modify.
The words in the air above Zhao Wuji's palm shifted,
Time space lock.
became
Time space glitch.
a ripple of chaotic energy spread through the guild hall, and Zhao Wuji's own skill turned against him. The shimmering sphere of temporal energy collapsed in on itself. sending him tumbling backward. The guild members gasped in disbelief. Jiang Yan turned to the gathered crowd, his voice calm.
This isn't about power, it's about fairness.
The audience erupted into cheers. Xiao, Wuji, for the first time, looked truly defeated as the guild hall trembled with the power of the contract. Kor! Ago! Yan's gaze fell once more on the fate-changing pen. It had been with him since the beginning, a tool that had allowed him to change the world in ways no one else could. But now, with the system on the verge of collapse, he realized that the pen had a secret of its own. The inscriptions on the pen's surface began to shift, revealing something hidden beneath the layers of history. A message, long forgotten, now emerged in glowing script.
The first fate changer was not a hero, but a man who had no choice.
Jiang Yan's breath caught in his throat. The first fate changer had been someone like him, someone who had been forced to change the system from the inside. And now he was about to do the same. The contract core's energy surged once more, and the profession system was no longer bound by the guild's rules. The frank professions, once deemed useless, were now the foundation of everything. Jiang Yan looked around at the gathered crowd, at the guild members, at the people who had once mocked him.
Looks like I've changed more than just a few words.
He said, a slow smile spreading across his face. The guild hall was in chaos. The contract core's energy surged through the air, its inscriptions shifting as the hidden clause was fully activated. The profession system, once rigid and unchangeable, was now open to all, but Zhao Wuji was not ready to let go. He raised his hands, his time-space control skill forming once more.
I won't let you destroy everything I built.
Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed.
Then let's see who's really in control.
He reached into his pocket, the fate-changing pen glowing in his hand.
Modify.
The words in the air above Zhao Wuji's palm shifted,
Time space lock.
became
Time space glitch.
a ripple of chaotic energy spread through the guild hall, and Zhao Wuji's own skill turned against him. The shimmering sphere of temporal energy collapsed in on itself, sending him tumbling backward. The guild members gasped in disbelief. Jiang Yan turned to the gathered crowd, his voice calm.
This isn't about power, it's about fairness.
The audience erupted into cheers. Shao Wuji, for the first time, looked truly defeated. The guild hall trembled as the power of the rewritten system spread through the city. The skill market, the forgotten workshop, the perfected are in everything, was changing. Shao Wuji stood in the center of it, all his face pale. He had spent his life trying to maintain control, to keep the frank professions in their place. But now he had no power left. Jiang Yan stepped forward, his eyes burning with determination.
This isn't about revenge, it's about change.
The audience erupted into cheers. Xiao Wuji looked around, and for the first time he saw the truth. The system had always been broken, and now it was finally being fixed. Jiang Yan reached into his pocket, the fate-changing pen glowing in his hand. He looked down at it, then at the contract core.
Modify.
He sat the words on the pen shifted,
Fate changing pen.
became,
Fate changer's legacy.
and with that, the final chapter of his journey began. The golden arena pulsed with an eerie golden light adjance. Yan stood at the center, his eyes locked onto Zhao Wuji, the guild president, who now looked like a man caught in a storm of his own making. The contract core, the magical crystal that recorded all profession skills, had begun to flicker violently, its inscriptions shifting and rewriting themselves as if caught in a chaotic dance. Jackie, Yan's fingers tightened around the fate-changing pen, its surface glowing faintly as he muttered.
Modify.
The ear above Xiao Qiuji's palm rippled. The words great mycelium, not green. The words still flowed,
Time space lock.
morphing into
Time space glitch.
a low hum filled the arena as the shimmering sphere of temporal energy above Zawuji's hand flickered, its edges distorting like a broken screen. Zawuji's eyes widened in disbelief as the sphere collapsed in on itself, sending out a ripple of chaotic energy that sent him stumbling back. The audience erupted into laughter, some throwing their hands up in disbelief, others pointing and shouting.
Looks like even the guild president's skills are glitchy.
Jiang Yan crossed his arms, grinning.
Guess I'm not the only one who can mess with time.
Zhao Wuji recovered quickly, his face darkening.
This is a mockery of the profession system.
Jiang Yan shrugged.
Nah, I just gave it a little update.
The arena buzzed with anticipation as the battle resumed. But now, Zhou Wuji had a new problem, a skill that no longer worked as intended. As the contract core's inscriptions continued to shift, Gan Panjian raced. He had always known the contract core was more than just a record of skills. It was the foundation of the profession system, a law that governed everything from Frank to S rank. But now, the core was reacting to his modifications. A sudden pulse of energy surged through the arena as the contract core's inscriptions began to shift. The words that once defined the profession system were no longer fixed.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered, his fingers tightening around the fate-changing pen. He reached out his intent. Clear was going to find out what the contract core had been hiding. The core's glow intensified, and for the first time, Jiang Yan saw something unexpected, a hidden clause buried deep within the system. It wasn't just about skill rankings or restrictions, it was a rule that had been buried for centuries, a clause that allowed frank professions to ascend if the right conditions were met. But the clause was locked, its key long lost. Zhao Wuji, sensing the change, growled.
You think you can rewrite the rules.
Jiang Yan smirked.
I think I just found the key. Jiang Yan, you're going to need a plan.
Said Liang Zhao, his voice cutting through the chaos as he stepped beside Jiang Yan, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword.
Zhao Wuji isn't just going to let you walk away with that information. He'll try to shut you down, and fast.
Jiang Yan nodded, his eyes still fixed on the contract core.
I know, but this isn't just about me anymore. If the guild president was once an frank profession, then the system isn't as unchangeable as they want us to believe.
Xiang Zhao let out a low whistle.
So, what's the plan? Because, I can tell you right now, the guild won't take this lying down.
Jiang Yan's grin widened.
That's the beauty of it. They think they're in control, but they're not. I've already modified Zhao Wuji's skills, and I'm not done yet. We need to make sure everyone sees the truth, not just the guild.
Xiang Zhao crossed his arms, his expression thoughtful.
You are talking about turning this into a spectacle, a show. That's risky, but it might be exactly what we need.
Jiang Yan nodded.
Exactly. If we can make the guild look ridiculous in front of the whole city, they'll have no choice but to listen. Besides, I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve.
Xiang Zhao chuckled.
You always do. Just don't trip over your own modified gear again, okay?
Jiang Yan rolled his eyes.
I'll try not to.
Zhao Wuji's face twisted in rage.
You don't know what you're talking about.
But Ziyan did. He had seen it in the contract core. He had seen the truth, and now he had the power to change it. As he stepped forward, the arena around them seemed to pulse with energy, the air thick with tension. Sao Wuji's eyes narrowed, his hands twitching as if he were about to unleash a new attack. But before he could, Jiang Yan raised the fate-changing pen, his voice steady.
Modify.
The words above Zhao Wuji's palm shifted again, this time into
Time space glitch to 0.
the shimmering sphere of energy above Zhou. Wuji's hand exploded in a burst of chaotic light, sending the guild president stumbling backward as the arena itself seemed to warp and twist. The audience gasped, some clutching their heads as the sudden shift in reality overwhelmed their senses.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered again, this time pointing at the contract core itself. The inscriptions on its surface flickered, the hidden clause coming into sharper focus. He could see now. The clause was not just about frank professions. Ascending it was about the guild's own origins, the very foundation of the profession system, and it was all tied to Zhao Wuji's past. A memory surfaced in Jiang Yan's mind, one he had never expected to find. A long-forgotten event, a betrayal, a name.
Jiao Wuji.
Jiang Yan said, his voice quiet but firm.
You were once an frank profession.
The arena fell silent. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened.
That's not your place to know.
Jiang Yan took a step forward, his eyes burning with determination.
You were once a repairman, weren't you? And you were the one who tried to change the rules only for the guild to erase you.
Xiao Wuji's face twisted in rage.
You don't know what you're talking about.
But Jiyan did. He had seen it in the contract core. He had seen the truth, and now he had the power to change it.
Modify.
Jiang Yan, said his voice cutting through the silence. The contract core's inscriptions shifted again, the hidden clause now fully revealed. The audience gasped as the truth spread through the arena. The guild's carefully constructed narrative crumbling under the weight of the revelation. Zhao Wuji's face was a mask of fury, but beneath it, Zhao Yan could see the fear. The guild president had spent his life trying to maintain control, to keep the frank professions in their place. But now, the system was no longer bound by the guild's rules. The frank professions, once deemed useless, were now the foundation of everything.
Looks like I've changed more than just a few words.
Jiang Yan said, a slow smile spreading across his face. The audience erupted into cheers, the guild's authority crumbling before their eyes. Xiao Wuji, for the first time, looked truly defeated, and as the contract core's energy surged once more, the profession system was no longer bound by the guild's rules. The frank professions, once deemed useless, were now the foundation of everything. Jiang Yan stepped into the forgotten workshop, the air thick with the scent of rust and old oil. The place was a labyrinth of broken machinery and half-finished blueprints, the kind of ruin where even time forgot to decay properly. His allies Ling Zhao, a rogue engineer with a penchant for explosives, and Mei Lin, a former guild archivist who could read ancient inscriptions like a bedtime story, followed closely, their eyes scanning the shadows for traps.
This place is a disaster waiting to happen.
Ling Zhao muttered, tossing a small device into the air. It exploded in a burst of harmless glitter, illuminating the workshop's ceiling.
And I mean that literally.
Mei Lin rolled her eyes but reached for her notebook. scribbling notes as the light revealed a massive stone slab at the center of the room. The trial stone. Jiang Yan approached it, his fate-changing pen glowing faintly in his hand.
Modify.
He whispered, and the inscriptions on the stone flickered. A sudden rumble shook the floor, and the workshop's broken ceiling began to collapse.
엉령.
Ling Zhao said, dodging a falling beam that transformed mid-air into a giant rubber chicken.
That's not a trap. That's a prank.
Mei Lin laughed, her voice echoing through the chaos.
Looks like the guild's old rivals had a sense of humor.
Jiang Yan ducked as another beam morphed into a giant spud missile, which shot past him and exploded in a cloud of mashed potatoes.
Modify.
He said again, and the missile changed into a harmless puff of glitter.
This is the most absurd thing I've ever seen.
Lin Rao said, dodging a third missile that turned into a giant rubber duck.
But I'm not complaining. I've always wanted to fight a duck,
Mei Lin grinned.
and I've always wanted to see a duck fight back.
Jiang Yan's inner monologue buzzed with surprise and excitement. He had expected the trial stone to be a challenge, but this was a full-blown absurdity parade. The modifications were working, but they were also creating chaos. He could feel the energy of the stone pulsing through him, a strange mix of power and unpredictability.
Modify.
He said again, and the trial stone's inscription shifted. The words
Fail modification.
became
Fate changing insight.
a surge of energy coursed through him, and suddenly he saw a vision of the first fate changer, a figure from history who had once tried to change the system, but before he could react, the workshop shook again, and a new trap activated. A wave of mana surged through the air, turning the floor into a slippery, glowing surface.
Watch out.
Mei Lin shouted, as Ling Gao slipped and landed face first in a pile of broken gears.
I think I've found my new hobby.
He said, wiping oil off his face.
Sliding on gears.
Jiang Yan laughed, but his mind was racing. The trial stone had revealed something important, but the chaos around him was making it hard to focus. He needed to find a way to stabilize the situation.
Modify.
He said, and the mana wave shifted into a harmless stream of water.
That's better.
Midin said, stepping over Ling Sha.
Now we can actually walk without slipping.
Jiang Yan nodded, but his thoughts were still on the vision he had seen. The first fate changer. He had to find out more.
Modify.
He said, and the trial stone's inscriptions shifted again. This time they revealed a hidden passage of text.
The first fate changer was not a hero, but a man who had no choice.
The words sent a shiver down his spine. He had to know more. But before he could act, the workshop shook again, and a new challenge appeared. A group of guild enforcers, their faces hidden behind masks, emerged from the shadows.
You shouldn't be here.
One of them said, raising a hand. A wave of energy formed above his palm.
Time space lock.
Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with mischief.
Modify.
The words shifted.
Time space lock.
Became
Time space glitch.
the energy wave collapsed into a chaotic ripple, sending the enforcers stumbling back.
Looks like even the guild's enforcers are glitchy.
Ling Zhao said, grinning.
Guess I'm not the only one who can mess with time.
Jiang Yan crossed his arms, his grin widening.
Guess I'm not the only one who can mess with time.
The enforcers recovered quickly, but now they had a new problem, a skill that no longer worked as intended. The workshop buzzed with anticipation as the battle resumed, but now the enforcers had a new challenge to face. The trial stone's energy surged, and Jiang Yan felt the weight of history pressing down on him. He had to find a way to unlock the full potential of the Frank professions. But first, he had to survive the absurdity of the forgotten workshop. The skill market was a labyrinth of chaos and contradiction, a place where the air itself seemed to hum with the weight of forgotten bargains and half-remembered legends. Jessian stepped through the throng of merchants, their stalls brimming with scrolls that glowed faintly, as if whispering secrets to those who dared to listen. The fate-changing pen in his pocket vibrated against his thigh, a low, insistent tremor that made his skin prickle. Above him, the contract core, still clutched in his other hand, emitted a soft, rhythmic hum, like a heartbeat syncing with the pulse of the market itself. He paused near a stall where a scroll labeled
Fate's first mistake.
flickered between the words
Legacy.
"Hant,"
Curse.
its ink shifting as though it were alive. A merchant nearby shouted.
He's here, the one who turned the guild's rules into a joke.
The crowd parted, and Jayan's eyes narrowed as he spotted old Mo, the skill market's president, leaning against a pillar with a smirk that bordered on smug.
Ah, 爷爷.
Old Mo said, his voice dripping with amusement.
I see you've been busy. The guild's little game of pretending they're in control. It's getting old, isn't it?
Jiang Yan's fingers tightened around the fate-changing pen.
I need to know more about the skill market's rules, specifically the ones that were never written down.
Old Mo chuckled, his eyes glinting with something between curiosity and challenge.
You're asking for something that doesn't exist. The market's rules are like a spiderweb delicate, but deadly if you step wrong. You think you can untangle them? You'd be better off buying a scroll that promises you a lap-stomp supply of unhappiness instead.
Jiang Yan's lips curled into a smirk.
Modify.
He muttered, and the words on the market sign flickered.
Skill market rules.
Became.
Skill market's hidden clause.
The air around them shifted, and for the first time, Yan saw the truth buried within the market's foundation. He could feel it, the weight of 1,000 unspoken deals, and the faint, almost imperceptible tremor of something ancient stirring beneath his feet. His inner monologue buzzed with a mix of confusion and exhilaration. Asterisk. Why is the pen reacting so strongly here? The contract core's hum feels like it's in sync with the market's pulse. Is this place really as corrupt as the guild claims? Or is there something else, something even older, hiding in the cracks? Asterisk. As if answering his thoughts, the ground beneath him trembled, and a faint glow emanated from the cobblestones. A stele, half buried in the earth, emerged from the shadows, its runes flickering with a strange, modified script. Yan stepped closer, his breath catching as the runes shifted again, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the market. The air grew colder, and a faint, metallic scent filled the space.
What's that?
A voice called from behind him. A young merchant, no older than 16, stared at the stele with wide eyes.
That's the Chamber of Forgotten Deals, right? They say it's where the first traders made their pacts with the market's gods, but no one's ever found it.
Jiang Yan's smirk widened.
Modify.
He said, and the stele's runes flared, the chamber's entrance yawning open. Inside, the walls were lined with countless scrolls, their titles shifting between languages and eras. A sudden burst of laughter echoed through the space, and a figure materialized. See, a small, grinning spirit with a cloak made of shimmering ink.
Ah, fate. Changer. I've been waiting for you.
It cackled.
You're not the first to come here, but you'll be the first to leave with the truth. Just don't expect it to be pretty.
As the spirit's words hung in the air, Yan's mind raced. Asterisk, the market's hidden clause, the guild's forgotten past, and now this. Asterisk. He could almost hear the ghost of the first fate changer laughing in his ear, a sound both absurd and triumphant. The absurdity of it all. The guild's arrogance, the market's secrets, the pen's strange vibrations felt like a joke that had been playing for centuries, and now he was the punchline. But he wasn't laughing. He was ready to rewrite the punchline. The guild hall trembled as the contract. Core's energy surged through the air, its inscriptions shifting like ink spilled across parchment. Jiang Yan stood at the center of the chaos, his fate-changing pen vibrating in his grip. The metal of its tip humming with a low, resonant frequency that made the air around him feel charged, as though the very laws of reality were holding their breath. Zhao Wuji, his face a mask of fury, raised his hands, the temporal energy of his time-space lock forming once more. But the shimmering sphere flickered unnaturally, its edges distorting like a glitch in a video game. A nearby skill scroll, forgotten in the shadows of the guild hall, began to glow with an eerie, pulsating light, its runes shifting from gold to violet as if it had been rewritten by an unseen hand. The contract core itself let out a low, almost imperceptible hum, a sound that felt both ancient and newly born, as though it were whispering secrets to the walls of the hall. Jesse. Yan's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the scroll, then at Zhao Wuji, who was now struggling to maintain control of his skill.
You think you can change the system?
Zhao Wuji bellowed, his voice echoing off the marble pillars.
You think you can rewrite the rules?
Jiang Yan crossed his arms, his grin sharp and unshaken.
I think I already have. And I think it's time the guild stopped pretending it's in control.
The guild members gasped, their faces a mix of awe and fear as the contract core's energy surged again, its inscriptions now glowing with the words of the hidden clause. Zhao Wuji's expression twisted in disbelief.
This is impossible.
Jiang Yan smirked.
Oh, it's very possible. And I think it's time the guild stopped pretending it's in control.
As the energy from the contract core spread, a faint metallic clang echoed through the hall, and Jiang Yan's eyes flicked to the far end of the room, where a stele, half buried in the floor, began to glow with runes that had been altered, some of them, resembling the same chaotic script that had appeared on the fate-changing pen. He took a step forward, his mind racing. Asterisk. What is this asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, a forgotten modification from centuries ago, or something even older. Asterisk, the guild's rules had always been rigid, but now, with the contract core's power, everything felt like it was unraveling. He could almost hear the laughter of the frank professions, long dismissed as useless, now rising in triumph. But there was something else, too, a flicker of doubt. Asterisk. What if this change isn't as simple as I think? Asterisk. He shook his head, pushing the thought aside. The guild had spent centuries hoarding power, and now it was time to let it go,
Modify.
he whispered, his voice barely audible, but the words in the air above Zhao Wuji's palm shifted again, the time-space lock becoming a time-space glitch. A ripple of chaotic energy spread through the hall, and Zhao Wuji stumbled back, his face pale.
You think you can change the system?
He hissed, his voice trembling.
You think you can rewrite the rules?
Jiang Yan stepped closer, his eyes burning with determination.
I think I already have. And I think it's time the guild stopped pretending it's in control.
The audience erupted into cheers, but Zayan's gaze remained fixed on the stele, its altered runes glowing faintly. Asterisk, there's more to this than I realized. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, and I'm going to find out what it is. Asterisk, the golden arena was a cacophony of chaos, the air thick with the scent of ozone and the crackling energy of a battle that had spiraled into absurdity. Jiang Yan stood at the center of it, all his grin wide as he watched Zhao Wuji stumble backward from the collapsing time-space glitch sphere. The guild president's face was a mask of fury, but the audience was in stitches, their laughter echoing off the arena's walls. Nearby, Li Wei and Zan Yingwei clutched their sides, tears streaming down their faces as they howled with laughter.
You turned his ultimate skill into a glitch?
Li Wei wheezed, his voice hoarse.
That's not just a reversal, it's a full-blown farce.
Zhang Wei added, wiping his eyes.
He's gonna be the laughing stock of the guild for years.
Jiang Yan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he pocketed the fate-changing pen.
Guess I'm not the only one who can mess with time.
He said, his voice dripping with faux humility. Zhao Wuji's growl of rage was drowned out by the crowd's cheers. But Jiang Yan's allies were already celebrating. They had seen him go from a frank nobody to a hero who could rewrite the rules of the world. And now they were reveling in the absurdity of it all, as Li Wei and Zhang Wei dragged him into a mock bow. Jiang Yan's laughter rang out, a sound that carried the weight of their shared victories and the joy of an underdog who had finally turned the tables.
You did it, buddy.
Li Wei shouted, slapping him on the back.
You turned the guild president into a joke. And you're the reason we're still laughing.
Jiang Wei added, his eyes sparkling with pride. Yan grinned, the warmth of their camaraderie filling him. For a moment he let himself forget the battle ahead and just enjoy the ridiculousness of it all. But as Zhao Wuji's fury began to boil over again, Jiang Yan's mind sharpened. The guild president's rage was a storm, and he needed to be ready.
Modify.
He whispered, his fingers twitching with anticipation. The air around him shimmered as the fate-changing pen glowed, ready to twist the next chapter of this absurd fantasy into something even more ridiculous.
Jiang Yan, you're a genius.
Li Wei exclaimed, his voice cutting through the din of the arena.
You turned Zhao Wuji's time-space lock into a glitch that's actually hurting him. How did you even think of that?
Jiang Yan wiped a tear from his eye, his laughter still echoing.
Honestly, I just thought, what if I messed up the words on his skill, and then poof, it worked.
Jiang Wei snorted, his hands on his hips.
You're not just messing with his skills, you're messing with the entire profession system. The guild's going to have a meltdown when they realize you've rewritten the rules.
Li Wei nodded, his eyes wide with admiration.
You've done more than anyone else could have dreamed of. You've taken the underdog status and turned it into a full-blown revolution.
Jiang Yan shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips.
Nah, I just gave it a little update.
He said, his voice dripping with faux modesty.
But I'll admit, I'm glad you're here to back me up. Without you too, I'd probably be dead by now.
Li Wei and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance, their expressions softening.
We're always here for you, buddy.
Li Wei said, his voice full of warmth.
Even when you're being ridiculous.
Zhang Wei added.
And even when you're turning the guild president into a laughingstock.
Jiang Yan laughed again, the sound filling the arena as the crowd's cheers grew louder. For a moment, the absurdity of it all felt like a victory in itself. As the laughter and cheers faded into the background, Jiang Yan's mind drifted to the memories of the long road he had traveled. He had started as a frank nobody, mocked and ridiculed by everyone in the guild, but now he stood on the precipice of rewriting the entire profession system. He could feel the weight of his allies' trust pressing down on him, a reminder that he had to keep going, no matter how absurd the journey had become.
I can't let them down.
He thought, his voice echoing in his mind.
They've believed in me when no one else did. Even when I messed up, they were there. I have to keep going, not just for myself, but for them.
He glanced at Li Wei and Zhang Wei, their faces lit with pride and joy. They had been there for him every step of the way, even when the odds had been against them, and now they were celebrating with him, their laughter a testament to the bond they had forged.
This is just the beginning.
He told himself, a determined gleam in his eyes.
The guild thinks they're in control, but they're wrong. I've got my friends by my side, and together we're going to change the world.
As the arena erupted into chaos, Yan's eyes narrowed. Sao Wuji was still standing, his face twisted in rage, but the guild president's fury was quickly fading. The contract core's energy was surging through the air, and the hidden clause had been fully activated. The profession system was no longer bound by the guild's rules, and the frank professions were finally being recognized for their true potential. But even as the system began to shift, Yan knew that the battle was far from over. Zhao Wuji might be defeated, but the guild would not take this lying down.
You think you can change the system?
Zhao Wuji bellowed, his voice shaking with fury.
You think you can rewrite the rules?
Jiang Yan stepped forward, his eyes burning with determination.
I think I already have.
The contract core pulsed with energy, and the hidden clause was fully activated. The profession system was no longer bound by the guild's rules, and the frank professions were finally being recognized for their true potential. But even as the system began to shift, Yan knew that the battle was far from over. Zhao Wuji might be defeated, but the guild would not take this lying down.
You think you can change the system?
Zhao Wuji bellowed, his voice shaking with fury.
You think you can rewrite the rules?
Jiang Yan stepped forward, his eyes burning with determination.
I think I already have.
The contract core pulsed with energy, and the hidden clause was fully activated. The profession system was no longer bound by the guild's rules, and the frank professions were finally being recognized for their true potential. But even as the system began to shift, Yan knew that the battle was far from over. Zhao Wuji might be defeated, but the guild would not take this lying down. As the contract core's energy surged through the arena, Yan's allies rallied around him, their faces lit with determination. Li Wei and Zhang Wei stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes locked on Zhao Wuji as if daring him to make another move.
We're not letting you take this back.
Li Wei said, his voice steady.
Jiang Yan's change everything. And we're not going to let the guild undo it.
Jiang Wei nodded, his fists clenched.
He's not just a frank nobody anymore. He's the one who's going to rewrite the rules, and we're going to be right there with him.
Jiang Yan looked at them, his heart swelling with gratitude. They had stood by him through every ridiculous moment, every failed attempt, and now they were ready to fight for the future he had fought so hard to create. But even as the crowd's cheers grew louder, a new threat emerged. A group of guild members, their faces twisted in fury, began to advance toward them, their hands glowing with the energy of their own skills.
You think you can just walk away from this?
One of them growled.
You've disrupted the system, and we're not going to let you get away with it.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed.
Then let's see who's really in control.
He said, his voice calm but firm. The fate-changing pen glowed in his hand, and the air around him shimmered with the promise of another absurd twist. The battle was far from over, but with his allies by his side, he was ready to face whatever came next. The fate-changing pen's inscriptions shimmered like a mirage, as Zai Yan's fingers hovered over its surface, the air around him crackling with the weight of revelation. The guild hall's grand chandelier flickered, casting jagged shadows across the faces of the gathered crowd, their murmurs of disbelief blending with the low hum of the contract core's energy. Sao Wuji's expression had turned to something between fury and desperation, his time-space controller's aura flickering as he tried to reassert control over the collapsing system. But Zakanyan's laughter cut through the tension, sharp and unrelenting.
You know,
He said, his voice carrying over the chaos.
I always thought the guild was the pinnacle of power. Turns out, it's just a bunch of people who forgot how to fix things.
His allies, Lin Li, the eccentric mechanic, who had once miscalibrated a portal and accidentally transported a dragon to the guild's banquet hall, Zhao Mo, the rogue alchemist who had once turned a rival's skin into a temporary mosaic of glitter, and even old Bli, the grumpy but loyal blacksmith who had once forged a sword that sang lullabies, were all standing behind him, their faces lit with a mix of pride and absurdity. Ling Meyer snorted, her arms crossed as she watched Sao Wuji's aura flicker.
He's not even trying to be scary anymore, just confused.
Xiao Mo grinned, her eyes glinting with mischief.
I think he's realizing that the real power here isn't in the skills, but in the people who use them. And you, Ye Yan, are the ultimate joke.
A crowd erupted into laughter, the sound echoing through the hall like a wave of defiance. For a moment, the guild president looked genuinely shaken, his carefully carjuted image of control crumbling beneath the weight of the absurd.
You think this is a victory?
He snarled, his voice trembling.
You think you've changed anything?
Jiang Yan tilted head, the fat, changing pen glowing fainter in his grip.
No.
He said, his voice soft but resolute.
I think I've just reminded everyone that the system was never about power. It was about who got to write the rules.
His allies cheered, their voices rising in a cacophony of triumph, and for the first time, Jiang Yan felt the weight of their trust settle in his chest like a warm, unshakable anchor. He had always been the underdog, the one who had to fight for every step forward. But now, with the contract core's hidden clause fully unlocked and the guild's grip on the profession system slipping, he realized that his journey had never been about defeating Zhao Wuji. It had been about proving that the absurd could be just as powerful as the rigid. As the energy from the contract core surged again, the hall trembled, and the air seemed to vibrate with the echoes of every frank profession's forgotten potential. Xiao Wuji's eyes widened as he saw the truth written in the shifting inscriptions of the core. The system had never been meant to suppress the weak, it had been meant to elevate them. And now, with edgy Yan's allies standing beside him, the guild's final stand had become a farce.
Modify.
Jiang Yan whispered, his voice carrying the weight of 1,000 forgotten dreams. The words on the fate-changing pen shifted once more, and the world seemed to hold its breath as the final chapter of the profession system's rewrite began. The guild hall's marble floors trembled as Jan's rebirth skill scroll sparked unexpectedly, its ink bleeding into a jagged glowing pattern that no one had ever seen before. A low hum filled the air, and the fate-changing pen, which had been resting in his pocket, rolled out of his grasp and skittered toward a faintly glowing rune etched into the floor. A rune that hadn't been there moments ago. The arena, usually alive with the crackle of mana and the shouts of spectators, went eerily quiet as a sudden surge of power rippled through the hall, sending chandeliers swaying and guild members clutching their heads in confusion. Jiang Yan's eyes flicked to the rune, his mind racing. Asterisk. This isn't right, asterisk. He thought asterisk, the rebirthed skill, is supposed to reset my fate, not rewrite it asterisk, but as the pen hovered above the rune, its glow intensified, and the air around it shimmered like a mirage.
Hey, Zhao, Wuji.
Jiang Yan said with a grin as he adjusted his gloves.
You ever think about how funny it is that the guild's favorite unbreakable rule is just a typo away from being a total disaster?
The guild president's face darkened, but before he could respond, a nearby guild member muttered.
Wait, the contract core's inscriptions shifted last week, didn't they? I thought it was just a glitch.
His words hung in the air like a dropped stone. Yan's breath caught. Asterisk, a glitch. Asterisk. He had always assumed the contract. Core's hidden clause was a secret buried so deep no one could find it. But now the thought that someone asterisk had noticed the shift gnawed at him as the rune pulsed brighter. Jaxing, Yan's mind reeled. The rebirth skill had always been his escape hatch, a way to reset his life when everything went wrong. But now, as the pen hovered above the rune, he felt a strange certainty. Asterisk. This isn't just a reset asterisk, he realized. Asterisk, it's a rewrite asterisk. His fingers twitched toward the pen, but hesitated. What if the rewrite didn't just change his fate, but the fate of everyone who had ever been labeled?
Useless.
The thought sent a shiver down his spine. A sudden explosion of mana shattered the silence as the rune flared into a blinding white light. The guild hall's walls groaned under the pressure, and Xiao Wuji's eyes widened as he staggered back.
You think you can change the past?
He roared, his voice cracking.
You don't know what you're messing with.
Jiang Yan's jaw tightened. Asterisk, I know exactly what I'm doing. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, because I've already seen the truth. Asterisk, the contract core's hidden clause had shown him that the frank professions weren't just the foundation of the system, they were the asterisk key, asterisk, to it. And now with the rebirth skill transformed into,
Rewrite.
he had the power to unlock everything. But as the light from the rune intensified jaying, Yan's stomach twisted. The pen was no longer hovering. It was sinking into the rune, as if it had always belonged there. A voice echoed in his mind. Asterisk.
The first fate changer was not a hero, but a man who had no choice.
Asterisk. The words from the pen's inscriptions burned into his memory. Asterisk, no choice, asterisk, he repeated. Asterisk, like Zhao Wuji. Asterisk, his gaze snapped to the guild president who was now gripping his head as if trying to hold onto his sanity.
You were once in Frank profession, weren't you?
Jiang Yan said, his voice steady.
And you tried to change the rules too, didn't you?
Zhao Wuji's face twisted in rage. But before he could answer, the rune exploded into a cascade of light that engulfed the entire hall. The world around Jiang Yan dissolved into a kaleidoscope of memories. His awakening day, the mockery he had endured, the battles that had shaped him. And then there was Zhao Wuji's past, a repairman who had once tried to rewrite the contract core's rules only to be erased by the guild. Asterisk. This isn't just about me, asterisk. Yan thought asterisk. It's about everyone who's ever been told they were.
Useless.
Asterisk, his hand shot out toward the rune as the light faded and the words asterisk,
Rewrite.
asterisk burned into the air above him.
Modify.
He whispered and the world shifted. The arena's golden light flickered as Yan's skill scroll suddenly sparked, a crackling arc of energy leaping from its edge and sending a ripple through the air. The fate-changing pen which he had just set on the ground rolled toward a faint rune etched into the arena floor, a symbol he had never noticed before, its lines jagged and almost mocking in their simplicity. The crowd, which had been cheering moments ago, fell into an eerie silence as the contract core's glow pulsed in time with the sudden mana surge, its inscriptions shifting like liquid gold. Jackie Yan frowned, his fingers twitching toward the pen, but before he could react, a voice cut through the stillness.
You know, I always thought the guild's rules were a joke.
Said old Mo, the skill market president, his tone casual as he leaned against a pillar, arms crossed.
But this is comedy gold. You're rewriting the system while the guild president's face turns redder than a tomato.
Jiang Yan smirked, though his mind raced.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's a joke or a disaster.
He replied, his voice low.
That rune. It's not just a rune, it's a key.
His words hung in the air as the contract core's glow intensified, the hidden clause's text flickering into view. Yan's heart pounded. He had always known the contract core was more than a record of skill light, was a law, a prison, a lie. But now, as the rune beneath the pen began to glow, he realized it was also a door to something he had never imagined. Memories of Zhao Guji's past flooded his mind. The repairman who had tried to change the rules, the guild's betrayal, the erasure of his name. And then, a sudden, absurd thought. What if the key wasn't the pen, but the pen itself? His fingers tightened around the fate, changing pen as the arena's silence deepened, the mana surge growing louder, the rune beneath the pen glowing brighter.
Modify.
He whispered, his voice trembling with the weight of the moment. The words on the rune shifted, and for the first time, Goyan saw the truth. The contract core's hidden clause wasn't just about frank proficiency, was about the first fate changer, the man who had no choice but to rewrite the system. And now, he was about to do the same. The golden arena buzzed with a chaotic energy as Yan stepped into the center of the ring, the air around him crackling with unspoken tension. Zhao Wuji, the guild president, stood across from him, his expression a mask of cold calculation. With a flick of his wrist, a shimmering barrier of time and space materialized between them, a swirling vortex of colors that seemed to distort the very fabric of reality. The arena erupted into murmurs, the spectators leaning forward in their seats, eyes wide with anticipation. Jiang Yan, however, was unfazed. He raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smirk as he reached into his pocket and pulled out the fate-changing pen. The pen vibrated faintly in his grip, its tip glowing with an eerie blue light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the contract core's distant hum. Sao Wuji's voice cut through the noise, calm and commanding.
Time-space lock. You will be trapped within this realm, unable to move or act.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, his eyes narrowing as he studied the swirling vortex.
That's a bit of a mouthful, don't you think?
He said, his voice carrying a playful edge. He flicked his wrist, etching a single word into the air.
Time-space glitch.
The barrier trembled, its edges flickering like a broken screen. Xiao Wuji's eyes widened as the vortex began to distort, its once stable form now a chaotic swirl of overlapping images and fragmented time. The arena erupted into laughter as Zhao Wuji's own reflection multiplied into 100 versions of himself, each repeating different actions in a loop.
Ah, I see.
Jiang Yan said, smirking.
You were trying to trap me in a time loop, but I guess you forgot to fix the code.
Zhao Wuji's face reddened as he struggled to control the unstable field.
This is a violation of the contract, Core's rules.
He shouted, his voice trembling with fury. Yan shrugged, his tone casual.
I'm not breaking any rules, I'm just rewriting them.
The audience roared with laughter as Zhao Wuji's time-space field collapsed in on itself, sending him stumbling backward. Yan stepped forward, his voice carrying over the noise.
My skills got no Wi-Fi, but it sure does have a lot of bugs.
Zhao Wuji's face was a mask of fury, but his voice was sharp as he barked.
You think you can just rewrite the rules of the contract core? Do you even know what you're doing?
His words carried a weight, a hint of something deeper, as if he were testing Yan's knowledge of the guild's long-buried secrets. Yan's smirk widened, his eyes glinting with mischief.
Rules? I've been rewriting them since the day I got my Frank profession. You think I didn't notice how the guild's been suppressing Frankers for years? I've been waiting for a chance to turn the tables.
He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
You ever hear the legends about the Fat Changer? They say he could rewrite the world with a single stroke of his pen. I guess I'm not as useless as you think.
Jiao Wuji's eyes narrowed, his grip tightening on the air as if he could crush the swirling vortex around him.
You're playing with forces you don't understand.
He hissed.
The contract core isn't just a rule book, it's a prison. You're not breaking it, you're tearing it apart.
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing through the arena.
Prison? I think you mean a cage. And I've got the keys.
As the audience's laughter faded, Yan's mind raced, his thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and curiosity. The fate-changing pen had always felt strange in his hand, its vibrations a constant reminder of the power it held. But now, as the time-space lock crumbled around him, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The contract core's distant hum seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. a rhythm that felt almost personal. He had always wondered why the pen reacted so strongly to the guild's ancient texts, why it seemed to resonate with the hidden causes buried within the contract core. Was it because the pen itself was a relic of the Fete changer? Or was it because J.C. Yan's frank profession had been chosen for a reason? He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts as paranoia. But then, as the vortex collapsed, a faint glimmer caught his eye. A stele hidden in the corner of the arena, its runes glowing faintly, with a strange, almost humorous inscription.
Fat Changer's legacy. A misprint?
He frowned, his curiosity piqued. What was this? A joke? A clue? Or something far more dangerous? The arena's chaos was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a young apprentice, his face pale as he stumbled into the ring, clutching a scroll that glowed with an odd, flickering light.
Master, yeah?
The apprentice shouted, his voice trembling.
I found this in the guild's archives. It's a skill scroll, but the runes are wrong. They're not matching any known profession.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he took the scroll, his fingers brushing against its surface. The runes shimmered, shifting like liquid, and for a moment he saw his own reflection in the scroll's glow, a reflection that was not quite his own.
What's written here?
He asked, his voice low. The apprentice swallowed hard.
It says, Fate Changer's Legacy, a misprint, but the guilds never acknowledged this scroll. They erased it from the records.
Jiang Yan's grip tightened.
Then why is it glowing now? Why now?
The apprentice hesitated, then whispered.
Maybe because you're the one who found it, the pen. It's reacting to it.
Jiang Yan's mind reeled as the implications sank in. The Fed changing pen had always been a tool, but this scroll suggested it was something Maria key to a power the guild had tried to bury. He looked back at Zhao Wuji, who was still struggling to regain control of the collapsing vortex.
You've been hiding this for years, haven't you?
Jiang Yan said, his voice sharp.
The contract core is not just a prison, it's a prison for the Fate Changer's legacy, and I've just unlocked the door.
Zhao Wuji's face twisted in fury, but before he could respond, the arena trembled as the stele's runes flared to life, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the ring. The audience gasped as the ground split open, revealing a labyrinth of ancient tools and forgotten scrolls. Jackie! Yan's eyes widened.
A hidden workshop.
He muttered.
The guild's been suppressing this for years. What's in there?
The apprentice's voice trembled as he whispered.
Maybe the truth about your frank profession may be the reason you were chosen.
As the chamber's entrance yawned open, Yan felt a strange sense of inevitability. The fate-changing pen vibrated in his hand, its glow intensifying as if it were alive. He took a step forward, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. The guild had tried to erase the past, to bury the truth. But now, with the Steely's runes glowing and the hidden workshop revealed, the future looked different. Maybe even funny.
Let's see what the guild has been hiding.
He said, his voice steady.
Because I've got a feeling this is just the beginning.
The Perfection Guild's main hall was a cavernous expanse of cold stone and flickering lanterns, its air thick with the scent of old parchment and something faintly metallic. Jackie Yan stood before the contract core, its crystalline casing pulsing with a soft, rhythmic hum that seemed to echo in his bones. The ancient text on the wall behind it glowed faintly, its ink shifting like liquid shadows, and a nearby skill squirlet's edges frayed and its runes etched in a language no one could read throughout with an odd, almost sentient glow. The fate-changing pen in Jiang Yan's hand vibrated gently, as though it were alive and eager to rewrite the world. He reached out, tracing the glowing script with a hesitant finger, and the contract core flared with light, revealing a hidden clause buried deep within its structure. Asterisk.
Frank professions are to be deemed obsolete, their power suppressed through the guild's authority.
Asterisk. Yan's jaw tightened.
So, this is why the guild has always blocked Frank advancements.
He muttered.
They're not just limiting our growth, they're ensuring we never rise.
He looked up at the guild president's portrait, now hanging in the hall.
Ja, oh, ooh, gee.
He said, his voice low.
You've been playing by the rules, but I'm going to change them.
The fate-changing pen glowed in his hand, ready to rewrite the very foundation of the profession system.
Ah, but you're forgetting one thing.
A voice rasped from the shadows. Jiang Yan spun around, his heart leaping into his throat. An old man emerged from the darkness, his face lined with age, and his eyes glinting with a strange, knowing light.
The contract core isn't just a contract, it's a prison. And you, my dear boy, are the key.
He stepped closer, his robes rustling like dry leaves.
You think you're rewriting the rules, but you're only scratching the surface. The guild didn't just suppress Frankers, they buried them, their power, their potential, their very existence. You think you're the first to find this?
He chuckled, a sound like broken glass.
No, no, no. You're the first in a long line of fools who tried to change the world, and they all failed.
Jiang Yan's fingers tightened around the fate-changing pen.
So what are you?
He asked, his voice steady, despite the chill creeping up his spine.
Another guild enforcer? A spy?
The old man shook his head.
I'm a relic, a remnant of the last Frank profession who dared to challenge the guild. I was the one who first discovered the contract, Core's true purpose, and I was the one who sealed it away.
He gestured to the glowing text on the wall.
This isn't just a record of skills, it's a contract, a binding agreement that keeps Frankers in the shadows. And you, Huaz, Yan, are the only one who can break it. But be warned, what you're about to do could unravel the world itself.
Jiang Yan stared at the old man, his mind racing.
You're saying I'm not the first to find this?
The old man nodded.
No, but you are the first who actually understands the stakes. The others were too afraid, too weak. But you've already defied the guild once. You've already rewritten the rules, and now you're about to do it again.
Jiang Yan's thoughts churned. He had always known that his frank professions were somehow different, that there was something about him that made the guild fear him. But now, as he stood before the contract core and the old man who claimed to be a relic of the past, he felt the weight of something far greater than he had ever imagined. He had always thought he was fighting for his own survival. But what if he was fighting for something far bigger? What if he was the key to freeing, not just himself, but all Frankers? The old man stepped back, his eyes gleaming with something that looked almost like pride.
Go on, Jiang. The world is waiting for you to rewrite its fate.
Jiang Yan turned back to the contract core, his heart pounding. He had always thought of himself as an underdog, a nobody who had been forced to fight his way to the top. But now, as he stood on the precipice of something far greater, he realized that he was not just an underdog. He was the one who would change the world, and the world was about to change. Jiang Yan's mind was a storm of questions and possibilities as he stared at the contract core. He had always known that his frank professions were different, that there was something about him that made the guild fear him. But now, as he stood before the ancient text and the old man who had claimed to be a relic of the past, he felt the weight of something far greater than he had ever imagined. He had always thought he was fighting for his own survival, but what if he was fighting for something far bigger? What if he was the key to freeing not just himself but all Frankers? He had always been told that Frank professions were useless, that they were the lowest rung on the ladder of power. But now, as he traced the glowing script with the fate-changing pen, he felt a strange sense of purpose. He had always thought of himself as an underdog, a nobody who had been forced to fight his way to the top. But now, as he stood on the precipice of something far greater, he realized that he was not just an underdog. He was the one who would change the world. The old man's words echoed in his mind. Asterisk.
You're the first in a long line of fools who tried to change the world, and they all failed.
Asterisk, but Jiang was not a fool. He had already defied the guild once, he had already rewritten the rules, and now he was about to do it again. As he looked down at the fate-changing pen, he felt a strange warmth in his hand. It was as if the pen itself was alive, eager to rewrite the world. He could feel the power of the contract core pulsing through him, a strange ancient magic that seemed to resonate with something deep within him. He had always thought that his frank professions were a curse, a burden that had kept him from achieving greatness. But now, as he stood before the contract core, he realized that they were something else entirely. They were a gift, and he was going to use them to change the world. As the old man stepped back, his eyes gleaming with something that looked almost like pride, Jiang Yan felt a surge of determination. He was not just going to rewrite the rules, he was going to break them, and the world was about to change. Jiang Yan's fingers tightened around the fate-changing pen as he stepped closer to the contract core. The ancient text on the wall pulsed with a strange rhythmic energy, and the air around him seemed to hum with an unseen force. He could feel the weight of the guild's suppression pressing down on him, a force that had kept Frankers in the shadows for generations. But now, as he stood on the precipice of something far greater, he felt a strange sense of power. He had always thought of himself as an underdog, a nobody who had been forced to fight his way to the top. But now, as he traced the glowing script with the fate-changing pen, he realized that he was not just an underdog. He was the one who would change the world. The old man's words echoed in his mind. Asterisk.
You're the first in a long line of fools who tried to change the world, and they all failed.
Asterisk, but Jiang Yan was not a fool. He had already defied the guild once. He had already rewritten the rules, and now he was about to do it again. As he looked down at the fate-changing pen, he felt a strange warmth in his hand. It was as if the pen itself was alive, eager to rewrite the world. He could feel the power of the contract core pulsing through him, a strange, ancient magic that seemed to resonate with something deep within him. He had always thought that his frank professions were a curse, a burden that had kept him from achieving greatness. But now, as he stood before the contract core, he realized that they were something else entirely. They were a gift, and he was going to use them to change the world. As the old man stepped back, his eyes gleaming with something that looked almost like pride, Jiang Yan felt a surge of determination. He was not just going to rewrite the rules, he was going to break them, and the world was about to change. The contract core's light flared again, and Jiang Yan felt a strange pull in his chest. It was as if the ancient text was calling to him, urging him to take the next step. He looked down at the fate-changing pen, its glow intensifying, and he knew that this was the moment. He had spent his life fighting against the guild's oppression, against the belief that frank professions were useless. But now, as he stood on the precipice of something far greater, he realized that he was not just fighting for himself. He was fighting for all Frankers, for the future of the profession system, for the world itself. He took a deep breath, and with a single stroke of the fate-changing pen, he etched a new word onto the ancient text.
Fate Shinger's legacy.
The contract core flared with light, its rules rewritten, and the world shifted in response to Jiang Yan's words. The guild's suppression of frank professions was no more. The audience gasped as the change spread, the world shifting in response to Jiang Yan's words, and the world was about to change. The forgotten workshop was a cacophony of clangs, shouts, and the occasional explosion of overcharged mana. Jiang Yan stood in the center of the chaos, his eyes darting between the apprentices who were frantically trying to fix a malfunctioning mana conduit and the apprentices who had somehow managed to turn the workshop's ancient tools into makeshift weapons. At his feet, a pile of discarded gears and broken mana cores glowed faintly, as if they were still trying to scream for help.
Old tie.
Jiang Yan called, his voice barely rising above the din.
What's the deal with this place? It feels like a war zone run by a group of overzealous kids with a penchant for chaos.
Old Tai, the aging repairman, adjusted his goggles and peered at Jiang Yan over the rim of a steaming cup of tea.
You're not wrong.
He said, his voice a gravelly mix of amusement and exasperation.
This place has been like this since the guild stopped funding maintenance. The apprentices think they're inventing the future, but all they're doing is making the word balancing scale cry.
He gestured toward the massive, shimmering structure in the center of the workshop. The scale's surface was a swirling tapestry of unstable magic, its once pristine design now marred by cracks and flickering symbols that seemed to shift every time someone looked at them.
That thing is supposed to stabilize the magic fluctuations from skill modifications. Without it, the world could unravel.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he stepped closer to the scale, his fate-changing pen glowing faintly in his hand.
So, this is the key to keeping everything from going haywire?
He asked, his voice tinged with both awe and disbelief. Old Tai nodded, his expression grim.
Yes, but it's been failing for years. The guild has been suppressing its maintenance. They think it's too dangerous to fix, but I've seen what happens when it's left to rot.
He gestured toward a nearby wall, where a faded mural depicted a past disaster city engulfed in a vortex of chaotic magic, its people screaming as their skills twisted into grotesque, unrecognizable forms.
That's what happens when the scale fails. The magic fluctuations from skill modifications grow stronger, and the world starts to glitch.
Jiang Yan's mind raced. If the scale was failing, that meant the magic fluctuations from his modifications were growing stronger.
Then we need to fix it.
He said, his voice resolute.
Before the whole world starts glitching.
Old Tai chuckled a dry, raspy sound that made the apprentices nearby pause in their work.
You're not the first to think that.
He said, his eyes twinkling with something that looked suspiciously like pride.
But you might be the first to actually do something about it.
As if to punctuate his words, a loud asterisk, thwump asterisk, echoed through the workshop, followed by a cascade of sparks. Jiang Yan turned to see one of the apprentices, a wiry young man with a grease-stained apron, frantically trying to stop a barrage of modified
But missiles.
from launching across the room. The missiles, which had been intended as a test of the scale's ability to stabilize magic, were now flying in wild, unpredictable arcs, leaving trails of glowing mana in their wake.
Hey,
Jiang Yan shouted, dodging a missile that narrowly missed his head.
what's with the spot missiles? Did you think this was a potato cannon competition?
The apprentice looked up, his face a mixture of guilt and panic.
We were just testing the scale's ability to handle high energy magic fluctuations. It's supposed to be a low risk experiment.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching at the corners.
Low risk? You launched a barrage of Spud missiles into a workshop filled with unstable monocores and ancient tools? I think you've just invented the world's first Chaos cannon.
The apprentice opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, the missiles exploded in a burst of multicolored light, sending a wave of mana surging through the workshop. The word balancing scale flickered violently, its symbols shifting in a chaotic dance that made Bossing Ant's head spin.
Uh,
The apprentice said, his voice trembling.
I think I might have accidentally made the scale even worse.
Jiang Yan groaned, rubbing his temples.
Great, just great. Now we have a magical missile crisis and a failing scale. What's next? A rogue monocore that decides it wants to sing opera.
Old Tai chuckled again, his voice low and conspiratorial.
You might want to check the archives. I've heard rumors about a certain apprentice who once tried to turn the workshop into a giant mana powered pinball machine.
Jiang Yan turned to Old Tai, his eyes narrowing.
You're telling me there's a pinball machine in the archives?
Old Tai nodded, his smile widening.
And it's still operational if you can find the right lever.
Jiang Yan's mind was already racing with the possibilities. He could almost see the scale surface flickering with the promise of a new, chaotic adventure.
Well,
He said, his voice filled with determination.
if we're going to fix this, we're going to need to embrace the chaos. No more low risk experiments. From now on, everything's high risk, high ward, high chaos.
Old Tai raised an eyebrow.
You're going to turn this place into a madhouse.
Jiang Yan grinned, his fat, changing pen glowing brighter than ever.
That's the plan.
As the apprentices looked on, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement, Yan stepped forward, his heart pounding with the thrill of the absurd. He had faced down the guild's most powerful enemies, outwitted the most cunning rivals, and now he was about to take on the chaotic magic of the word balancing scale itself. He had always been the underdog, the frank professional, who had been told he was useless. But now, with the fate-changing pen in his hand and the chaos of the workshop around him, he knew that he was no longer just surviving. He was thriving, and if that meant turning the workshop into a giant magical pinball machine, then so be it, because Jiang Yan had learned one thing. When the world was ready to glitch, he was ready to rewrite it. The bronze arena was a cacophony of laughter, confusion, and the occasional shout of disbelief as Zassi. Yan stood in the center of the ring, his hands twitching with the fate-changing pen clutched tightly in his grip. Across from him, Elder Sun, the guild's conservative faction leader, had just unleashed the skill-sealing charm, a glowing sigil that pulsed with the promise of nullifying Jiang Yan's
Modify.
skill.
Your skill is useless.
Elder son declared, his voice booming over the crowd.
I will seal it forever.
The arena erupted into a mix of cheers and jeers, the spectators caught between the absurdity of the moment and the tension of the battle. Jiang Yan, however, only smirked, his eyes flicking to the sigil, as if it were a mischievous child who had just drawn a chalk outline on the sidewalk.
That's a bit of a mouthful, don't you think?
He said, his voice carrying effortlessly over the noise before he reached into his pocket and pulled out the fate-changing pen. With a single stroke, he altered the sigil's text, etching the words
Skill sealing glitch.
into the air. The charm flickered, its magic unraveling into a chaotic web of symbols that twisted and writhed like a spider's web caught in a storm. Elder Son's eyes widened as the sigil began to distort, its power backfiring on him, sending a shockwave that knocked him backward.
Ah, I see.
Jiang Yan said, his tone laced with mock innocence as he watched the chaos unfold.
You were trying to seal my skill, but I guess you forgot to fix the code.
The audience roared with laughter, the sound bouncing off the arena's walls like a wave of energy, while Elder Son stumbled, his face flushed with humiliation, as the skill-sealing charm collapsed into a pile of glowing dust. But just as the crowd began to cheer, a new commotion erupted near the edge of the ring. A group of apprentices who had been watching the battle with wide-eyed fascination had somehow managed to modify a batch of Nala
Spud missiles.
potatoes enchanted with minor explosion spells and were now launching them at Yan with reckless abandon.
Jiang Yan, watch out!
One of them shouted, their voice tinged with both panic and excitement. Jacking! Yan, however, only chuckled, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the absurd.
I've got this.
He said, dodging the first missile with a graceful sidestep that left the audience gasping. The second missile exploded in midair, sending a cloud of glittering dust into the air, while the third hit the ground with a soft asterisk, thud asterisk, leaving a small crater that looked suspiciously like a cartoonish explosion.
This is the best day of my life.
Jiang Yan muttered to himself, his inner monologue a mix of surprise and exhilaration as he realized just how perfectly his modifications had turned the tables on the guild's oppressive rules.
I didn't think the Spud missiles would work, but hey, why not?
He thought, his mind racing with the possibilities of what else he could tweak.
Maybe I'll turn the arena into a giant potato farm later.
He mused, his grin widening as he dodged another missile that flew past his head, narrowly missing his ear.
This is the kind of chaos I live for.
He said aloud, his voice carrying over the noise as he raised the fate-changing pen once more, ready to etch another word into the air.
Let's see if eldest son can handle this.
Meanwhile, old Tai, who had been watching from the sidelines, adjusted his goggles and chuckled as he saw the scene unfold.
You're not the first to think that.
He said to himself, his voice low but filled with pride.
But you might be the first to actually do something about it.
He turned to a group of apprentices who were scrambling to clean up the mess caused by the Spud missiles, their faces a mix of embarrassment and awe.
All right, you lot.
He said, his voice firm, but not unkind.
Get back to work. And next time, Maybe think twice before launching enchanted potatoes at a battle.
The apprentices groaned but obeyed, their laughter mingling with the sounds of the arena, as Jiang Yan continued his dance of absurdity.
You know,
He said, turning to Old Tai with a grin.
I think I'm starting to like this version of the guild's rules.
Old Tai raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable.
Careful, kid.
He said, his voice a mix of warning and encouragement.
You're playing with fire. But if you're going to do it, make sure you light the whole thing up.
Jiang Yan laughed, the sound echoing through the arena as he raised the fate-changing pen once more, ready to etch the next word into the air.
Let's see what else we can break.
He said, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the unknown. The skill market's monolamp flickered with an unusual glow as Jiang Yan stepped through the bustling streets, the air thick with the scent of incense and the clatter of traders hawking their wares. The lamp's usual steady pulse had turned erratic, its light casting long shadows that danced like specters across the cobblestones. Jiang Yan's fate-changing pen vibrated faintly in his pocket, as if sensing the shift in the world's balance. A nearby skill scroll, tucked behind a vendor's stall, glowed with a strange pulsing rhythm, its ancient script shifting as if alive. The contract core, hidden deep within the guild's archives, seemed to hum in response, a low, almost imperceptible vibration that only Jiang Yan could hear. He paused, his gaze lingering on the lamp, its glow now a deep, unnatural blue. The air around it felt charged, like the moment before a storm. And, for the first time, he wondered if his modifications had awakened something the guild had long buried.
Something's different.
Oldmo mused, his gnarled fingers tightening around the handle of his cane as he watched Jiang Yan approach.
That lamp has never reacted to you like this before.
His eyes, sharp and weathered, flicked toward the glowing light, then back to Jayan.
You've been tampering with the balance, haven't you?
Jiang Yan shrugged, his smirk barely concealing the flicker of unease in his chest.
I guess my modifications are starting to affect the world's balance.
He reached into his pocket, the fate-changing pen's glow barely visible through the fabric.
It's not like I planned this, but I've always thought the guild's rules were a bit glitchy.
Old Mo's eyes narrowed.
You're not the first to think that, but you might be the first to actually do something about it. Exactly.
Jiang Yan said, his voice low.
And I'm not stopping now.
As he turned away, the lamp's glow pulsed again, brighter this time, as if in agreement. Yan's mind raced as he walked, the weight of the lamp's reaction pressing against his thoughts. He had always known his frank professions were a joke to the guild, but now, as the world around him seemed to shift in response to his actions, he wondered if there was more to his skills than he had ever imagined. The contract core's hidden clauses, the guild's suppression of frankers, the whispers of a long-lost power, were these all pieces of a puzzle he had yet to solve? His fingers tightened around the fate-changing pen, its vibration growing stronger. Whatever was happening, he couldn't stop now.
Hey, Chia!
A voice called from behind him. He turned to see a young apprentice, his face flushed with excitement.
Did you see that the lamp's been acting weird all day?
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow.
Weird how?
The apprentice grinned.
It's like it's in a glitchy mood. I tried to use my mana to stabilize it, but it just flickered even more. Some people say it's cursed. Others say it's a sign that the guild's rules are breaking.
Jiang Yan chuckled.
Well, if it's cursed, I guess I'm the one who's gonna have to fix it.
The apprentice looked at him, wide-eyed.
You think you can? I've heard stories about the fate changer someone who could rewrite the world's rules. But those stories are just legends, right?
Jiang Yan's smile widened.
Legends are just stories waiting for the right person to make them real.
As he walked away, the apprentice's words echoed in his mind, the fate changer, a name he had never heard before, yet one that felt strangely familiar, like a piece of a puzzle he had yet to solve. Jiang Yan's gaze drifted toward the skill market's main square, where a stele stood, its surface covered in runes that shimmered faintly in the dim light. He had passed it before, but now, as he approached, he noticed something. Strangeth runes were different, modified in a way that suggested they had been altered recently. His fate-changing pen vibrated in his hand, its glow intensifying as he traced the runes with his eyes. The symbols were older, more intricate than those he had seen before, and they seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched the mana lamp's glow. He reached out, his fingers hovering just above the stele's surface. A sudden jolt of energy surged through him, and the runes flared with light, revealing a hidden chamber beneath the square. The air around him grew heavy, as if the very fabric of the world had shifted. Jai. Yan's heart pounded. This was no ordinary discovery. It was a sign, a clue, that the guild's suppression of Frankers was far more complex than he had ever imagined. The chamber's entrance was sealed by a barrier of shimmering energy, its surface etched with symbols that looked eerily similar to those on the stele Jai. Yan stepped closer, his mind racing. If the guild had gone to such lengths to hide this place, what secrets lay within, and more importantly, what did it have to do with his own strange abilities? As he reached for the fate-changing pen, the barrier pulsed again, and a voice echoed through the air, low and ancient.
The rules are not as they seem. The Frankers are not the weak. They are the key.
Jiang Yan froze. The words sent a shiver down his spine, but he couldn't turn away now. Whatever was hidden in this chamber, it was connected to everything he had uncovered so far, and if the guild had been trying to suppress Frankers for so long, then this place must hold the truth. He took a deep breath, then pressed his palm against the barrier. The energy surged through him, and the chamber's entrance slid open with a groan of ancient stone. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of old parchment, and something else of something that smelled like the past, like secrets buried for decades. Yan stepped forward, his heart pounding. This was the beginning of something bigger than he had ever imagined, and he was ready to face whatever came next. The silver arena was a maelstrom of chaos, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning mana and the metallic tang of blood. Yan's body lay sprawled on the cracked stone floor, his chest rising and falling in ragged gasps as the final remnants of his health flickered like a dying candle. The crowd's cheers had turned to a stunned silence, their faces a mix of disbelief and horror as they watched the once undefeated underdog collapse. A flicker of light caught his eye, a skill scroll, its edges glowing with an eerie blue hue embedded in the arena's floor. It pulsed faintly, as if responding to his presence. The faint, changing pen in his trembling hand vibrated violently, its tip humming with a low, resonant frequency that made his teeth ache across the arena. The contract core's faint hum grew louder, its crystalline casing vibrating in sync with the scroll's glow. Jackie, Yan's eyes widened as the scroll's text began to shift, the ancient runes rearranging into a phrase he had never seen before.
Rebirth. Wait, This isn't right.
A voice called out from the crowd. It was old Tai, the aging repairman, his goggles glinting as he squinted at the scroll.
That's not a standard skill. That's a forbidden one. They say it was sealed away during the First War of Professions. It's supposed to be impossible to activate.
His voice dropped to a whisper.
But if it's working now, that means the guild's suppression is failing. Yan's not just rewriting the rules, he's breaking them.
Jiang Yan's mind raced. He had heard the legends about the Fate Changer, a mythical figure who could alter destiny itself. But those stories were just that stories. Or were they? His fingers tightened around the fate changing pen as he whispered.
Rebirth.
The world around him dissolved into a swirl of colors, the arena's sounds fading into a distant echo. When the light faded, he found himself standing on the awakening day, the same day he had first discovered his frank profession. The air was thick with the scent of rain and the distant clatter of metal. In his hands, the fate-changing pen still glowed, its vibrations now a steady rhythm.
So you've made it back.
A voice said, startling him. It was an old man with a long beard and a tattered robe, his eyes gleaming with a knowing look.
I wondered when you'd come. You've been running from your past for too long, boy. That scroll you found, it's not just a skill. It's a key. The guild sealed it away because they feared what it could do. But you're different. You've got the pen, and that's no accident.
Jiang Yan's heart pounded.
Who are you?
The old man chuckled.
A friend, or perhaps a foe, depends on how you use that pen. You know, there's a legend about the Fate Changer. They say he was once an frank professioner too, but he didn't just change the rules, he changed the world. And now it seems you're following in his footsteps.
Jiang Yan's thoughts churned. The old man's words hinted at a connection he had never considered a possibility that sent a shiver down his spine. If the legends were true, then his frank status wasn't just a curse. It was a gift, a tool waiting to be wielded. But what did it mean for the guild? For the contract corps? And for the future he was trying to build? As he turned, his eyes landed on a stele half buried in the ground, its runes oddly familiar. They were the same as those on the contract corps, but modified, as if someone had tried to rewrite them. A chill ran through him. This wasn't just a relic of the past. It was a message, a warning, or a challenge.
Looks like the guild didn't just seal the rebirth skill.
He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper.
They tried to erase it, but they failed.
The faint, changing pen pulsed again, its glow intensifying as if in agreement. Yan's resolve hardened. Whatever the guild had done, whatever secrets they had buried, he would uncover them, and this time he wouldn't let them win. The golden arena roared with laughter as the time-space lock shattered into a kaleidoscope of fragmented reflections. Xiao Wuji's face frozen in a series of absurd expressions as his own reflections multiplied into 100 versions of himself, each repeating different actions in an endless loop. Jackie Yan stood in the center of the chaos, his hands in his pockets, a smirk tugging at his lips as he watched the guild president stumble backward, his composure crumbling.
You were trying to trap me in a time loop.
Jiang Yan, said his voice, carrying over the noise.
But I guess you forgot to fix the code.
Old Tai, who had been watching from the edge of the arena, burst into laughter, clapping his hands together.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
He shouted, his voice cracking with mirth.
You turned the guild president's own skill against him like it was a broken toaster.
Nearby, A group of rank profession apprentices gathered, their faces lit with joy as they cheered, some even throwing their hats into the air.
We're not just watching this.
One of them yelled.
We're part asterisk of this.
Jiang Yan turned to them, his eyes sparkling with the same wild energy that had always defined him.
Then let's make sure this isn't just a on-time glitch.
He said, his voice brimming with determination.
Let's rewrite the whole system. Jiang Yan,
Old Tai called, his voice thick with admiration.
you've turned the guild's greatest weapon into a joke. That's not just skill. That's art asterisk.
He wiped a tear from his eye, his goggles slipping slightly as he laughed.
I've spent decades repairing broken magic, but you've broken the rules themselves. That's a whole new level of chaos.
Jiang Yan grinned, his hands still in his pockets.
Chaos is just a fancy word for opportunity, old tie. You taught me that.
He turned to the apprentices, who were now huddled together, their laughter echoing through the arena.
And you lot,
He said, his voice warm with camaraderie.
you've been the ones keeping me sane. Even when I was stuck in the most ridiculous situations, you never let me forget why I was fighting.
One of the apprentices, a young woman with a knack for manipulating gravity, stepped forward, her eyes shining.
You've given us a chance to prove that frank professions aren't just useless.
She said, her voice trembling with emotion.
You've shown us that we're not just the underdogs. We're the ones who can rewrite the rules.
Jiang Yan's heart swelled as he looked at them, the weight of their trust pressing against his chest. He remembered the countless times he had failed, the moments when the world had seemed too vast and the guild's power too absolute. But now, as he stood here with his allies, he felt the absurdity of it all, the ridiculousness of a frank profession defying the system, of a group of outcasts turning the guild's own rules into a laughingstock. He had always believed that the world was built on broken contracts, that the guild's suppression of frankers was nothing more than a glitch in the grand design. But now, with the contract core's hidden clause exposed and the word balancing scale on the verge of collapse, he realized that the real power wasn't in rewriting the rules. It was in the people who had stood by him, who had laughed with him when the world had tried to crush them.
You're not just my allies.
He said softly, his voice barely above a whisper.
You're the reason I kept going, even when I thought I was going to fail.
As the arena erupted into cheers, Zhao Wuji stumbled forward, his face red with fury.
This is a violation of the contract core's rules.
He shouted, his voice shaking with indignation.
You have no right to. I have every right.
Jiang Yan interrupted, his tone calm but firm.
Because the contract core's rules were never meant to protect you. They were meant to keep us in the shadows.
He stepped forward, the fat-changing pen glowing in his hand as he etched a new word into the air.
Time-space glitch.
The arena trembled as the vortex of distorted reflections expanded, swallowing Zhao Wuji whole. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze, the chaos of the battle suspended in the air. Then, with a final, resounding crash, the vortex collapsed, leaving Zhao Wuji kneeling on the ground, his face pale and his expression one of stunned disbelief. But Jackie Yan didn't have time to revel in the victory. A new challenge loomed on the horizon. As the audience cheered, a commotion erupted near the edge of the arena. A group of guild enforcers had arrived, their faces set with grim determination.
You think this is over?
One of them barked, his voice cutting through the noise.
The guild won't let you get away with this. We're here to restore order.
Jiang Yan's eyes narrowed as he looked at them, his mind racing. The guild had always been the embodiment of control, of a system that had crushed frank professions for generations. But now, with the contract corps rules rewritten and the word balancing scale on the brink of collapse, the guild's grip on the world was beginning to fray.
Order?
He said, his voice laced with quiet defiance.
You call this order? A system that silences the weak and rewards the powerful? That's not order. That's a broken machine.
The enforcers stepped forward, their hands crackling with energy as they prepared to unleash their skills. But before they could strike, a figure stepped into the arena, a young man, with a mischievous grin and a patchwork cloak that shimmered with absurd magic.
Hold on.
He said, his voice carrying a strange, almost musical lilt.
I think I've got a better idea.
He raised his hands, and in an instant the air around him shimmered with chaotic energy. The enforcers froze as their own skills began to glitch, their attacks twisting into ridiculous shapes, fireballs that turned into floating teacups, lightning that crackled into tiny giggling fairies. The audience erupted into laughter as the enforcers scrambled to regain control, their faces a mix of confusion and frustration.
Who are you?
One of them demanded, his voice tinged with irritation. The young man bowed dramatically.
I'm just a humble, frank profession, but I've been studying the art of absurdity for quite some time, and I think I've found the perfect solution to your little problem.
He raised his hands again, and the air around him pulsed with energy.
Let's see how well you handle a little asterisk chaos, asterisk.
With a flick of his wrist, the enforcer's skills unraveled into a swirling vortex of nonsense, their attacks turning into a kaleidoscope of absurdity that left them stumbling backward, their faces frozen in expressions of disbelief. Jiang Yan watched the scene unfold, his lips twitching with amusement.
That's the spirit.
He said, his voice brimming with pride.
You've always been the ones who made the impossible possible.
He turned to the young man, his eyes shining with approval.
You've got a gift, kid, one that's going to change the world.
The young man grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief.
I've been waiting for this moment my whole life, and I think I've just found my new purpose.
As the arena erupted into cheers once more, Yan felt a surge of hope. The guild's enforcers had been defeated, but the battle was far from over. The world was changing, and with each absurd victory, the frank professions were proving that they were no longer the underdogs. They were the ones who had rewritten the rules, who had turned the guild's greatest weapon into a joke, and who had shown the world that even the most ridiculous of skills could change the course of history. And as the fate-changing pen glowed in Jiang Yan's hand, he knew that the real battle was just beginning. Jiang Yan's hands trembled as he traced the brittle parchment, its ink smudged with age and the weight of secrets. The guild's archives had always been a labyrinth of silence, but now the air felt heavier, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. His allies, old Tai, old Mo, and even the once embarrassed apprentice Liang, who had once mocked his frank skill, stood behind him, their presence a quiet but unshakable anchor. Liang, still red-faced from his earlier humiliation, now clutched a scroll with a nervous grin.
I, found this too.
He stammered, holding up a fragment that detailed the guild's manipulation of the awakening day.
It's it's not just about suppressing Frankers. It's about erasing Entire bloodlines.
Old Tai chuckled, though his eyes were sharp with understanding.
Looks like your useless skills just turned into the most powerful weapon in the world.
The room erupted in laughter, a sound so absurd it felt like a spell had been cast. Old Mo, ever the pragmatist, leaned in.
You know, I used to think your glitchy tricks were a joke, but now they're the only thing keeping this world from collapsing.
Jiang Yan's heart swelled, the weight of his past and the absurdity of his present clashing in a way that felt almost sacred.
I didn't think I'd ever have friends.
He whispered, the words escaping him like a confession.
But I guess even Frankers can rewrite their fate. Hey,
Old Tai said, slapping his back with a force that nearly sent him sprawling.
you're not just rewriting fate, you're making it fun.
The group laughed again, the sound echoing through the archives like a battle cry. Liang, still clutching the scroll, added,
And if the guild tries to stop you again, I'll be the first to shout time space glitch right in their faces.
Old Mo nodded, his face lit by the flickering glow of the monolamp.
We're not just allies, we're the glitch in their perfect system.
Jiang Yan's smile was shaky, but real. For a moment, the absurdity of it all, the ridiculousness of Frankers defying the guild, of a pen rewriting destiny felt less like a joke and more like a miracle. But the miracle was short lived. As the group turned to leave, the air in the archives shifted. The scrolls on the shelves began to flutter, their pages flipping wildly as if caught in a storm. A low hum filled the room, growing louder until it became a deafening roar. Yen's allies froze, their laughter dying in their throats.
What the?
Old Tai began, but before he could finish, the floor beneath them cracked, revealing a spiraling vortex of light and shadow. From the depths of the vortex emerged a figure clad in the guild's insignia, their face obscured by a mask that seemed to shift and warp like a glitch in a video game.
You think you've uncovered the truth.
The figure hissed, their voice a cacophony of overlapping tones.
You've only scratched the surface. The guild's power is deeper than you know, and it will not let you escape.
Jiang Yan stepped forward, his hand tightening around the fate-changing pen.
You're right.
He said, his voice steady, despite the chaos around him.
The guild's power is deep, but so are we.
He turned to his allies, his eyes burning with determination.
We've faced absurdity before. We'll face it again together.
Old Tai grinned, his usual gruffness softened by something almost like pride.
Then let's make this the most ridiculous battle in history.
Old Mo raised his hands, the monolamp, flaring with a light that seemed to defy the darkness.
Count me in.
Xia, still clutching the scroll, took a deep breath and stepped forward.
I may be the one who used to laugh at you, but now I'm the one who'll fight for you.
The figure in the vortex laughed, a sound that was more mechanical than human.
You think your absurdity will save you? Your so-called glitches are nothing but chaos.
Jiang Yan's smile widened.
Then let's see who's the real glitch.
With a flick of his wrist, he etched a single word into the air.
Absurdity.
The vortex shuddered, its light flickering as if confused by the very concept of absurdity. The figure's mask cracked, revealing a glimpse of something that looked almost like fear.
This, this is impossible.
They whispered. Yan's allies cheered, their voices rising in a cacophony of laughter and defiance.
You heard the man.
Old Tai shouted.
Let's make them glitch.
Old Mo's laughter was so loud it seemed to shake the walls.
Absurdity, huh? I like that.
Xiang, still grinning, added.
And if they try to stop us again, we'll just keep glitching until they're the ones who look ridiculous.
The figure in the vortex screamed, their form unraveling into a cascade of light and shadow. The vortex collapsed, leaving the archives in silence. Ye Yang looked at his allies, his heart full.
We did it.
He said the words barely more than a whisper. Old Tai clapped him on the back.
Not just we did it, we made it fun.
Old Mo nodded.
And we're just getting started.
Shane grinned, his earlier embarrassment forgotten.
So what's next, boss?
Jiang Yan's smile was wide, his eyes alight with the absurdity of it all.
Next, we rewrite the entire world.
The golden arena was a cauldron of tension, its polished stone floor reflecting the flickering light of the contract core's crystalline casing, which pulsed like a dying star. Jesse Yan stood before it, his fingers trembling as he unrolled the ancient skill scroll, its inked characters sparking with an odd crackling energy that made the air smell like burnt paper. The fate-changing pen, which had been lying dormant in his palm, suddenly rolled toward a rune etched into the floor, a jagged, almost forgotten symbol that hadn't been visible in the guild's archives for decades. The arena's murmurs died instantly as a surge of mana rippled through the crowd, sending a few spectators stumbling backward as their hair stood on end. Yans. Yan's eyes flicked to the rune, then to the contract core, his mind racing.
Old Tai once said, the guild buried secrets in the forgotten corners of the world.
He muttered, his voice barely audible over the sudden silence.
Guess I found one.
He glanced at the scroll again, its sparks now forming a pattern that mirrored the rune's shape.
This isn't just a skill,
He whispered.
it's a key. Jiang Yan, you're making a mistake.
Old Tai's voice echoed from the shadows, his voice tinged with both concern and something else pride.
That rune isn't just a symbol, it's a seal. The guild didn't erase it. They hid it because it's the only thing that can break the contract core's chains.
Jiang Yan turned, his eyes narrowing as the aging repairman stepped into the light, his goggles glinting.
You think I don't know that?
Jiang Yan shot back, his tone sharp but laced with a hint of humor.
I've been poking at this thing for weeks, and every time I think I've got it figured out, it throws me a curveball. Like when I tried to rewrite the frank professions are obsolete clause, and the core just laughed at me. But this feels different, like the core's finally ready to talk.
Old Tai chuckled, shaking his head.
You're not just rewriting rules, kid. You're rewriting the world's foundation. And if you mess this up, the guild's not the only ones who'll suffer.
Jiang Yan's mind was a storm of conflicting emotions. He had spent years being told his frank professions were useless, his skills laughable, his existence a footnote in the guild's grand narrative. But now, standing before the contract core with the fate-changing pen in his hand, he felt something he hadn't in years: certainty. The pen's glow had intensified, its light casting long shadows across the arena floor. And for a moment, he thought he saw the rune shift, its jagged edges softening into something almost human.
What if the guild's rules were never meant to be permanent?
He mused aloud, his voice steady despite the chaos in his chest.
What if they were just a placeholder, a temporary fix for a problem they never solved?
The contract core pulsed violently, its light flaring as if in answer, and Yan's breath caught.
Then maybe I'm not the one rewriting the rules.
He whispered.
Maybe I'm just the one who finally remembered what they were supposed to be.
The arena erupted into chaos as the contract core's light exploded outward, sending a shock wave that shattered the glass domes lining the arena's walls and sent the spectators scrambling for cover. Jiang Yan stumbled back, the fate-changing pen slipping from his fingers as it rolled toward the rune once more. But this time, the pen didn't stop, it hovered above the rune, its glow synchronizing with the core's erratic pulses.
No, no, no.
Jiang Yan shouted, his voice rising above the din.
This isn't how it's supposed to work.
He lunged forward, trying to grab the pen, but it was as if the air itself had thickened, holding him back. Old Ty's voice cut through the noise, urgent and uncharacteristically frantic.
You can't stop it now, Jan. The core's reacting to the pen's glitchy behavior, not the other way around. That's why it's resisting the rewrite, because it's not just a tool, it's a catalyst.
Jiang Yan's eyes widened as he realized the truth. The fate-changing pen wasn't just a weapon. It was a mirror reflecting the flaws in the contract core's design every time he had used it to modify skills. It had exposed the core's instability, and now, with the rune seal broken, the pen's chaotic energy was amplifying that instability into something beautiful.
So, the guild didn't just hide the rune.
He said, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and fear.
They hid the pen's power. They thought they could suppress frank professions by making them seem broken, but they never realized the pen was the key to fixing everything.
The contract core's light dimmed slightly, its violent pulses slowing as the pen's glow intensified. For a moment, the arena was silent again, the only sound the faint hum of the core and the distant echo of old Ty's laughter.
You've been playing by the rules all your life, kid?
The repairman said, his voice tinged with something that might have been pride.
But the rules were never meant to be followed. They were meant to be rewritten.
The fate-changing pen's light flared one last time, and Yan felt a surge of energy course through his body, not painful, but liberating. He reached out, his fingers brushing the rune, and the contract core's light exploded outward in a wave of golden light that engulfed the arena. As the light faded, the core's crystalline casing cracked, revealing a swirling vortex of raw, unfiltered mana. Yen's breath caught as he realized what he was seeing, the true form of the contract core, not as a rigid, unyielding rulebook, but as a living, breathing entity.
So this is what the guild was afraid of?
He whispered, his voice barely audible.
Not the power of frank professions, but the possibility that they could change the world.
The arena was silent, the spectators frozen in place. As the contract core's light dimmed, its chaotic energy now calm, steady, Jesse Yan turned to old Ty, his eyes wide with realization.
You were right.
He said, his voice thick with emotion.
The guild didn't just suppress frank professions. They suppressed the possibility of change. And now, because of the pen's glitchy behavior, that possibility is finally here.
Old Ty nodded, his goggles glinting in the dim light.
Welcome to the new era, Jiang Yan. One where the rules are written by the underdogs.
The golden arena buzzed with anticipation as Yan stepped onto the central platform, his fingers brushing against the edge of his skill scroll, which sparked unexpectedly with a faint blue light, the fate-changing pen, resting in his palm, rolled toward a strange rune etched into the floor, a symbol he had never seen before, its edges jagged and pulsing with an eerie glow. The arena went eerily quiet as a sudden surge of mana rippled through the air, sending a shiver down the spines of the spectators. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow, his mind racing.
This isn't part of the plan.
He muttered, but the pen had already stopped, hovering above the rune as if drawn by an invisible force.
Guess I'll have to improvise.
He said, smirking.
After all, if the rules are glitchy, so am I.
His words were met with a ripple of laughter from the crowd, but the tension in the air was palpable. Zhao Wuji, standing across the arena, narrowed his eyes.
You're playing with fire, Yang.
He warned, his voice low.
Do you even know what you're touching?
Jiang Yan chuckled, his gaze fixed on the rune.
I know enough to say this isn't your usual trick. You've been hiding something, haven't you?
The arena's silence deepened, the weight of his accusation hanging in the air.
Zhao, Wuji,
Jiang Yan said, his voice cutting through the tension.
you've been suppressing frank professions for years, right? But what if the real problem isn't the professions themselves? What if it's the contract core?
The guild president's expression darkened, but before he could respond, a sudden crack echoed through the arena as the rune beneath J.C. Yan's feet flared with light.
Oh, no.
Jiang Yan muttered, his eyes widening as the rune began to shift, its shape morphing into something unfamiliar.
I think I just found the key to everything.
Zhao Wuji's jaw tightened.
You don't understand what you're doing.
He said, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and fear.
The contract core is the foundation of our world. If you tamper with it, you'll unravel everything.
Jiang Yan tilted his head, a sly grin spreading across his face.
Unravel everything. Sounds like a plan. I mean, if you're worried about chaos, why not let me fix it? After all, I've been fixing broken things my whole life, like my frank profession, my useless skills, my entire existence. Maybe it's time someone gave me a chance to be useful.
The audience erupted in laughter, but Shao Wuji's face was pale.
You think you're the first to challenge the guild?
He hissed.
You're not even close. You're just another pawn in a game you don't understand.
Jiang Yan's fingers tightened around the fate-changing pen.
Pawn don't get to rewrite the rules.
He said, his voice steady.
Only the players do, and I've been waiting a long time to take my turn.
As he spoke, the rune beneath his feet pulsed again, its light spreading outward in a wave that rippled across the arena. The contract core, hidden deep within the guild's main hall, shuddered as if sensing the change. Xiao Wuji's eyes darted toward the crystalline casing, his expression a mixture of dread and desperation.
You don't know what you're doing.
He repeated, but Jayan was already moving. The pen raised as he etched a single word into the air.
Fate changer's legacy.
The arena exploded with light as the contract. Core's ancient text flared with energy, its rules rewriting themselves in real time. The guild's suppression of frank professions crumbled like sand, and for the first time in decades, the world felt the weight of change. Yeja Yan exhaled, his shoulders relaxing as the magic settled.
Guess that's one rule I can't break.
he said, a wry smile on his lips.
I'm not just rewriting the rules, I'm making sure they're finally fair.
The audience erupted into cheers, but Zhao Wuji stood frozen, his face a mask of disbelief.
This isn't over.
He whispered, his voice barely audible over the chaos.
Not by a long shot.
As the light from the contract core faded, Yan looked around at the stunned faces of the spectators, his heart pounding with a mix of triumph and uncertainty.
I've been waiting for this moment.
He said, his voice carrying across the arena.
But I'm not doing it for glory or revenge. I'm doing it because I believe in the people who've been told they're worthless, because I've been one of them, and I know what it's like to feel trapped.
His words hung in the air, and for a moment the arena was silent. Then a single voice called out from the crowd.
You're right.
A young woman said, her voice trembling with emotion.
We've been told we're useless for too long. But maybe we're not.
Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed as he turned to face Yan, his expression unreadable.
You think this changes anything?
He said, his voice low.
The guild will never let you win.
Jiang Yan met his gaze, unflinching.
Maybe not today, but I've already changed the rules and the world. It's going to have to catch up.
As he spoke, the fate-changing pen in his hand pulsed with a soft glow, its power still lingering in the air. The arena's lights flickered, and for the first time in years, the guild's authority felt fragile. The audience erupted into cheers once more, but Axian's mind was already racing ahead. He had rewritten the contract, Core's rules, but the battle wasn't over. The guild would fight back, and there would be more challenges ahead. But for now, he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He had done what no one else had dared to do. He had changed the world. And as he looked out at the crowd, he knew one thing for certain. This was only the beginning.